Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if female Naruto was a Fuinjutsu master? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A small, 11-year-old child dressed in an orange baggy jumpsuit was walking slowly along the road, kicking some stray rocks with her feet along the way. The child had long spiky yellow sun-kissed hair tied in a messy bun at the base of her neck, making her spiky locks frame her face, hiding the loose knot at the back. Her blonde bangs were shadowing her face, outlining the three whisker-like marks on her rosy cheeks. She also had bright cerulean eyes that were sparkling with angry tears. She was walking with her hands in pockets, a frown plastered on her scarred face. Uzumaki Naruto, one who vowed never to cry, was crying because she failed the stupid academy test again. Every year they put the stupid Bunshin no Jutsu, which was her worst. No matter how much she tried it never worked, never. She always passed the written exam, it was never the best, but she scraped enough points to pass. Same went for the practical. She didn't have a taijutsu style like her classmates Sasuke, Shino, Kiba, but she was fast and she went around the attacks, dodging them and giving unexpected blows. It worked on everyone except Kiba and Sasuke. Both of them were too good with taijutsu and they were faster than her. Uzumaki Naruto was a complete tomboy. She always got in fights, mainly with Uchiha. She dressed like a boy, loved orange, cause it was the best color, Tebeo. She never cared for her looks, mascara, hair, like a certain pinkette and blonde who swooned over the last Uchiha. Honestly, she didn't even know what they saw in him. He was just a stuck-up prick with a huge ego, nothing more. But all the girls in their year saw him as some kind of a hero, PFFF. Well, she had to hand it to her. The shy Hyuga girl wasn't like that, but still, she needed a huge boost of confidence for sure. And there was her, of course. The rest were all part of the huge Sasuke fan club, the leaders being Ino and Sakura. Currently, she was passing by one of the training grounds. They were for ninja who had graduated, not for academy students. It was forbidden to enter there, but when had that ever stopped her? So, cleaning her tears away with the back of her neon orange sleeve, the young girl marched to the training grounds, intending to do some training and improve her lame bunshin. The training ground she had stumbled across was she liked that number. It brought a strange feeling of being complete to her. When she walked absently through the trees, she saw something black up ahead. Curiosity taking over, she went a closer look. It was a memorial stone with various names carved on it. She knew that she wasn't the sharpest kunai in the paunch, but even she knew that these were the names of the ones gone MIA or those who died in action, in other words, heroes. To her that's what they were, true heroes, those who died protecting the leaf. She would protect it with her life too, she knew that. Her eyes searched the carved names, until she focused on one. Minato. Namikaze. The fourth Hokage, her idol. He died a hero's death, saving the village from the nine-tailed demon fox. He was everything she wanted to achieve, and she was going to surpass him, Databeo. She was going to be a Hokage, the best of them all. But then she remembered why she came to the training grounds in the first place. Oh yeah, the stupid bunshin. Realization hit her with a bang. None of the Hokages failed graduation twice, and certainly none of them had trouble with a simple clone jutsu. Maybe she just plain SCKD? No, hell no. She was going to prove to them all what Uzumaki Naruto was made of, Databeo. Come on, what was a stupid bunshin that she couldn't do? She will overcome it no matter what. Okay, let's give it a try. I can do this, concentrate. She put her fingers in the ram seal and screwed her eyes shut. Blue chakra started to swirl around her in a maelstrom. And release. She let it out with a cry of Bunshin no Jutsu. She sneaked a peek. A greenish, slightly dead-looking clone looked back at her and dissolved right by her feet. Her shoulders slumped. You are overloading it with chakra, idiot, said a calm, cold voice. Naruto snapped her eyes back open and whirled around to glare at the person who said that. The person turned out to be a boy, probably her age or older. The first thing she noticed on him was the Konoha Hitate on his forehead. So he is a ninja. Maybe he graduated a year earlier? but I don't remember him. The next thing she noticed was the scowl on his face. Like he was mocking her. Oh yeah, and how would you know? She demanded rather rudely. The boy sighed. I have a Kekkei Genkai that can see the chakra circulatory system, but I am not going to explain it to you. You should have known it from the academy. It just proves that it's fate that you are so stupid. Putting away her curiosity about what Kekkei Genkai was, and secretly not wanting so seem even more stupid to him, she glared at him harder and pointed an accusing finger at him. Oi BSD, stop calling me stupid. I am not. Besides, it's not my fault they hate me so much that they don't teach me. The last part was spoken in a whisper, but the boy heard it. Inwardly he frowned, while on the outside he didn't move a muscle. Sabotaging training? That's not like Konoha. Who is this kid? Naruto just sighed and put her finger back in the ram sign again. No giving up. What, can't you move somewhere else? I am practicing, she snapped at him. The only reaction she got was a raised eyebrow. You know, you, an academy student, are in a training ground meant for shinobi, those who graduated the academy. I on the other hand am a shinobi, so who do you think should be the one to go away? He replied casually, his arms crossed on his chest and eyes closed. A small smirk was playing on his face, like he had won or something. But Naruto was having none of that. Heh, try and make me get out of here B. With that she made the hand seal and another dead clone popped up in front of her. She sighed and put her hands up to try again. Why do you try it over and over again when it's fated that you will never be able to do the bunshin? She turned to face him. He was still in the same position, only his eyes were open and showed anger. But Naruto noticed something deep down, was it? Curiosity? Or maybe denial? She couldn't help but notice his eyes. They were pale lavender in color, pupil-less, but it didn't freak her out. She was used to such eyes. Yamanaka Ino had them, but the color, it reminded her of the shy blue-haired girl in her class. Maybe they are related or something? 'Cause it's my way of ninja. I never give up, never, no matter what it takes. I'll reach my goal. I'll become Hokage so that everyone will acknowledge me for who I am, so that I won't be hated anymore. He chucked. It sounded cold, too cold for her liking, making the hairs on her hands stuck up. She unconsciously took a step back. A Hokage? A no-name like you will never be a Hokage. It's fated. You can't change what's fated. Hokage become those who were born to be, but not you. You might not even graduate and become a ninja with that clone of yours. That made her blood boil. She saw red. The boy smirked and caught the fist aiming for his head with ease. You are a joke of a ninja, just give it up, it's your fate, he sneered. She just jerked her hand off and delivered a roundhouse kick on his head. He caught it too and twisting in an odd angle made her cry out in pain. Why do you fight against it? Because I can change my fate. No one tell me what my destiny is besides me. I will change it, I will not be hated for unknown reasons, I will become Hokage, and even if you defeat me now, I still won't give up. No matter what. Databeo. He let her go. She slumped on the grass, but quickly stood up and took a rather sloppy stance. It was all she knew of taijutsu, and as she didn't have a New York family to teach her, she used the academy style. She knew she couldn't defeat him, she felt the power radiating from him, but she could always count her speed and know that didn't work the first time. She needed a new plan, and fast. She didn't even know why. But this guy irritated her more than the Uchiha team. He only HN'd when she declared her goals, but this BS star dared to say she wasn't fated to be a shinobi. What a load of crap. But to her slight shock that she couldn't hide, he didn't take a stance, he just stood there, looking at her like he was seeing her for the very first time. His eyes, the beautiful lavender jewels, were confused. I wonder why, what had happened to him? Fight fate? You actually think you can fight fate? One who is destined to be a dead last will always be a dead last. Dash, he shouted, eyes blazing with anger. Suddenly he was in front of her, glaring daggers at the poor girl, daring her to speak. But she was Uzumaki Naruto. She never gave up on her ideas. She stared right back, her eyes narrowed. And her hands on her hips. And one who is fated to be a servant and carry a seal, all his life is fated to be just that, SLV. You cannot fight it. That's why you lost to me. It was fated, and that's why you will not graduate. It is fated. Naruto was taken aback by this. She didn't even know why she did it, but she put her hand on his shoulder in what she thought was a comforting manner and just looked at him, eyes radiating confusion. The boy jerked at first at the contact, but then relaxed. He sat down on the ground, leaning on the memorial stone and sighed, closing his eyes with his elbow. The blonde-haired girl followed suit and sat on the grass, hugging her legs close to her. I'll tell you the Hyuga destiny of hatred. The Hyuga main family has a special ninjutsu passed down. It's a Fuinjutsu cursed seal jutsu. Cursed seal? She repeated, puzzled. My uncle and my father were twins, born to the main clan head. The difference between their births was a minute. It was fated that my father would be braided with the Hyuga caged bird seal and become clan head of the branch clan. So he is related to the shy girl? She was Hyuga too, and wait, what seal? So you are related to Hinata? He looked at her, anger flooding him once again. Yes, he said curtly. She could see it was a painful subject to him to talk about, and he was sharing it with a total stranger. She felt bad for a bit, but then again she had felt herself like that too, so… Hinata-sama is my cousin. She is the eldest daughter of Hayashi-sama, my uncle. Wait, I don't get it, what seal? And why the hell is your clan divided into two? It's illogical, she complained, waving her arms around. When she looked back at him, his expression was solemn, even calm, like he had already decoded on his fate and didn't care anymore. She blushed and turned away, embarrassed. Gomenasai Hyuga-san, I will not pry anymore. I can see it's a painful subject for you and… No, I will tell you. He slowly started to take off his headband. Naruto gasped. A green seal was imprinted on his forehead. This, he tied the hiate back, is the Hyuga caged bird seal. The curse of the mark represents a bird in a cage. It is the symbol of being tied to an inescapable destiny. It is designed for the Hyuga branch members. This seal is given to all branch house members in the Hyuga clan by members of the main house. Its main purpose is to seal our Byakugan ability when we die, preventing an enemy from learning its secrets. Its secondary purpose is to control the branch house, since it can be activated at will by a main house member with a hand seal only known by them. It destroys the wearer's brain cells. Naruto was speechless. She never knew that clans in Konoha were so cruel. And whatever the Byakugan was, it was something important like a cool ability or something, so it was natural that they wanted to protect it, but this way. She couldn't comprehend it, her mind was still working on it when the boy continued to speak. The seal is placed when the next main family member turns. When I was 4, I had this horrible seal carved in my forehead through that cursed seal jutsu. As you see, it was done to me on Hinata-sama's birthday. But why do you need that seal? To distinguish the main and branch families. Why? Naruto screamed in frustration. It is not for decoration, the lavender-eyed boy spat, looking coldly at her. She shrank back. The cursed seal is the absolute fear of death given to the branch families by the main family. With a simple hand seal known only to the main family, the mind of the branch member can be destroyed easily. Death is just as easy, of course. And the cursed seal will disappear only after death, sealing up the ability of Byakugan forever. Naruto still didn't know what Byakugan was, but she had an idea that it was something very important if the family went such measures to protect it. The day I was braided with the seal was also the day Konoha signed a treaty with Kumogakuren no Sato. But we were betrayed. At night one of them tried to kidnap Hinata. Hayashi-sama killed him on the spot. It turned out to be the ambassador himself. Kumo denied all of it, saying that Konoha killed their man for no reason. They demanded the body of Hyuga Hayashi. Naruto gasped. His tone had turned bitter towards the end. But she kept silent. She felt it wasn't the best time to interrupt. They got the body they wanted, but it wasn't Hayashi-sama, it was my father, Hyuga Hisashi. They were twins, and with him braided with the seal, Kumo couldn't have the secrets of the Byakugan. Naruto sighed. My father was killed by the main family, the boy shouted, having the urge to ram his fist in the closest tree. You know, maybe it was his own decision. the blonde whispered. What? His face snapped to hers in an instant. She felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Well, maybe he had decided to die, maybe, just maybe it was a way of freedom for him? You should go and ask your uncle, talk to him. No, I am not going to, dash. But what if your father wanted you to be happy, be free, fight for your freedom? Just go and ask your uncle BSRD, and don't blame Hinata, it wasn't her fault. If she hadn't been so weak then, dash. Then what? She was 3 for Kami's sake, 3. I had already mastered Byakugan when I was 3, so did her sister. You are so self-centered, you know that. She is a sweet girl, don't hurt her, you hear me? Or else. Or else what? He sneered. Next minute he found himself eating the grass, with the blonde seated on him, his own kunai pointed at his neck. Fast. I defeated you, a low-life nobody like Med defeated a genius like you. I can fight fate, it's team you did too, and I'm going to get the clone down, I'm going to graduate and I sure as hell am going to be Hokage. Without another word she got up, dusted herself and left, leaving a confused Hyuga to ponder on everything that happened today. It came to one conclusion. The day was weird, very weird. Naruto huffed and growled as she crawled in her bed that day. The Hyuga boy had set her off. She was so frustrated that she didn't even dry her hair off after the shower. Tsich, stupid idiotic BSRD. Hope he at least got what I meant, and that's seal. She shivered. Sure, she might not meet the guy again, but the seal affected her. She even felt some sort of a connection with him, even if she herself couldn't quite explain it. She wanted to get rid of the seal, she knew that for sure. Well, it seemed that she needed a small trip to the library to find anything on seals. If there was, after all she was still an academy student. She turned to lie on her stomach and tried to sleep. The face of the brunette Hyuga came popping in her mind again. Ugh! She slapped a pillow over her head and groaned. Academy was over, she had 3 months of vacation before the last term started again. Last year to decide. She needed to get the bunshin down, or else she would be thrown out of the ninja system. How will she become Hokage if it happened? Her frustration rose when she went to the library. It was only civilian stuff, no shinobi scrolls at all. Only theory and who needed it. And absolutely nothing on seals. So with nothing left to do, she marched to the same training ground again. The Bushin team, you are so going down. Making the ram sign she screamed. Bunshin no jutsu. Chakra circled her again and a pop was heard. It was a clone, a dead one. Fin. She groaned and screamed, muffling the sound in her arms. You are overloading it again, stupid. The voice surprised her and she jumped. Her stomach did a small flip and her cheeks turned pink. He was there, casually leaning on one of the trees, eyes closed, arms crossed and a small smirk on his face. Again. You again. How the hell do you know? And what are you doing here? Don't you have your own team or something? And why the hell are you looking at me like that? Why, Desh. She found a hand over her mouth, stopping her rumbling. He sighed. Well, I talked to my uncle about it and you, he started, then paused, seemingly unable to continue. She raised her eyebrows. You were right, he admitted. It was my father's choice. He told me to fight in a last letter. Thank you for making me see. The blonde smiled. It was visible by the way her eyes crinkled upwards. It felt nice to know she helped him, sort of like he needed her. And I know because I have the Byakugan, I am training here. Besides, I wanted to talk to you. Yes, I have a team, but the training starts only in a few hours, so do the missions, and I am not looking at you. He huffed and looked away, trying to hide his reddening cheeks. Why is he all red? Do all Hyuga turn red around me? Naruto thought it might be her imagination, so she just shrugged it off, but the small butterflies in her stomach were making it a bit hard for her. What's wrong with me? She looked him over. She had to admit it was cute. His long brown hair that cascaded down to his lower back. Mine is longer, Databeo. He was dressed in a white shirt and shorts with bandages going up his right hand and left leg. He had a sharp chin, and the smirk on his heart-shaped face was gorgeous. She had to admit it. But the most amazing were his eyes, those pools of lavender that were currently laughing at her visibly reddening face. She quickly composed herself and stomped on his foot, hard. Jerking his hand back, he let her breathe again. Ouch, grumbled the stoic Hyuga, not meeting her eyes. She was doubled over, laughing. When she composed her face again and he faced her, she asked the first thing that popped in her mind. "Ano, so what's Byakugan?" There was only one thing that crossed the mind of the Hyuga genius Neji as he lay on his bed, trying to get some sleep. Kami knew he needed it and needed it now. This day was very weird by all standards. To understand the predicament that the young boy had found himself in, let's make a short trip to the past, namely the morning of that fateful day. It was a very warm morning in Kanahagakure no Sato, very quiet and peaceful. Unless you counted the racket that was in the academy at that point. The newly graduated bunch on kids were all yelling in happiness, swooning over him. He needed to do something about that fan club of his. With hearts in their eyes, he never figure how they even graduated in the first place. They will never survive the cruel world of shinobi with that attitude. He calmly went over to sit at the very back and quietly observe everyone present. There were a lot of kids, in his opinion, too much. None of them were fated to be shinobi. His eyes fell on a boy dressed in a white kimono-type top, his braided jet black hair waving back and forth as he told his comrades that he passed with unhidden enthusiasm. To say Neji was surprised was an understatement. This boy was Rock Lee, the dead last of the lot. He couldn't do any ninjutsu or genjutsu at all, his brain power wasn't that strong, and he was average in taijutsu, nothing more. In other words, a dropout, useless kid who would only get in the way on missions. How the hell did he even graduate? But the proof of his graduation was glittering on his forehead. The Konoha Hitayate, a metal plate with the symbol of leaf engraved upon it, kept with a dark blue cloth. He turned away. The blinding light coming from his toothy grin could blind him, who knows? His eyes turned to the only female of the group who didn't swoon over him, even if he had a fleeting suspicion that she had a crush on him. It's not like he cared for females, they were useless in his opinion. Besides, he doubted he would meet a female that will catch his attention. In the classroom on the floor above, where students a year younger were having their own exams, a blonde sneezed. Higurashi Tenten, a tomboy who was obsessed with everything traditional and weapons. She was probably one of the few, besides him of course, that deserved to be a shinobi. "Quiet down," yelled a voice. It was their sensei, who had just arrived. The plump man sighed and started a very long talk about the meaning and responsibility of being shinobi, of the dangers and of the ties one should have to survive. He scoffed. "Ties? They who aren't fated to survive will not, nothing can change that, no matter how they train and who they end up with." He of course, like many who came from shinobi families, knew that they would be placed in a three-men cell, a team. A team which will only get in the way of successfully completing missions. He was not pleased by it, but he accepted it. His father used to tell him stories of his own genin team and how fun it was. Neji doubted it would be fun if he ended with this particular bunch. He sighed and tuned off the chubby sensei as he started to say the teams. He would probably end up with Lee anyway, since he was dead last. It was no secret to him that the Rookie of the Year had the dead last. All the teams were balanced either by power levels or by team types. His team was going to be a combat team, he knew it was, after all, destined to be. Team 9, Hyuga Neji, Higurashi Tenten and Rock Lee. He sighed. Typical. But then again, it is better than to get one of the fangirls. All the student waited for their respective senseis. If only Neji knew exactly how weird his day was going to end, he might have ran, and he nearly did, out of fear to be around the man that had just entered the building. "Dynamic entrance," boomed a voice, and a green something landed in front of them. Tenten blanched and leaned back as far away as possible from the green something. So did Neji, but he composed his face before anyone noticed. Lee, however, was bouncing. "Gay-sensei, you are our sensei?" "Yash." He was about to jump and hug the man when he took a serious stance and said in a deep voice to follow him. Neji sighed and with slumped shoulders followed him along with a doubting Tenten and an overexcited Lee. They had their introductions, during which Tenten proved to be a true kunoichi. She wanted to be like Tsunade. Not like she will ever manage it, but it still was much better than fangirlism. And Lee, he wanted to be a taijutsu master. He didn't believe he could do it, but nothing he said made the boy go down. Instead, he proclaimed him as his eternal rival. If only he knew it will end like that, he would have kept his mouth shut. Lee was already sprouting nonsense about flames of youth. He never knew genin tended to have the same quirks as their senseis in such a short span of knowing them. Lee had seen the man only once, when after training the henge he couldn't mold chakra. The man had come to him and told him never to give up. But it was only that, nothing more. They were soon interrupted by a yell from the green sensei. "Kakashi, my dear friend, have you come for another challenge?" They whirled around to find a very peculiar sight. It was a Chuunin with gravity-defying silver hair. The only facial feature that was seen was the bored gray eye that was focused on the little orange book. The same book he had seen in the bookstore. It was Pawn. He tried not to glare. Did you say something?" came the causal answer. They looked back at their sensei, whose face was boiling with anger. After that came the explanation. It seemed that this man was Hatake Kakashi, the eternal rival of Mido Gai. They always had challenges. Currently it was 28 to 29, the silver-haired man was winning, so he got to choose. The choice turned out to be Jan Kenpon. And Hatake won. But their sulking sensei brightened and proceeded to run laps around Konoha using his hands. He left 3 bewildered genin behind, one thinking that he was crazy, one cursing fate, and one thinking he's a genius. Hyuga Neji left after that, pondering on his predicament and thinking what would his father say. His feet carried him to Training Ground 7, namely to the Memorial Stone. He stared for a long time at the name of his father before he felt someone approaching him. He quickly took a few steps back and leaned on the tree facing the stone. It was a blonde child, no height could be seen, so the child was an academy student. He took a closer look. It was a girl. A very beautiful girl. His eyes widened at this thought and he mentally slapped himself. But he had to admit it as he looked from her eyes, cerulean blue, clearer than the sky, to the sun-kissed yellow hair that framed her face. It seemed to be tied in a bun that many couldn't see from the mane of golden curls. But he was Hyuga Neji, he noticed things many didn't. He noticed that she most probably had a petite small figure under the overly, his eyes squinted, orange baggy jumpsuit. He noticed the peculiar whisker marks on her cheeks. Interesting. Is that a clan trait? He was taken aback when she started muttering furiously under her breath while looking at the names on the stone. She then tried to make a clone. He snorted, albeit quietly. She put too much chakra in it. But no one, especially not an academy student, should have so much chakra. It was nearly as much as Hayashi-sama has. But she couldn't do it. He saw her try again and again, still she overloaded it every single time. Finally he snapped. "You are overloading it with chakra, idiot," he said in a calm, cold voice. She whirled around angrily at him. He was taken aback at her beauty, but those thoughts left him as soon as she opened her mouth. Needless to say, the argument was very heated. She even dared to call him a bastard a few times. How dare she? He didn't even know why he bothered, but he told her everything. Of the cursed seal, of his fate, of his father's hate, of the kidnapping of Hinata. He never told anyone about that, he always kept it all bottled inside, and now he was letting it all out on this girl he hardly knew of. And she took it all. She even defeated him in the end, proving that fate wasn't written on a scroll. It could be fought and changed. But DMN, she was fast. After that, and with a last, "I defeated you, a low-life nobody like Med defeated a genius like you. I can fight fate, it's team you did too, and I'm going to get the clone down, I'm going to graduate and I sure as hell am going to be Hokage." She stomped off there, head held high, leaving a very confused Hyuga. What a weird day. It went weirder. When he reached home, he decided to do as the blonde told him, go and talk with his uncle. He didn't even know why he listened to that orange brat. Who the hell was she to tell her what to do? Hell no, he was Hyuga Neji, no female could order him around. He knocked on a wooden door, kneeling. "Yes. May I come in, Hayashi-sama?" So now the young boy was trying to get the sleep he so desperately wanted. But the blonde-haired girl kept popping up in his mind. She was right. He had found out the truth of what really happened that night. It really was his father's choice. He wanted to die, for his family, for his brother. It was all explained in the scroll High Father, Hyuga Hizashi had given him. He sighed. A few tears escaped his eyes. He quickly cleared them away with the back of his hand. He will need to apologize to Hinata the next day. And he had team training too, some sort of a test. Higurashi Tenten, a girl who lost her mother during the Kyubi attack and the only daughter of Higurashi Akira, the owner of the best weapons store in all Konoha. She will become a weapons mistress, he knew that for sure, and Rock Lee, he will excel at taijutsu, but he will never beat him. Hyuga Neji, genius of the Hyuga clan, a prodigy, whose Byakugan ID far more developed than that of any youngsters in the clan. Now that he thought of it, they would make a fine team after all. Just please, Kami, don't let Gay-sensei corrupt them. And the blonde. The small blonde girl that opened his eyes. He still remembered how he couldn't take his eyes off her face when he in a burst of anger had grabbed her and peered at her, scowling. The effect was lost due to her eyes. He sighed and roulette over trying to get the image of the blonde angel, more like a devil, from his mind. It was a hard task to do. Diamond blondes and their beautiful eyes. Wait, what? Get a grip on yourself. You are Hyuga Neji, you do not look at girls or think of them like that. It was a truly very troublesome day after all. A young boy with his brown hair shaped like a pineapple sneezed in his sleep. Next morning, before the training with his team began, the young Hyuga went to the training grounds again. To train, and just breathe fresh air, and not look for a blonde girl that might be there. Surely not. His stoic expression turned to a smile when he saw her again. She was practicing the bunshin again. And failing. Bunshin no jutsu. Chakra circled her again and a pop was heard. It was a clone, a dead one. He saw her groan and scream, muffling the sound. In her arms. It was very amusing to watch. A small smirk playing on his lips, he casually said, "You are overloading it again, stupid." He could see that he had surprised her, for she jumped and blushed slightly when she caught sight of him. This made a brow rise. Why is she all red? Is she sick? You again? How the hell do you know? And what are you doing here? Don't you have your own team or something? And why the hell are you looking at me like that? Why, Desh? He quickly moved forward and covered her mouth with his hand. He couldn't help but notice that he kind of liked the touch. Her eye was twitching. He sighed. Well, I talked to my uncle about it and you. Truly he didn't want to admit it, but he felt that she deserved to know. She raised her eyebrows. You were right, he admitted. It was my father's choice. He told me to fight in a last letter. Thank you for making me see. The blonde smiled. It was visible by the way her eyes crinkled upwards. And I know because I have the Byakugan, I am training here. Besides, I wanted to talk to you. Yes, I have a team, but the training starts only in a few hours, so do the missions and I am not looking at you. His cheeks flushed for a second at that. He refused to believe that this blonde girl caught his attention. But that didn't stop the reddening of his cheeks. Seeing that she was about to notice, he composed himself and looked at her. She was staring at him, from head to foot, as thought analyzing him. This made him blush a darker shade. Could it be? Stop thinking of that, Hyuga Neji. It's inappropriate. You are in a presence of a lady. Well, he doubted calling her a lady was accurate. She was a tomboy after all, but he had some manners drilled into him by his father and later his uncle. It was one of the main unspoken rules of the Hyuga clan. It was then that he noticed the deep blush covering her face, one half of the face, since he had the other half still covered with his hand. He couldn't take it, he laughed silently. She was so fun to tease, and he had very little fun in his life. Suddenly he felt pain shoot through his foot. Ouch! Apparently she had stomped on it. He jerked his hand back and turned to rub the sore spot. Ouch! Oh no, so what's Byakugan? Now he really couldn't control it. He laughed out of pure joy, for no reason at all, and he liked it. A year later. Damn it. Where is she? We must catch that brat. There. No. Wait there. A young figure clad in orange laughed in glee from her hiding place. It was really funny how those Chuunin and Jounin couldn't catch her. Well, she was naturally fast, but that didn't matter. She rubbed her hands together, a foxy grin crawling on her face. And then they say that orange is too bright, and that I will be killed instantly. Pff, Databao. She fondly petted her orange jacket, which was unzipped at this moment. No one messed with orange anyway. She brought her right hand to her forehead, and squinting her cerulean eyes, grinned at her master prank. The pain was so bright, and she had randomly splattered it across the faces. All in red, yellow, and orange. The colors suited the Hokages. That was what she thought. And this was Uzumaki Naruto, what she thought was right. And this was the reason why she was being chased. Not that they could catch her. She hopped from a building and blended to the opposite wall, using the simplest illusion jutsu that even she could do. The crown of the noisy shinobi ran past her, still looking for the orange brat. She snickered. Then it turned to full-blown laughter. There you are, Naruto. The girl shrieked and turned to face a set-off-scarred Chuunin. Again? How in the name of Hashirama's left? Not even wanting to finish that thought, the blonde slowly backed away. A hand grabbed her ankle and she went crashing to the ground. Ite! What did you do this time, Naruto? Said blonde huffed and stayed silent. Not that it took a long time for Irika to figure out what exactly she had done. Tisich. Why does he always catch me? She found herself tied up and unceremoniously dumped in front of the classroom. The children erupted in laughter. Naruto's cheeks went tomato red in embarrassment, and she looked away, pouting. Yumino Irika rubbed his temples and cleared his throat. It didn't help. A tick appeared on his forehead and he decided to use the most lethal weapon of any academy teacher. The big head no jutsu. Shut the hell up. Silence. After Irika controlled his harsh breathing into a calm flow again, he announced. Now that Naruto here was kind enough to join us, we will review the Henge no Jutsu. Groans filled the room. All the students were glaring up at the girl, who wasn't exactly happy herself. After untying Naruto, Irika made them stand in a line. The girl in front of her, Yamanaka Ino, turned around and glared at her. This is all your fault, Naruto. Said girl chose to ignore this. Instead, she decided on a prank. Right, I'll use that jutsu. Hi. She laughed evilly, making Shikamaru Nara and Uchiha Sasuke raise eyebrows at her, the latter though unnoticed. Haruno Sakura, came Irika's voice. A pink-haired girl, with a red ribbon tied like a headband on top of her head came forward. She was dressed in all red and had a weird spiral-like sign etched on the fabric. Maybe it's a clan? But Sakura-chan is from a civilian family, right? Hee, weird parents then, naming a kid with pink hair Sakura? If they were alive, a certain redhead and a certain blonde would have sneezed. Deep inside a dark sewer, a red eye opened and a snort escaped the being. Right anyways, the jutsu, no wait, Neji will kill me if he finds out, but this is my class and he is on a mission, so no harm done? Yush now then. She focused her eyes on Uchiha Sasuke as he stepped forward and did a flawless transformation into the Sandame. He really was good, no wonder he was called a prodigy. As Naruto watched him, she remembered how she used to want to be. Like him, just as cool, just as acknowledged. She had declared him her rival till death. When he had lost his clan, she understood his pain, at least she thought she did. And the day, when she was walking alone, seeing him on the edge of the river, alone made her feel sad, she wanted to make him smile for some reason. She remembered the full smile she had given him, before glaring of course, and the small, hesitant ghost of a smile she had received back. From that day on, she always considered him a friend. Sure, he was a JRK who had to stick up his butt, but he noticed her, and in a way, she felt connected to him. She remembered their every spar, and that he always won. She growled, "Just you wait, Uchiha Sasuke, one day, I'll definitely defeat you." She even forgot that she was the dead last of the whole group. "Yuto, Naruto, pay attention. And come up here," yelled Irika. The blonde snapped back to reality and confidentially walked to the middle of the classroom, a smirk adoring her face. She stole another glance at her rival, her eyes daring him to see how awesome she was. But the smirk her sent her way chilled her to the bone. And his eyes, what the hell was wrong with them? "Quit staring, you team." Huffing, she faced Irika, and with a foxish grin that made the Chuunin dread what was coming, disappeared in a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, it showed a girl, naked, who looked like a much older version of Naruto herself, clouds covering her assets. Blood sprouted from the nose of the instructor and he was sent flying into the wall. With a pop, the blonde transformed back to herself and pumped her fist in the air with a triumphant "Yatta." She turned around and sweat dropped. Nearly all the guys were drooling, except Chuji, who was always focused on his beloved chips. Shino well. You couldn't tell, he always covered his face, and Shikamaru, who was sitting there with a troublesome expression on his face. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the usually emotionless Uchiha, who was covering his nose and his cheeks were pink. The Jinchuriki started laughing, pointedly staring at Sasuke with mirth-filled eyes. Said boy glared at her and turned around, hurriedly running his sleeve over his face. Who knew the Uchiha could forget that he was the noble part of Konoha? Or that the last Uchiha was a hidden pervert? The blonde stopped laughing when she felt a tap on her shoulder. Her instinct was telling her to run for it. But she was an Uzumaki databane. Uzumaki fear nothing except a very angry Sakura and the fan club behind her. Naruto laughed nervously and looked around for an escape. Yumino Irika woke up 10 minutes later to find his blonde student in a bloody heap on the floor. He sighed. "You are not going home until you finish cleaning this mess," stated the Chuunin, rubbing a thumb across his scar. Naruto, who was scrubbing the paint off the first Hokage's nose, just glared at him. "Not like anyone's waiting for me, so who cares?" she muttered under her breath angrily. "When will Neji be back?" "Going away on for a few days." "So what if it's a C rank?" The Chuunin heard it. "Well, how about this? You finish this fast and I treat you to ramen," he suggested quietly, watching the blonde tense. "Did I say something wrong?" But Naruto turned around, giving him a huge grin. "Now that's what I call motivation. I'll be done in 5, Irika-sensei." She yelled and started scrubbing with double speed. Said sensei sweat dropped and shook his head, smiling slightly. Said smile didn't stay long, but the girl didn't notice. He was just an academy teacher. He never got much of a salary. And now, everything was gone. He watched in horror as the bottomless blonde consumed another bowl in one go. He had never seen anyone eat like that, especially ramen. Naruto, however, was beaming. He felt a tug at his heart, but locked it away quickly. "Naruto, why did you do that? Don't you know who the Hokage are?" he asked, peering sideways at her. She nodded and slurped the noodles. "Of course I know. They are the strongest shinobi in Konoha. All of them were strong and respected. I especially like Yondaime. He was a hero, with saving the village from the demon fox and all. I want to be like him. I painted the monument so that people will remember. One day, my own face will be there too, Databeo." She okayed a deep breath and leaned back from the chair, eyeing the monument. The Yondaime was her comfort. She always liked going to sit on his head. She felt calm and somewhat loved there, thought she didn't know why. That helped her go through the pain, the glares. They didn't beat her up, but being thrown out of shops wasn't exactly painless. She smiled softly, her eyes gleaming with determination. "Just you watch, Yondaime Hokage, I will become the Rokudaime." "Why Rokudaime?" came a confused voice. "Oops, I said that aloud," she gaped at him. After his nod, she rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. "I really don't know, Irika-sensei. I just want to be the Rokudaime, not the Godaime." She dug her chopsticks into the bowl, but realized there was nothing there. Irika watched amusedly as she glared at it. He folded his hands under his head and said in a monotone, "None of the Hokage failed the Genin test twice. You know it's tomorrow, right? You didn't forget." "Irika-sensei," came an indignant yell from the short blonde, who had temporarily forgotten her ramen. "I haven't. I will pass, just you wait, it will be my first step." She smirked, then put her most lethal weapon to use. Puppy eyes no jutsu. "W. What do you want, Naruto?" The girl had her hands together and was peering up at him with the cutest expression ever. Found only on cats, except Tora and Kanomar. Ano, can I try on your headband?" Irika laughed, scratching his scar. "No, this He pointed at the Hi-8, is a mark of a ninja who graduated. You will have your own when you graduate too. He ruffled her hair, but stopped after a few minutes. I want more. Ramen please. She sure knows how to get revenge. If anyone would have been on the southern side of Konoha at 9 p.m., they would have seen a Chuunin, hair in a spiky short ponytail, shoulders slumped, walking along the deserted road and muttering about blonde brats who waited all his money. Naruto had ran off from Ichiraku's, yelling over her shoulder that she had to catch some sleep. Iruka believed it. The girl watched him leave, a sigh escaped her. Now, back to business. Off to the library. She knew it was already late, but this was something she had to do, thus she slowly broke into a run. As she rounded in a corner, she saw it. A huge red building, carefully guarded by some seals. Only shinobi could enter, and even they had to be supervised on what they take. Plus it wasn't like anyone could just come in and take what they want. In this library were the general things, like theory. You couldn't find any jutsu here even if you searched it for your whole life. That was what Neji had told her the next day of their fateful meeting. Naruto hit herself lightly on the head. Fateful? I'm starting to sound like Neji, Tebeo. She remembered asking him what was Byakugan. And he had laughed. Naruto had kicked him in the shins for it. Not that it connected, for she was sent flying headfirst into the bushes, but that didn't matter. After a few minutes of trying to calm down and not murder the smirking boy, Naruto had opted for sitting silently on the grass and listening to him. Needless to say she was fascinated. Neji had not only explained her what Kekkei Genkai were, but also showed her his Byakugan. She would never admit it, but she liked it, it made him more mysterious. Then she had pestered him about other Kekkei Genkai he knew. Thus she learned of the Sharingan, and that Sasuke team had it, but it was still unlocked. Also the Rinnegan, but since Neji didn't know much of it, she didn't learn much either. That day, before going home, Neji had shown her the library, explained that it was only for theory, but that was all she needed for her bunshin to be normal. He had entered, leaving her alone for a few minutes. When he had come back, he had stuffed a few books in her hands. Chakra and its types, History of the Hidden Continents, Kanahagakur no Sato. She had sputtered about knowing this from the academy and not needing it, but a look from his had stopped her. She didn't even know why she was listening to this JRK at all, and the bingo book, latest edition. When Naruto had asked where he had gotten that one, he turned pink and mumbled something about idiotic supervisors who didn't even look who entered the ANBU section. Naruto was impressed. After that they hurriedly left, and Naruto started her studying. Little did she know that Neji had a few books of his own taken out from the ANBU section. He was, after all, planning an investigation of his own, regarding the fact Tat Konoha was sabotaging the training of one of their potential ninjas. She was, standing in front of the library, her mind resolved. It wasn't for her Kage Bunshin, no, she was here for another reason. She wanted to help Neji the moment she heard about the seal. And she wanted to remove it somehow. So, on the same night Neji had shown her the library, she had snuck in it from a secret underground trapdoor, concealed by grass and ivy. She had found it by accident, when a stray cat had been looking at her. She had backed away till she hit the wall, and fell right into the small opening. This was a hidden section of the library, not even Neji knew of it. She knew one thing, it was small and dark, and no one had been there for a very long time. She remembered having a coughing fit, for when she landed on her backside, dust raised from the ground. Black markings were around the only door leading into the room from the inside of the library. So this is a seal? That's why no one got in. Sugoi. Seals are so cool. In her excitement of finding something no one else had, she didn't realize the same markings were on the trapdoor from which fell through, or that her finger was bleeding. This was where she was headed now. The blonde girl looked around her, no one was in sight. Stealthily, she sneaked to the trapdoor, and biting her thumb, smeared some dark red liquid over it. The markings glowed. She pushed the doors open and jumped in. She heard the markings resealing themselves. After her first visit here, she had found out that this room contained all the information Kanahagakur had on sealing. Looking through the smallest scrolls, deeming him the beginner's level, Naruto had found where to start. It was a small scroll, explaining what Fuinjutsu was and the types of it in general. That was how she knew that the room was protected by a blood seal. Of course, she had wondered why her blood of all the people opened it, but she doubted she would find an answer to it, so she just shrugged it off. Since that day, along with the scrolls Neji had given her, she had started on Fuinjutsu. Only a year had passed, and Naruto could only craft the basics, like a small storage seal or an exploding tag. She was very proud of her achievements though, for the scroll explained that Fuinjutsu was very complex, and many Jounin and Kage didn't know anything beyond the basics. Naruto carefully walked to the very end of the room, where a small collection of scrolls was stacked. She had done this to have some order in the room. The scrolls had been scattered wildly all around when she had first came. Carefully she took out a scroll from her pocket and placed it back to the shelf, then picked a few and opened them, her eyes scanning the contents. She deemed the first one she took was the continuation, so she pocketed it. When she was about to leave, a small notebook caught her eye. It was buried beneath a pile of huge scrolls and only the tip was seen. Naruto stared at it for a few moments, debating whether to take it or not. Her curiosity overpowered again, and she quickly dug it out. Her eyes widened. Sugoi. A few minutes later, unseen by anyone except the nature of Kanehigakure no Sato, a small, blonde girl, dressed in an orange jumpsuit was running along the streets. If anyone looked closer, they would have seen the excited look in her eyes. Uzumaki Naruto was nervous. No, scratch that, she was panicking. Currently she was hitting her head hard on the desk, waiting for her doom. She had passed the written exam, after all the reading Neji made her do, and she would never admit it to him, but she had enjoyed that book on history. She had even developed a habit of rereading it. The Hyuga was very surprised when she had declared to him that she was keeping the book and he must go prolong the time he could keep it. This had earned her a glare and a hidden proud look. She had gotten a good mark in taijutsu, they had to show the kata, and her weapon-throwing skills were just as good as Sasuke's. But now, it was the time for the ninjutsu exam. And Kiba had said it was a bunshin again, thus bringing her to the state she was now. She had stayed up all night reading the notebook, engrossed into it. And she hadn't practiced her bunshin. Nothing she did helped her make a normal one. And Neji always said she was overloading it with humongous chakra every single time. After reading the book on chakras, she understood that she had a lot of chakra wonder from where no one my age has that much, Tibeo. Neji had suggested simplest chakra control. She would have to fill a leaf with chakra without letting it burn to a crisp. When he showed her what happened with his leaf when he filled it with chakra, her eyes went wide like saucers. It was slightly damp, and she could even feel the water moving there. She wanted the same effect. But her leaf always burned to a crisp, and faster than anyone could imagine. Though, her leaf also splinched into a lot of pieces too. There were many times she cut her own fingers with it. She had remembered reading a bit about elemental manipulation, seems that was what was happening. She had asked Neji, and Hyuga had confirmed it. It seemed she had wind-based chakra, but it was much too soon to even try to control it. Why not? You can control yours, Tibeo. That's right, but I was trained in chakra control since I was 2 years old. They never really agreed on training with each other, or rather, Neji helping her, but they kind of met every day at the same time they met that fated day, and at the same place. It became a routine. And when Neji was away on missions, Naruto practiced alone, a smile returning to her face only when the Hyuga prodigy comes back safe and sound. He never taught her his taijutsu. It was forbidden, and he didn't want to, his pride wouldn't let him, plus one needed to have the Byakugan. Naruto didn't want another style either, but she made him agree to sparring with her, so that she will find her own style. They'd spend months on it, thinking up ways, and finally decided to play on her speed. Increasing it was important as well. That was why a green-clad Jounin found a blonde girl doing laps around Konoha every morning. Naruto would never forget the day she met that freaky green caterpillar eyebrows monster. Neji had to calm down the hysterical girl, while laughing himself. That was his sensei after all. Naruto had vowed the same day never to get a weird sensei. A certain silver-haired Jounin had sneezed, resulting in him tripping on Tora and his precious book being torn by claws. His howls even reached the academy, where everyone thought someone was torturing a poor dog. Another white-haired man had sneezed, making all the women in the bathhouse shriek. He had been found beaten to a bloody pulp and dumped on the street by the garbage later. A small toad had also sneezed, resulting in Elder Toad to making a prophesy that this day was destined and he would meet a cunning fox one day, who would turn his life around. Fukasaku hadn't been happy that day. And far, far away, in Kumogakure no Sato, a Jinchuriki sneezed, ruining all his rap notes and taking it out on his team. Kamui had sworn to beat the one who caused the incident to a bloody pulp. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's head shot up. Well, this is it. Kami, help me, Databeo. Willing the shaking to go away, Uzumaki Naruto entered the room. There was a desk, behind which sat Irika and Mizuki, a silver-haired Chuunin, who sneered openly at the sight of her. The girl ignored this. After all, it was a common occurrence, nothing new. I can do this, Databeo. Perform the Bunshin no Justu Naruto, said Irika kindly, pinching his nose with a pencil. The blonde took a deep breath and put her hands in a ram seal. She closed her eyes and concentrated on her chakra. She felt it whirling around in utter chaos. Little amount, wait, I need less. And, release. Bunshin no Jutsu, she screamed and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Cautiously she peered. Her face fell. On the ground were two sickly-looking clones, all dead. Mizuki cleared his throat. Well, she did create 2 clones, Irika, and she has a passing grade in everything else. We could pass her. Naruto looked at the scarred Chuunin in hope, not noticing the evil glint in the eyes of the other. Irika sighed. No, we cannot. The clone is crucial. If she fails it, then she doesn't pass. I am sorry, Naruto. But said girl was already out of the room. Again, she found herself walking along a familiar path to training ground. Her feet were unconsciously taking her to the place she felt safe. She tried hard not to cry, but the tears stung her eyes. This had been her last try after all. She couldn't be a ninja anymore. She was a failure. And after all the training I went through, how will I look in his eyes? What will he say? It. She punched a tree, ignoring the fact that it tore the delicate skin on her knuckles. She punched it with all her might, leaving dents, her salty tears falling on the ground in a mocking manner, showing her how weak she was. Soon, after strength left her, she slumped on the ground, hands still on the tree, not knowing where to go and what to do. It seemed like something was taken away from her. So what if I can't do a bunshin? Stupid bunshin. Who needs it anyway? She sniffed. Neji was supposed to be back from that C rank today. I can't let him see me, not now. With that, she fled the training ground. She never knew that Neji had come back early, and he had been waiting for her here. But when he saw the state she was in, he decided just to observe. It pained him to see that she failed. He had seen her strength, and he no longer believed in fate, but this was absurd. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. The sight of her crying and injuring herself on purpose clawed at his heart. He gripped his chest in wonder and confusion. He didn't know why it was like that, but he knew one thing. He never wanted to see her hurt again. He never wanted to see her tears. Only her smiling face, full of joy. Silently, he followed her. He had to make sure she didn't hurt herself more. After sensing her chakra, which wasn't hard as she never really repressed it, he ran off at full speed, not really understanding why he was doing this at all. Sure, Naruto had become his friend, but so were Lee and Tenten, but he never felt this nervous or worried. Lee was injured during the mission, and even then he didn't worry as much as he did now. What made her different then? He shook his head, trying to focus, and sped up. He found her slumped on the swing outside of the academy. All the other parents were congratulating their children on graduating, being hugged and kissed. And the look in her eyes told him clearly she wanted that too. Look, it's that child. She is the only one who didn't graduate. I'm glad she didn't, if that thing became a shinobi. Yes, that demon. Essay, don't you remember? It's forbidden. Neji's eyes hardened at the conversation those 2 civilian women had just had. What in the world? Demon? And what's forbidden? Naruto. He turned to look at her. But to his great surprise, the academy teacher, Mizuki, was there with her. What's going on? He followed them to the roof, and concealing his chakra, stealthily hid behind a pillar. Naruto was sitting near the roof, feet dangling and head low. Mizuki was staring ahead, smiling. He had never seen a smile so fake. Something's not right, he is suspicious. Don't be too angry at Irika for failing you. He was right, you know. Hi. You know what? There is another way to graduate. It's a small mission, are you interested? Neji watched the man smile like a snake. Naruto, however, turned to him with big eyes. Really? Don't be an idiot. Think, there is no other way of graduating. He is lying. Stop being an idiot. Neji thought, eyebrows furrowed and eyes hardened, staring at Mizuki. Yes, you simply have to take the scroll of sealing from the Hokage Tower and learn a jutsu from it. What? He wants her to steal it? Naruto. He watched her expression. It was perplexed, somewhat relieved and confused. But Neji noticed something else as well. Her eyes, they were wary of the Chuunin. So she noticed something is off. The Hyuga stayed silent while watching the rest of the exchange. Mizuki had explained where exactly that scroll was and even told her the time to do it. Naruto agreed, then left. Neji, however, stayed there for a long time, pondering. When the time would come, he would simply follow Naruto. He just hoped she would tell the Hokage. There was no way a genin would be able to get to the safely guarded library in the tower, even someone as good as Naruto, who was an expert of sneaking in. The brunette boy sat there, arms crossed, and staring at his hands. He had promised himself to find out why was Konoha treating one of their own so bad. And he had come to some conclusions. She was hated by most of the civilians and most of the Chuunin and under. No one spoke of the reason why. He recalled the earlier conversation he witnessed. Maybe there was a law about not speaking of it? Naruto seemed not to care about the glares and various remarks, but Neji knew better. That was facade, along with the jumpsuit. She only wanted to be recognized. Thus the pranks. But why was all this happening to her? His father never spoke ill of her, nor did his uncle. In fact, the few times he had seen Naruto with his father, he would always have a weird look on his face, and Neji couldn't guess what it was. And that was saying something, as Neji could read people by their expressions. All but that one. An expression he found on the face of his uncle when he asked him about the blonde. He never received an explanation. He groaned. It's already getting dark, she must have started with the plan already. I need some painkillers. I feel a headache coming up. He stood up and formed a hand seal. Byakugan. Locating the familiar chakra, which was already heading to the Hokage Tower, he quickly followed. To his unconcealed amazement, his jaw had dropped. Naruto had managed to steal the scroll, which, he had to hand it to her, was twice bigger and thicker than her. She had a triumphant grin on her face, with a hint of mischief. No way, the Hokage must have known someone broke in. Are you telling me she did something to defeat the Hokage? Shaking his head in wonder, he followed her into the forest. She was already sitting on the grass, and the scroll was laying wide open in front of her. Neji hid behind a tree and watched. He saw her grunt, and her eyes widen. Did she recognize something? But it's the scroll of sealing, what could? He saw her taking out a small scroll. But he couldn't fathom why she needed it. He had no idea what she was doing there with it, but after a few minutes, the small scroll was nowhere in sight, and the blonde had started to learn a jutsu. The Hyuga face-bombed, but stayed there nonetheless. It seemed to be a clone jutsu. A snort escaped his lips as he watched the girl have a small tantrum about it always being a stupid bunshin and who needed them. She really is weird and funny. He was surprised that after her first try, she had already created 10 clones. He activated his Byakugan, eyes narrowed. Just as I thought. I can't decipher which is a fake and which is the real, so this is the famed Kage Bunshin. After 20 or so minutes, Irika arrived. What's he doing here? Finally found you, Naruto. What do you think you are doing? His tone was very angry. Neji had the Chuunin as his sensei only once, and he had never seen him like that. Ano esse, Irika-sensei. I learned a jutsu from here, Now you can graduate me, right? The hopeful tone in her voice made the teen dread the worst. So she believed, no, I can't have imagined it, she knows for sure. What do you mean graduate? You stole the sacred scroll of sealing, the collection of strong and dangerous seals and justu written by the fourth Hokage. Hut at the yondame? Wait, that's not the point here. Mizuki-sensei told me to get it and learn a justu, then I'll graduate. The look of disbelief mixed with horror seemed to have convinced Naruto, who had paled herself as well. So, he lied to me and used me? Before any one of them could say anything more, a figure behind then sneered. Congratulations on getting the correct answer, demon. Neji's eyes narrowed. There it was again, the look of loathing and hatred. Naruto was staring at him, the question plastered on her face. But Mizuki laughed. It sent shivers down his spine. You want to know why you are hated? Why no one loves you and never will? Neji froze. Apparently so did the other two. No. Mizuki, it's forbidden, yelled the scarred Chuunin in panic. I don't care. I hate her. 12 years ago, on October 10th, the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked Konoha. Do you like the date? He leered down on the blonde, whose eyes had gone wide. My birthday. Her birthday? What is this? Wait. The fourth didn't kill the Kyuubi, no one can. He sealed it into you. You are the demon fox. You are the one who killed the shinobi, who killed lots of innocent people, who killed Irika's parents. Irika hates you too, everyone hates you. Neji's mind had gone blank, his mouth opened just a bit, in slight surprise. His eyes were wide. Now, it explains everything. They fear her, because they think she is the Kyuubi. Most who hate her are civilians, they don't understand the art of sealing, and the shinobi, losing loved ones. People tend to try finding someone responsible, just like I did with Hinata-sama. He growled, hands balled into fists, veins popping around his eyes. Flashes of his time with Naruto played like a film in his mind. Her smiling face, her seriousness in training, the way she jumped up and down when she finished a kata, the way her eyes would sparkle with mirth when she told him she was preparing a surprise for him, the way she looked when he left on his first ever C rank, the way she handled the glares and ignored them, the way she stared up at the sky, dreaming of flying herself. Was it fate that she was chosen? Well, at least now I understand her a bit. Why she wants to become Hokage, to be acknowledged, to be loved. She, like me, has a seal that determines her fate, but even without knowing about it, she had always fought. That was why she could defeat me that day. Naruto, you truly are amazing. Konoha should be thankful to you for being the savior. If I were in your place, I would go the way of darkness. I had started on it until you came and pulled me out. I am forever in your debt. He whispered. The sound of Fuma shuriken slicing through the air caught his attention, and his eyes snapped back to reality. Taking in the situation, and for the first time in his life, not thinking before acting, he threw himself into the fight, pining the frozen blonde girl under him protectively. There was a loud splinch. The huge shuriken had grazed his back and flown to the side. Neither Irika nor Mizuki expected this. Naruto, who was still frozen in shock, only now registered that someone had shielded her. Someone shorter than the Chuunins. Someone whose long dark hair made a curtain around them. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened in a silent scream. Neji. What is he doing here? He knows. He is going to hate me. Tebeo. For the second time in one day, she felt the tears sting her eyes, and she left them roam free across her face. The realization that she had a demon sealed inside her by her beloved Hokage, or the fact that Konoha believed she was the Kitsune, none of them could compare to the pain that was feeling now. Like white-hot knives had pierced her chest in one go. Why does the thought of Neji hating and despising me hurt so much more? I don't understand. The boy grunted in pain, and leaning on his elbows, lifted his upper torso. His face was centimeters away from hers. Then he leaned and whispered softly in her ear, at the same time, placing his right hand on her stomach, right where the seal was embedded. You were fated to be the one. To control him, I am sure. The fourth Hokage had a reason. This is not a burden, and you are no demon, Uzumaki Naruto. Then he grudgingly hopped off, glaring at the silver-haired man in front of him. It had taken both Chuunin a few minutes to get back to reality from their intense gaping. Well, this was done a bit fast. Hope I didn't disappoint anyone. Review please, or I might lose heart again. Or I will let loose Kurama on you. Naruto shifted uneasily in her bed, brow furrowed. It was nighttime, if the moonlight illuminating the dark room was any indignation. Behind the open windows, the stone faces of the Hokage were glaring down at the village, and the stone eyes of the Yondaime Hokage were looking right in the direction of the small apartment, in which the girl was currently sleeping. The drop of sweat slid down her forehead, going down her squinted eyes and into the pillow. The small blonde turned in her sleep, rather forcefully, and ended up in a heap of blankets on the floor. "Ite," she grumbled, eyes still closed and rubbing her bottom. Slowly, she opened her eyes, taking in her surroundings. "My room. Oh yeah, I was trying to sleep, Tebeo." Rubbing one eye, she got up, dragging the sheets with her back to bed. It was then that she noticed her window was open. The wind was blowing with so much force that Naruto had catch, flatten and roll her hair in a tight bun. Kyuso. After quickly closing it, she scrambled back to the warm bed and draped the sheets around her. What a day! And I can't even get my deserved sleep. Her eyes fell on a headband on the small table beside her bed. It had a small metal plate with a leaf symbol engraved into it. The fabric was dark blue and slightly worn out. The sight of it made the girl smile, but it didn't last long. She looked down at her stomach, frowning a bit. The seal. Flashback. Naruto couldn't believe it. She had successfully made it to the tower, past the guards, and entered the secret library. Funny it was guarded with the same blood seal as the main Konoha library. But she had no time to think of those things. She had a much more important task to do. She was no idiot. Well, not as much as people thought her to be, Tebeo. No wait, scratch that, she wasn't an idiot. PRD. She knew that something wasn't right in the whole thing Mizuki had told her, but this was also her last ever chance to graduate and fulfill her dreams. And be with Neji. Wait, why is he popping in my mind? Go awa, why go away? Trying to make as little noise as possible, she sneaked to the very back, where she knew the most important scrolls were kept. The one she needed wasn't exactly hard to find, for it was put in the middle of a drawer, and it had the same blood seals around it. Blinking once and willing the thought, blood seals are very unoriginal. To go away, she quickly smeared the leftover blood from the earlier bite on her thumb on the seals. They glowed blue for a moment, then disappeared. She quickly took the scroll, balanced for a few minutes. This thing was so heavy. And so big. She started running to the exit, a triumphant grin plastered on her whiskered face. Of course something just had to go wrong. She found a confused Sandaime Hokage in his nightgown standing in front of her, both eyebrows raised. She dropped the scroll. Think, Databeo. She spotted an orange book badly hidden in the sleeve of the old man's gown. A smirk appeared on her face. Gomen Jiji. Oiroku no Jutsu. She landed softly on the ground and looked back. I knew it. Jiji is a perv. Something prickled at the back of her head, making her nervous. She turned around, staring into the dark space of the Konoha forest. An owl hooted. In being paranoid. Nobody's there, Tebeo. I have work to. The figure watched her disappear into the woods, not realizing his jaw was uncharacteristically hanging open for the flies to be invited in. Naruto stopped at a clearing and settled down on the ground. Trying to calm her adrenaline-filled heart, she carefully opened the scroll. She couldn't hide her surprise as she gasped out loud. This loopy, handsome and incredibly girly handwriting was very familiar to her. This scroll was written by the same person who had written the notebook on seals. Her eyes were wide with excitement. Quickly she took out a scroll she had taken to carrying around since she started learning Fuinjutsu, took out a brush and quickly drew a small seal on it. It was pretty simple, and the first one she had seen in the notebook. Its purpose was to copy directly from another scroll. And that was what she was doing now. But the scroll was small, thus she could only copy something the same size as it was. Since she was planning to learn the first just to hear, then she would copy a jutsu from the end. She heard shuffling around her, and looked around in worry. She had to hurry. Not quite reaching the very end of the huge scroll, she put the little scroll over a part, where an interactive seal was drawn. She placed her palm over it, and forming the half-ram seal with the other hand, muttered, "Fuin." Hurriedly, she rolled it up and placed it in her pants pocket. Now, let's get to learning. After that, everything happened so fast. She learned the jutsu, which was a clone one, much to her annoyance, heard running and a flustered Irika yelling at her. She remembered trying to explain it, while the thought of doubt that had always lingered at the back of her mind resurfaced with each word she tried to say. She remembered Mizuki appearing, with a mad grin on his face. She recalled her shaking and the fear that clawed at her heart, the anger she felt, and truth Tat left her standing there, paralyzed, unmoving. The only indication that she was still there was the breath that came out harshly, at thought tearing through the lungs, the barely visible shaking of her body, her face that had slowly paled and her eyes that were widened by the flashbacks she was having. She wanted to deny it. She wanted to be a normal kid who wanted to be a shinobi. She never asked for any of it. She was a demon. One who killed others. One who killed Irika's parents. She never saw Irika getting hurt, nor the flying Fuma shuriken aimed at her. When she had finally came back to her senses, she was lying on her back, and someone was on top of her. She didn't feel any pain, meaning the one who shielded her got hit. But why? Who would do that? She was a demon, a monster. She felt something cold on her cheeks. What, am I crying? Ignoring the tears that were steadily flowing from her eyes to her hair and on the ground, she tried to focus. Only then she noticed that the person on top of her was smaller than Irika or Mizuki, and the fact that the person's long dark hair had fallen from the tie and had formed a curtain around their heads. Realization hit her. She felt her eyes widening and her mouth opening in a silent scream. Neji. What is he doing here? He knows. He must have heard everything. He knew she was a demon now. He is going to hate me. Tebeo. Her eyes stung. She felt something cold on her cheeks. What, am I crying? Nanda. The dull pain in her chest increased tenfold. The realization that she had a demon sealed inside her by her beloved Hokage, or the fact that Konoha believed she was the kitsune, none of them could compare to the pain that was feeling now. Like white-hot knives had pierced her heart in one go. For the first time in her life she had a person who had acknowledged her, treated her like a human being, became her dearest and most closest friend, and now he will hate her, after all, who would want to associate with a demon who murdered hundreds. Why does the thought of Neji hating and despising me hurt so much more? I don't understand. What is wrong with me? She felt him move. He was lifting himself on his elbows. Most of the weight on her disappeared. She gulped, worry flooding her. He was injured, and because of her. But before she could say anything, she felt him lower his head. At the same time, she felt a something warm touch her abdomen. This was where the seal was located. Now, after all the explanation she heard from Mizuki, she knew what the marks meant. Ever since starting to learn Fuinjutsu, she had always been curious. It had always appeared when she channeled chakra. His breath fanned her neck as he whispered softly in her ear. You were fated to be the one. To control him, I am sure. The fourth Hokage had a reason. This is not a burden, and you are no demon, Uzumaki Naruto. Relief filled her, and she teared up more, this time, letting them flow without regret, for they were tears of happiness. The hollow in her heart had disappeared with his words. Neji didn't think of her as a demon. She didn't care for others. Let them think what they want, I am no demon, and he is beside me. His lips grazed the tip of her ear and she saw his stand up and move away, Byakugan activated, jaw clenched and body already in the traditional Hyuga Taijutsu stance. His brows were furrowed and his breathing coming hard. There was blood oozing from the gash on his back. Well, this is certainly entertaining. You have managed to brainwash the Hyuga genius boy. You have talent, filthy kitsune, yelled out the silver-haired Chuunin. Naruto sat up and glared at him, inwardly frowning at her heart. Neji said I was no demon. He doesn't think like that, so why is my heart beating so fast? Trying to ignore it, She focused on the situation. "You are a prejudiced idiot who can't tell apart a scroll and the kunai sealed in it," stated the young teen with narrowed eyes, his Byakugan focused on the enemy. Irika's eyes widened slightly, but he smiled nevertheless. "The fox is the one who killed innocent people. The FX, that's a filthy demon. But Naruto isn't the fox. She is an aspiring ninja of Konohagakure, who will one day become Hokage." Naruto's head whipped around so fast that she was sure it had snapped. She was staring at her sensei with big teary blue eyes. The Hyuga's eyes had softened, but other than that, he had given no indication that he had heard it. The scarred Chuunin gave a proud, a bit painful smile to the blonde. "You are all idiots. I am going to kill you all and leave with the sacred scroll. No one can stop me," the silver-haired man laughed maniacally. Something in Naruto snapped. Seeing that her sensei was hurt, eyeing the bloody back of Neji, she finally understood. "I won. Let you hurt Neji or Irakunders Skishagen," she screamed, blazing in anger, and her blonde locks flying behind her. "What can you do, demon? You are the dead last of the lot. You can't even do one pitiful clone. Whatever you fire at me, I'll give you back tenfold." She whipped her hands up and put her fingers in a cross seal. Neji smirked. Irika's face showed confusion. "Taiju, kage bunshin no jutsu." Neji's sweat dropped at the bloody pulp that was Mizuki curled up on the ground pitifully. Irika was trying to come out of his shocked stupor. "I might have overdone it." The blonde rubbed the back of her head sheepishly, a smile plastered on her face. Neji rolled his eyes. Irika just slumped on the ground, leaning on a tree. "Naruto, come here." With one curious look at Neji, who had a small idea what was going on, but hid it by closing his eyes and leaning on another tree with his shoulder, she strolled over to the Chuunin. "Close your eyes." Doing as she was told, she felt her hair being raised, and something cold on her forehead. Opening her eyes, she was greeted with a hiatus Irika, smiling at her softly. "Congratulations on graduating, Genin Uzumaki Naruto." She had death-hugged the poor man then and there. Flashback, and a giggle escaped her as she turned around, burying her face in her pillow. "Neji, he had saved me that day, and he..." She blushed deep red as she recalled how he whispered in her ear, and how warm and fuzzy she felt when he touched her stomach. "Get a grip, Uzumaki Naruto. He is Neji." Thrashing around in frustration and messing the blanket a bit more, she slumped, hitting her head on the pillow. After Irika had presented her with the hiatus, he had left, saying he had to hand in a report. Naruto had argued with him that he needed to go to the hospital, get the wounds treated, but the Chuunin had declined. Turns out they were just numerous little cuts from the ninja string, nothing serious, and it could be treated at home. Before he had left, however, he had given them a weird look. "I didn't know you two knew each other, and were friends. Take good care of our troublemaker, Neji," and with a wink he had gone, leaving an overly confused Naruto rubbing her head, and a blushing Neji. "Why are you red? Are you sick?" Naruto had put her hand on his forehead, making him back away, swatting her hand away in the process. "I am fine," he had said, turning his back to her and heading out. "You know, Hinata has that disease too. She always turns red, especially if Kiba is around, or when she is talking to me," the blonde grumbled, making the boy sigh. "What's wrong? Wait, you're back? We need to get you to the hospital." He turned to glare at her. "It's just a scratch. And I will not go to the hospital." He had found himself being yonked by the blonde. "Oi, Neji team. You got hurt 'cause of me, eh?" Her voice trailed away. The boy sighed, then looked at her seriously. "I couldn't and wouldn't let you get hurt." The fluttering in her chest increased. "Don't worry, I am fine. We had better get you home, it's late." "What? You need to go first, I will get back just fine." A raised eyebrow was the only answer she got, and she still didn't have her way, for he had just grabbed her sleeve and was dragging her out of the woods. Neji had walked her to her apartment complex. This was where she had given him an unexpected, fast hug and a whispered "arigato." After that she had ran home, closing the door behind her with a snap and sinking on the floor, her face all red and heart pounding. As she remembered this, her heart started beating fast again. "Then, am I sick? I need to cure this. I can't go to missions with such distractions. And I have to take the picture tomorrow. I need to sleep. She really didn't want to think of the fact that Neji had demanded her to come to their training ground after it, and that was the reason why she wanted to get up so early. No way in Hashirama's left. Anyway, that just wasn't it. He had said they needed to discuss some things. Naruto knew the talk will be about the Kyuubi. Her heart sank. She was scared for some reason, but she wasn't sure of what exactly. Plus she had made him promise to tell all about his mission, and he, in return, had made her promise to tell him the surprise. Turning her head and resting her cheek on the pillow, the blonde drifted off to sleep, thoughts of a certain lavender-eyed boy filling her mind again. After meeting him, she couldn't have a decent dream that didn't involve him in a way or another. "Perfect, Databeo," she exclaimed in pure satisfaction as she drew the last line on her face. Gigi is in for such a surprise. Jumping up and down in front of the mirror, she gave herself a thumbs up and a nod, then grabbing her orange jacket, jumped out of the window, scaring the old woman walking with her grandchild right under it. The photographer had stared at her for 5 long minutes, during which the blonde had fidgeted nervously with the hem of her jacket, which reached halfway to her knees. It was always a bit big for her, but she loved it nonetheless. It was a gift from Sarutobi on her 7th birthday. She had 3 sets of them, along with her other, mostly orange clothes. "Come on, Asen. Take the picture already," grumbled the girl, making the man's sweat drop. "Are you sure?" "Hi. Positive? I mean, what if you change your mind?" "I won't, Databeo," Naruto yelled on top of her voice, making the birds settled on the roof and trees take off in fright. Oops. Flip. Rubbing the face paint off her face with her sleeve, Naruto hopped from roof to roof, till she reached the Hokage tower, smirking in an extraordinary, Uchiha way. The 3rd Hokage resisted the urge to facepalm as he stared from the smirking little orange-obsessed girl, who was practically bouncing, to the picture in his hand. This was supposed to be her shinobi ID. What am I going to do with her? Why, did she just have to have Kushina's personality and Minato's wit? In the picture, her face was decorated with bright red swirly designs, going from her temples to her forehead, then down the side of her face to the nape of her neck. She had even outlined her whisker marks. "Ano esse, Gigi, you like it, right? I spent a few whole hours on it." He raised his head and, seeing her radiate so much energy and happiness, smiled slightly, lowering his pipe. "It is unique. Well, it seems I will have to accept it now." "Yash. Naruto, why are you wearing those goggles?" "Where is your Hayatai 8? The aged man asked, curious. After all, this particular preteen in front of him was full of surprises, which never ceased to amaze him. "Well, you see, Sarajiji," she looked up and tapped the lime green goggles with a finger, smiling. "After not wearing them for over a year, I decided to honor them and wear them one more time, before I officially discard them into the to be opened in 10 years list." "To be opened in 10 years? The Hokage raised an eyebrow, amused. "That, and I don't want to dirty Irika-sensei's old Hayate to Bayo," she smirked, staring at Sarutobi, who leaned back in his chair, sighing. "I'm going to defeat you, old man." Naruto heard a crash, and turned around to see a dust cloud. The Hokage scowled, puffing his cheeks and sinking further into his chair. This is going to be a long day. And so it did, as a few hours later, he was rewarded with a severe nosebleed. Jiraiya would have said he deserved it for peeping. Which it wasn't. He was merely checking on the well-being of his grandson and his diseased successor's daughter. Neji really needed to do something about his most recent problem, his lack of sleep, which was evident with the dark circles under his eyes, the random headaches, and the fact that a small blonde seemed to occupy his mind all day and night. "I need a break." Last night was especially difficult in many ways. The revelations were a bit hard to accept for him. He was trying to deny everything. He wasn't referring to the fact that his friend and constant annoyance was the Kyuubi vessel. No, he had accepted that then and there, and he had helped her. He leaned on the tree, lowering his head, hands crossed over his chest. He knew he should have done it some other way, any other way except the one he did. He had thrown himself over her. Sure, it was to protect her, for she had frozen and needed encouragement. But knew he just had to make it worse. His cheeks reddened. Wait, I just whispered in her ear so that the others won't hear. Nothing else. There is nothing else there, Hyuga Neji, get a grip. But deep down he knew it was a lie. And his frantically beating heart was telling him just that, as well as his conscience, secretly sprouting thoughts like, but you liked it, you weren't disgusted like when other females are around you, passed through his mind. He shook his head. Girls were useless. And Naruto, she is dense, no manners at all, a tomboy who dresses in overlarge clothing, eats like there is no tomorrow. He had seen that once, she was sitting with Irika, and had had several nightmares afterward. And that's what makes her special. She isn't like them. Oi Neji. His eyes snapped back to attention. Tenten was waving her hand in front of him, dark brown eyes showing concern. Naruto's eyes are the color of the sea. His eyes widened. He needed to stop thinking of the Uzumaki. This was unhealthy. Maybe he needed to go to the hospital? Or talk to the Hyuga medic Nins. He knew for sure this wasn't normal. He used to be so reserved, calm, collected, but since that girl appeared in his life, it was like he was plucked in a world of chaos. Calm down. Yes, his voice was cool, void of emotion. Much better. Tenten glared at him. I have been trying to get your attention for whole 10 minutes, Neji. She was fingering her kunai. Neji's eyes focused on the potential treat. He knew the kunoichi could beat up almost anyone when angry. He, of course, didn't go into the category. Guy and Lee, however, were the first two on it. I was just sorting some of my thoughts out. Not a lie, did you want to inform me of something? The girl smiled. Guy-sensei said to take the day off. Really? Unexpected, but nevertheless, good news. I have to know what surprise was the Uzumaki planning, after all. He refused to believe the nagging voice at the back of his head that he simply missed her and wanted to see her, check if she was okay. A chibi Neji in his head squished and kicked that thought, which kept resurfacing with much more force. Great, now I'm going crazy. What is wrong with me, Tusama? Will it be all right to consult Hayashi-sama? He sighed inwardly, then turned his head to the right. Tenten was already facing that way, laughing slightly. The sounds of hitting a tree and huffing could have been heard from a mile around. Lee. He decided to train in his spare time today, to surpass you. Neji snorted. In the past he would have said something like, it's fated that he will always be a loser, or something along the same lines, but Naruto had taught him otherwise. Now, he was sure that maybe one day, on pure taijutsu, Lee could beat him. Guy had insanely strong taijutsu, and was already teaching the smaller green-clad boy some of the special, dangerous elements. Who knows? Unknowingly, a small smile was plastered on his face, as he watched his fellow teammate, friend and rival kick the tree's backside. He heard a gasp. Turning around, he found himself facing Tenten, with a very peculiar expression on her face, akin to surprise, disbelief and deep down, relief and happiness. Kay raised eyebrow. You have changed. You weren't like this in the academy. Those changes, all the team noticed, and we are all very glad. By this time, somehow Lee was standing beside her, sweaty, still huffing, but the ever-present grin shining brightly. He squinted his eyes in caution. What if he was blinded? As he had youthfully given him a tap on the shoulder. You know I would even kiss the one who made you see the light again. The bun-haired girl proclaimed, and Lee nodded, enthusiastically. Your flames of youth are truly shining brightly on us, Neji-kun. Hyuga Neji was stunned. He had never expected his teammates to be so observant. They had known his story of the Hyuga seal and the kidnapping, everyone in his academy class did, and he was an arrogant prick then, thinking everyone was inferior to him and he was the best. He doubted there was anyone more conceited than that. In the Uchiha training ground, a certain duckbutt-haired boy, as another blonde simply loved to put it, sneezed. The poor wooden dummy was burned into a crisp seconds later. Though Naruto would always say he was still an arrogant prick, just not to that degree. After all, he had started making friends and believing that fate could be overcome. He smiled. The other two beamed. A sudden green blur tackled all three to the ground. Ah, my dearest Jen, you are so full of youth, let us have a group hug then. Waterfall of tears and a very weird genjutsu. The trio backed away from their slightly crazy sensei. So, Neji-kun, who is the person whose power of youth changed you from a corrupted young man to a delightful bearer of youth? I am getting a permanent eye twitch, he thought as his right hand through his long hair. Throwing one last look at the three, two of whom were in a hugging session, much to the unhidden disgust of the third, he slipped away. Later that day, the rest of Team Guy would realize that the boy hadn't answered the question. Lee had them proclaimed that with the power of youth he will find the person, and Ten had agreed with him. Guy had tried to group hug again. He was seen flying like a bird through the sky, a few kunai stuck in his butt. He had landed right in front a certain silver-haired jounin. Diminu Kakashi. Thus, Operation Stalk Neji had begun. He ran through the Konoha forest to the other end of the village. That was where Training Ground 7 was located. His long hair was flying behind him in a rhythm, his eyes were calm and focused. He had sensed her chakra way back and was lightly frowning at that fact. Maybe they needed to find a way of masking chakra. He would have to consult the Hyuga library later. She was releasing enormous amounts. He was curious and slightly worried. What is that idiot up to now? Jumping on the ground, he took in the Sai tea in front of him. About a dozen shadow clones had burst into existence around her, clouding her, a small black-haired boy and a tall man with sunglasses in a mass of white smoke. He is a jounin. I have seen him around the Hokage Tower a few times. Didn't Guy say that he was personally training the Hokage's grandson? He narrowed his eyes. Was he the mentioned grandson then? What is Naruto doing with them? He had a very bad feeling in his gut. His eyes widened as the smoke cleared. The teen closed his eyes tightly and looked away, flushing deeply. The naked girl swooned around the jounin, making him sprout blood from his nose and promptly faint. Pervert! And Naruto, what the hell is she doing? He glared angrily at the blonde, who was busy boasting to the kid that that was the way the jutsu was done. Oh no, don't tell me. He wanted to hit his head on something right at that moment. But he resisted the temptation, focusing his attention back to the duo, who were currently seated on a fallen tree trunk. Why do you want to defeat the Hokage so much? Isn't he your grandpa? So this is the grandson. One question answered, another one occurred. Is this situation to be considered as good, bad, or terrible? He named me after the village, Kanoamaru. Everyone knows me as the Hokage's grandson. No one calls me by my name. That's why I want to be Hokage and defeat him. I don't want to be in his shadow, I want to be known as Sarutobi Kanoamaru. Neji hummed, his anger somewhat forgotten. Interesting. There is no shortcut of becoming Hokage. You must train hard, it won't happen in just a minute. You have to be strong to take responsibility for everyone in the village, regardless of what they think of you. She is referring to the Kyuubi and the fact that they hate her. She hasn't given up her dream then. His eyes shone proudly as he watched his blonde give a life talk to the kid. Wait, am I? No. Go back, you stupid thoughts. Go back. He was loosing it again. Just remember, train hard and then one day we will fight for the hat, for my dream is to become Hokage as well, Kanoamaru. She was standing, her fist pumped in the air and, even though he was only seeing her from the back, he somehow felt it, a huge grin on her face. Neji looked at the small boy. He looked ridiculous in the helmet. And sort of reminded him of Naruto. Figures those two would find each other. He snickered slightly. The boy, Kanoamaru, had yelled that Naruto was no longer his boss, but his rival, then ran to the opposite direction. After the boy disappeared, he decided to make his presence known. Noiselessly jumping right behind her, he casually growled out, "What? Did I tell you about using that jutsu of yours? And now, you even go and teach it to a brat." He smirked as he saw her jump in surprise and whirl around to face him. It was a wonder how a girl who could have a fierce glare of a dragon looked like a cornered lamb now. His smirk widened. Oh, he really loved teasing her. Badump. No, why did the disease have to resurface now? Go away, heart, stop this now. Now, Uzumaki Naruto wasn't scared, Heck no she wasn't. This was only Hyuga Neji. She tried hard to forget that he had threatened her with ramen if she ever did the Oiroke no Jutsu again. He had witnessed its creation and had gotten really angry. At what she had no idea. Neji wouldn't hurt her. The evil aura around him and the evil red glint in his eye said otherwise. She gulped. Hey Neji, she chirped in an awfully fake, cheerful tone. That didn't fool the boy. Naruto took a step back. Neji can be scary when he wants to. Should I run? Wait, why is he red? Curiosity overtook her fear and she placed a hand on his forehead. The aura disappeared instantly. Neji, are you sick? You are all red. The boy swatted her hand away in annoyance and looked away. Maybe I am, he muttered under his breath. The girl didn't hear it though. After a few minutes, during which the blonde girl was pondering whether to fear for her life or not, Neji, putting on the indifferent mask again, stared at her. Well? He demanded. Naruto looked down, shuffling one foot. Well, Kanomaru kind of followed me and asked me to teach him the jutsu. Wait Neji, don't get angry. He only wanted to defeat Gigi. And how could I refuse when I had such an awesome jutsu under my wing? The smile was back on her face and she was staring at him expectantly. Neji's eye twitched. Are you trying to tell me that jutsu defeated the Hokage? He countered, disbelief evident in his narrowed eyes. The girl nodded. So the Sandaime is a pervert. As well? What is wrong with all Konoha shinobi? Why are they all perverts? Don't use it again. You hear me, Uzumaki? Said girl fumed. Why not? It is great when defeating perverts. Don't you realize that you are never mind. You are just an idiot not to understand such trivial things, he said smugly. Naruto balled her fists. Take that back, you BT. Neji just waved her away with one hand. He could almost see the vein popping on her forehead. Come to think of it, where did she get those goggles? He hadn't seen her wear any during the year he had known her. You graduated. Why aren't you wearing your Hitai-8? The anger vanished from the blonde girl as she smiled proudly. This made him want to smile as well. Well, I used to wear them before I met you, so today I am going to honor those goggles for the last time. After that, I will always wear my Hi-8, she proclaimed. Neji laughed. Neji, you promised to tell me all about your mission. She was pointing an accusing finger at her. She has no manners whatsoever. Yes, I did. Did you train your chakra control while I was away? That was part of the bargain. He saw her fidget. She hadn't trained that much. He knew for sure. What? Well, some stuff came up, she mumbled, looking anywhere but at him. After all, she didn't want him to know she was researching seals just yet. The young Hyuga sighed, rubbing his temples. This girl was his constant headache. Well, then get to practicing. No excuses. And I don't care that tomorrow is your Genin inauguration, he said casually and plucked a few leaves from a nearby tree. Here, I'll show you the simplest chakra control exercise. It seems that the one I had showed you is more of nature manipulation than chakra control. Since you SCK at both, this one should do it. I am positive you didn't pay attention when your sensei was telling you about it. He turned around to see a murderous aura around Naruto. He smirked. I really love getting her all riled up. She is incredibly funny and easy to tease. Wait, why am I thinking these things again? He strode over to her and promptly stuck a leaf on her forehead. The now confused girl calmed down. What? You have to keep the leaf hovering a few inches over your forehead with your chakra. Too much, it will be blown away. Too little, it won't rise. Now get to work. After the monologue, he sat on the grass, leaning on a tree trunk, closed his eyes and started hovering the leaf himself. The girl gaped. Why are you doing it too? Don't you know it already? Without opening his eyes, or losing control, Neji answered smoothly. Chakra control exercises are always beneficial, no matter what rank or age you are. Plus I have nothing more to do at this moment, and I need to get the information of your surprise out of you. Right? Well, you'll try it then, Tebeo. They sat like that for a few hours. The sun was already setting, and Neji, even with his eyes closed, could almost feel the reddish rays slowly disappear behind the horizon. Picking the still floating leaf from above his head, he opened his eyes. Naruto was slumped over another tree, right beside him, hands balled into fists, eyes screwed up in concentration. Even after 3 hours, she still couldn't keep up a normal flow. The leaf kept dropping and rising. But at least she wasn't giving up. He snorted. For the whole time he knew her, and even before that when he witnessed her screaming on top of her lungs that she was going to be Hokage, he knew she wasn't one to give up. He knew she had a lot of chakra, and that was without counting the cubies. That was why her control was so bad. Naturally, females had better control, but that was mostly due to the fact that they had very little chakra. Naruto, however, had more than most jounin. He shook his head in wonder. She really was something. The leaf finally stopped jerking back and forth and settled 2 inches above her head. He saw her smile and mutter a barely audible "Tebeo." He smiled as well. She did it. Good job, Naruto. It seemed that she wanted tea practice more and was oblivious to her surroundings. He decided it was safe to observe her. Slowly, without making any noise, he crawled closer to her, sitting with his legs under him, the traditional Hyuga posture, the habit engraved into him by his father and uncle. Her overlarge jumpsuit was making her look even smaller than she was. He noticed it was worn. It will be ruined on her first real mission. If she passes the exam her Jounin sensei gives her, of course. He watched her eyebrows furrow, concentration ebbing away from her. Her hands folded themselves on her lap, fingers touching. The leaf fluttered but stayed there. She is getting better. This is almost like the meditative stance. He observed the way her whisker marks would quirk when she smiled or grimaced. His hand moved automatically, but his brain registered at nearly the last moment what he was doing. His finger stopped right beside her cheek. His hair fluttered. He exhaled. "What is wrong with me?" After berating himself, he risked another look at the blonde. She was the cause of all those strange things happening to him lately. Her spiky blonde mop of hair was shadowing her closed eyes. The bangs were falling on the weird green goggles. It wouldn't hurt, right? After all, I didn't really pay attention that day. I was busy glaring at the traitor Mizuki, deeming this a normal, plausible explanation, and ignoring his heart, which had started beating fast. He moved both his hands around her, stopping at the base of her neck. His arm brushed against her shoulder. The leaf fell. Blue eyes opened so stare at widened milky white ones. "And, Neji? What are you doing, Dadab? Yo." "What is he doing?" screamed Tenten, her eyes wide as she stared at the scene unfolding in front of her eyes. "Yash. Seems the flames of youth of our dear Neji-kun have finally risen. I need to see Dash." A hand clasped over his mouth, and Tenten dragged him back. "Urusai." "But, Tenten-chan. What's he doing now isn't the birth of flames of youth. Neji is a hidden pervert. His flames of youth have just flashed. Did Neji-kun just? No way." The figure they were following turned to stare at their direction with confused, lilac-white eyes. "Rock Lee, I am going to kill you. Does he look like Neji to you?" The green-clad boy was speechless. Hyuga Ajiki didn't have the time to marvel at the weird choking noises coming from the nearby bushes, because at that moment, he had a mob of very angry women running at him with murder in their eyes. Fearing for his life, he ran. He knew one thing. He was never coming to the onsen again. Plan C went into the non-existent trash can along with Plan A and B. Neji froze, his hands still on the base of her neck. It felt warm. Those cerulean eyes he loved so much were staring up at him with confusion and fear. "I merely want to see your hair," he stated, inwardly cheering that his voice didn't shake. He willed the fluttering of his chest to go away. What was he doing anyway? This was illogical. Nays. Without explaining, Neji carefully started untying the knot, which was always hidden behind her spiky sun-kissed hair. Naruto had frozen, and Neji suspected she was afraid to move. What? Naruto froze. The hands on the back of her neck started untying her hair. And she couldn't do anything to prevent it. Half of her wanted to push him away, and the other half liked it. She stared at his chest, which was the only thing directly in front of her eyes, glaring slightly at his white shirt. White is a pretty color. His breath fanned her neck as he worked through the tough knot. She took unusually long time to tame her hair into it after all, and her cheeks flushed. Her heart started beating uncontrollably. His hands felt warm. She couldn't deny it, she liked the touch. And it scared her to death. Finally, her hair went loose. She sighed and backed away, standing up in the process and dusting herself, just for the sake of having something to do with her hands. She cautiously looked up. He was standing as well, head tilted slightly to the left, his lavender eyes on her. She blushed again. What she didn't notice was his flushed expression and the amazement in his eyes. Neji was awed. He had resisted the urge to gape. Her hair flowed freely, reaching under her waist. Her spiked bangs framed her face, and the short spikes blended with the long strands. A few loose spikes right on top of her head stayed as they were, defying gravity. But he had to admit, it suited her like no other. What? I don't get it. What's wrong with you? Do you know how long it takes to put my hair up again? Tebeo. And Dash. Your hair is beautiful. Why do you hide it? He interrupted in a soft voice. Naruto failed to notice that. She just laughed. Neji raised an eyebrow. So, I should take this as a compliment? She sniggered, her unease vanishing. What? Is she? Well, after all, you are a hair-obsessed, Dash. His jaw dropped. Is she insulting me? Prick, who wastes a few hours on his hair. Naruto smirked, watching with excitement as a muscle moved on Neji's jaw. He is angry, Her eyes widened. Neji wondered if he had imagined a huge light bulb on top of her head. The Uzumaki girl moved closer. Neji stilled. Well, if you got to touch my hair, then I get to touch yours, Tebeo? The young Hyuga's eyes widened. Naruto smirked ferally and ran at him. She found herself face first on the grass seconds later and looked to see a smirking Neji above her. He raised his finger and scolded her. Just you wait, Hyuga Neji. As she picked herself from the ground, Neji folded his arms around his chest. Come on, it's rather late and you have to wake up early tomorrow. Fine, grumbled the girl, tying her hair up in a bun. His hand grabbed her wrist, stopping her. He looked at her pointedly. Fine. You are such a pain in the butt, Neji team. She let go of her hair and crossed her arms, pouting. He laughed. So, what is this surprise you were talking about before I left for the mission? They stopped. Naruto looked at him. Well, if you tell me how your mission went, I'll tell you the surprise, Tebeo. Nijo nodded and turned to the direction of her apartment. And I'm hungry. He groaned. This was going to be a long day. Shirakatuchi knew he was old and not in the best health, but he knew one thing, his eyes weren't betraying him now. Ayam wasn't at the ramen stand today, she had a few things to do. But Tucci knew when he told her what exactly was going on, she would certainly scream at the closest wall, even hit it, wishing to be here as well. Well, this was interesting to say the least. His eyes quirked upwards in a smile as he watched the pair, one slurping her ramen noisily and the other eating with reserved dignity and pride, trying not to pay attention to the eating habits of his companion. Dash was to deliver a scroll to the land of wood. Where is that? Tucci watched the boy, a Hyuga, judging from his eyes, sigh. The blonde girl surely asked a lot of questions. He chuckled, going back cleaning the already clean pan. He would never admit it, but he was curious. Plus Naruto always shared her stories with him and Ayam, so he had developed a rather bad habit of listening to conversations, especially if the young blonde was involved in some way. A few hundred miles to the north of Konoha. It's a very small country. On our way we encountered a group of thugs. They weren't shinobi, but they still wanted the scroll. So you guys kicked some butt, right? Wasn't Lee great in taijutsu? And the girl, Tennen, you know the one that likes yo dash. Tucci surpassed a chuckle as the boy nearly dropped the noodles from his chopsticks. She does not, the boy coughed. Don't you want to listen to the story? If you continue with the unnecessary interruptions, I will not continue it. The old man turned just in time to see the blonde Jinchuriki pout and stuff her face with noodles. Somehow she had muttered a fine, you be, through her mouthful. She was so much like her mother. As you put it, we did kick some butt. The scroll was for someone named Fu. She was a weird girl. Before we left, however, we were ambushed. It seemed that those thugs wanted some revenge. They were samurai, and since none of us, except Tenten and Guy-sensei, knew how deadly a katana could be, the boy trailed away. Tucci watched Naruto's eyes bulge out in worry, her ramen forgotten. What happened? Well, the Hyuga paused for effect. This set Naruto off. Tucci was quite enjoying himself just by watching those two. Oh, didn't know what she was missing. We fought. Lee got hurt though, his arm was slashed. We killed them. The Ichiraku owner, even though being a civilian, interacted with shinobi on daily basis, and he knew what the first kill meant. He saw Naruto give him a short hug. Killing is part of a shinobi. My father and uncle both taught me that. Later we were told in the academy, but I still couldn't imagine it before now. This guilt will never go away. The fact that you are feeling guilt proves that you are not a killing monster, Neji. Plus, well, think of it this way, you didn't kill innocent people, right? They deserved it. In our world, isn't it better to die than live knowing how much of a foul person you are? Wait, what am I saying? Took saw the boy give a small smile to the girl, who was currently hitting herself for being careless and tactless. Are you done? Let's go. The boy, Neji, proceeded to drag Naruto out of the stand. No, my ramen tabeo. Let me go, Neji baka. The stand owner's sweat dropped as he watched them disappear. Well, things certainly were interesting. Naruto glared heatedly at the figure walking a few steps ahead of her. Said figure turned around with a raised eyebrow, calmly waiting for her to catch up. My ramen. I am not a refilling bag of Ryuo Turdo. PFFF. Tabeo. I did my part of the bargain. Now it's your turn, he stated. Naruto forgot her anger and her ramen. She just grinned and grabbing his bandaged hand, ran towards her apartment. So, this surprise is in the apartment? Neji pondered, looking around. The place was rather small, but cozy. It gave off the feeling of home, something that the enormous Hyuga compound didn't. The main door led to the kitchen. He noticed several ramen cups here and there, but other than that, it was clean. Something he truly didn't expect of the blonde. His gaze turned to the door Naruto was currently opening. It was her bedroom. The walls were faded white and slightly peeling off. It was evident the building was quite old. The bed was in a corner, the white sheets, white? I expected orange, folded at the base of it, beside the pillow. His gaze turned to the floor. He sweat dropped. Naruto chuckled nervously and began picking up the stray socks and orange shirts from the ground. It was a mess. But most of said mess were scrolls and books. He bent down to pick up one of them. History of the Hidden Continents. Kanehagakur no Sato. This was the book he had checked out of the library for her long time ago. So she was still reading it? He had to admit it was written good, but rereading it? Reading a book once is enough. Who reread books anyway? A silver-haired Chuunin sneezed over the file he was holding. The glared at the picture attached to it, as though it was its fault. The red swirly marks and the weird animalistic glare made the back of his hair stand up. He sneezed again. Neji turned the book over to the page it was marked. His eyebrows raised. The paragraph was about the Yondaime and his Genin team. Namikaze Minato, being a genius, became a Chuunin at 15 and had officially taken a Genin team. Rin, last name unknown. After the end of the Third Great Shinobi War, the battle at Canopy Bridge, where Team Minato became famous, she was killed in a mission, protecting a scroll containing valuable information. The scroll was later delivered back to Konoha by her former teammate, Uchiha Obito, diseased uncle of Javasca. He had died a hero's death at the Battle of Canopy Bridge. The details regarding his death are not widely known. His name can be found on the memorial stone, located in Training Ground 7, which was always the place where Team 7 trained. Hatake Kakashi, son of the diseased Hatake Tsukumo, the only living member of Team Minato. He had gained his nicknames Shanringan no Kakashi and Copycat Ninja after the Battle of Canopy Bridge. Hatake Kakashi is known to have copied over 1,000 jutsu, and has a kill-on-sight command in the bingo book. After the death of his teammates, Hatake Kakashi never took on a genin team. The reasons are unknown. Minato Namikaze. The Jounin sensei of Team Minato, Fuinjutsu master, Yandame Hokage of Konohagakure. He was proclaimed as a hero, saving the village from the nine-tailed demon fox. The day he died was later turned into a holiday. The QB Namikaze had a flee-on-sight command in the bingo book, and he was feared throughout the shinobi continents. He had earned himself the nickname of Kuroi Senku, Yellow Flash, due to his pride technique, the Hiration, which hasn't been seen after his death. No information regarding his family can be disclosed. Hey Neji, what are you doing? The question caught him off guard, as he snapped his attention to Naruto, who was standing a few feet away, a bunch of scrolls tucked in her arms. Nothing, just found an interesting paragraph. That book is great, right? I am rereading it the third time, Tebeo. Third time and she still doesn't notice that some of the words and sentences are off? He rolled his eyes and placed the book on her bed. So. Oh right. Well, remember how the first time you showed me the library? And well, you sneaked into the Jounin part. He did. That was where that particular book he had just been reading came from. Well, I waited for a time when you would be away, and well tried to sneak in myself. I wanted to find something on seals. And well, this cat had appeared and I was backing away, mind you, it scared me to hell. It even had a red ribbon on the ear, like a Devi, Tebeo. By this time she had dropped her scrolls and was waving her arms around to emphasize the point. Neji frowned. Why would she need seals? Did she want to find out more about the seal that kept the QB at bay? That would be logical. He waited for her to continue. And well, I kind of dropped inside a hidden room. No one can get in there, only me. At first I had no idea why, but then after I read a few things on Fuinjutsu, I guessed it was a blood seal. Can you believe it? I still haven't figured out why it was my blood that opened it, but still. The room was filled with everything about seals. There were really huge scrolls. Neji was surprised, but he hid it quickly. Blood seal? That explains it. I had seen that door. So the weird black markings with chakra around them were seals. Her blood opened it. Someone from her family must have known about seals. So, you started learning Fuinjutsu. It wasn't a question. Her nod confirmed it. Neji was proud and he showed it. He knew little about Fuinjutsu, after all, there was a seal on him. And he knew how difficult it was. She really was amazing. I know how to do simple storage seals and some exploding tags. I can even change the power and range of the explosion. And well, the copying seal too, but that's fairly new. What? Seeing his questioning gaze, she complied, looking at her feet. I know you had been there. That day I took the scroll of sealing. I only managed to take it from the shelf, 'cause my blood unlocked those blood seals protecting it. So that scroll was protected. But wasn't it written by the Yandame? Well, then I kind of recognized the handwriting in the scroll. I was really surprised there, Tebeo. Neji recalled the expression on her face when she had opened the scroll. Interesting. It was the same as the one in the notebook I found. Wait, I'll show you. She dropped the scrolls on the bed and dug a small, battered notebook from under her pillow. Neji was amused. Only she would think of hiding important things there. She really was something. Naruto opened it at a random page and brought it right in front of Neji's face. After backing away slightly, he took in the handwriting. It was a very elegant script, clearly belonging to someone who was very good in calligraphy. It's girly, isn't it? Naruto laughed. Neji felt his eye twitch again. That was piece of fine work. She wouldn't understand the beauty and the excessive charm the handwriting had. Well, she closed the notebook and stuffed it back where it was hidden. Neji thought he caught something green under the pillow. And then Irika-sensei said that it belonged to the Yandame. That means that the notebook was his, Tebeo. Who would have thought he had such a girly handwriting? Neji sat on the floor, eyes closed. Fuinjutsu is incredibly difficult and not many manage as much as you can now. I am proud of you. He opened one eye to see her blushing in embarrassment. A smirk appeared on his face. But I do understand why. In a few years it might be crucial for you to know about the seal containing the QB. So, Chato Mat. Who said Tat was the reason I wanted to learn Fuinjutsu in the first place? Came an angry voice. Perplexed, the Hyuga boy opened his eyes. Naruto was glaring at him, hands on her hips. That's not the reason? Why then? I did it so I can take that stupid seal off you. Or at least change its properties or something, Databeo. And you are called a genius? Thief. With the she turned around, gathering all the scrolls and dumping them in a pile in the corner. Neji was stunned. This was, could she really do it? For him? For what? His heart filled with warmth he was sure had nothing to do with the temperature. He smiled. The blonde, however, missed it. When she had turned around, Neji was already on his feet, the calm, indifferent look back on his face. You should get some sleep. Hi, Wakata, Databeo. She was still full of energy. Neji walked across the room and opened the window. Before leaving, he uttered a small arigato. With a blink, he vanished. A smile started slowly appearing on Naruto's face. It turned into a full-blown grin in seconds. She jumped on the bed, hugging her Gamma plushie to death. Hyuga Hayashi by no means was a cruel man. Circumstances just tended to make one do and say things that will be regretted later. The day his beloved wife died, giving birth to his second child, he had cried. It was then that the changes started. He could no longer look at his eldest daughter. She looked so much like her mother he couldn't bear looking at her. He would always be reminded of the hole in his chest, one that would never heal. He started ignoring her in the favor of Hanbai. His youngest daughter was his copy, and it was much easier for him. He oversaw their training. He knew Hinata wasn't weak. She was just compassionate and couldn't bring herself to hurt others, especially Hanabi, when they sparred. So much like her? It pained him. And he failed to realize how much he was hurting his own daughter by trying to run away from the pain himself. He knew she cried at night, but no matter what, he still couldn't bring himself to acknowledge her strength. It was much too soon, the wound was still fresh. The day his brother died, for the clan, for him and for his freedom, he knew things wouldn't be the same. This was his second failure. He, as clan head and as a member of family, should have protected Hisashi. But his Anyu had already decided on his path. Hayashi wouldn't change it. But things were far from good. Neji, his nephew, had started to hate him, the main family and Hinata with a passion. And Hayashi couldn't bring himself to talk to the boy, explain his father's wishes to him. That was his third failure. He had vowed to correct them. But every time he tried to, something held him. Hyuga Hayashi was not cruel, he was a coward and he knew it. Why else would he fear to face his own flesh and blood? But things had changed when one day, Neji himself had come to him. And of all the reasons, it was to talk about his father. To say Hayashi was surprised would be an understatement. He had welcomed this chance to redeem himself. He had told the boy everything, apologized, then given him the last letter Hisashi Hyuga had written. He had seen the boy cry. And those tears warmed his heart. He felt lighter than he had been in many years. It seemed like some of the burden bearing him down was taken off his shoulders. He was not a stupid man. Neji was only 12 when they had the talk, but from the way he had expressed himself, it was easy to come to a conclusion. Someone had talked to the boy and made him see. And Hayashi was forever grateful to that person, whoever he or she was. From that day, he kept an eye on the boy. A few weeks later, he was once again rewarded with a surprise. Neji had asked him about Uzumaki Naruto. He knew that the nostalgia had made itself known on his face then. Minato was his friend and his brother's teammate after all. And they all knew and loved the tomboyish redhead. It was ironic how much their child took after one parent in looks and personality after the other. It was then that realization had hit him. The one who helped Neji was Naruto, the Jinchuriki, scorned by all the villagers. If Neji was asking about her now, that meant that they were close. So close that the Hyuga genius had noticed some small facts. Like the usual glares and the whispers. And he had smiled in a very long time. Maybe, this was the change that was bound to happen? So here he was, observing the boy, who was running fast through the sidewalks of the compound, frowning. Even from the distance, Hayashi could distinguish the expression on his face and the faint disbelief in his eyes. He sighed, lowering his head. He would have to leave the boy at his means. He was 13 now, a shinobi, and he had made it clear to the boy that if anything bothered him, he was free to ask him. Neji was strong, and he knew the boy would deal with what was bothering him. He himself, however, had a job to do. It was finally time to have a talk with Hinata. He knew he couldn't delay it any longer. Neji slammed the door behind him. Taking off his sandals almost roughly, he stepped into his home. The room was in traditional Hyuga style, with sliding doors dividing the kitchen and the bedroom. He had requested it himself after his father had died. He had no intention of dining with the family. He really was glad that Hayashi-sama had granted him the request. Running a hand through his hair once, Neji went to the low table at the back. It had several shelves under it, hidden from normal eye. The boy opened the first and looked inside. After rummaging through the mess that was scrolls, brushes, some wooden carved stuff, he found what he was looking for. It was an old picture of a genin team, like the one team guy had taken. He took the picture and sat on the bed. He preferred them to futons. There was a man, with spiky white hair and twin bangs going down his face. What was peculiar about him were the red marks, obviously drawn, that went down from his eyes. This man was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Chuunin. He and a small blonde boy were staring at the camera, both smiling. The Chuunin was ruffling the boy's hair. Next to them stood a girl, her hair tied in a weird spiky way. She was staring away from the camera. The boy beside her, his long brown hair loosely tied at the end, was staring at the blonde boy, one eye twitching. Jiraiya's other hand was on his shoulder. Neji focused on the small note written in the corner of the photograph. It was the same, as Naruto had put it, girly handwriting. Since your copy of the picture has died, I took it as my own personal job to deliver a new one to you. Don't you dare throw it away again, Hizashi. Sincerely yours, Namikaya's Minato, future Hokage. Neji snorted and stared at the blonde boy in wonder. This man became the Yondaime Hokage. His eyes lingered on the spiky mob of hair, to the bright blue eyes. The shape of the eye is different. But everything else. After Naruto had told him about the blood seal, he had already made assumptions. His theory grew as she told him of the handwriting and that it belonged to the Yondaime. His father always told Neji stories of his genin days. From what Neji could gather, Minato Namikaze was a very noble man. It was only understandable that he wouldn't ask any other family to sacrifice their child. He would use his. The question was, why? Where did the Kyuubi come from in the first place? Well, he seemed to have a small surprise for Naruto too. If she was planning to rid him of the caged bird seal, he will unravel the truth behind her heritage and thy mystery of the Kyuubi. It was a promise of a lifetime. His eyes widened as the picture slipped away. Great. Now I even sound like that Uzumaki. Come to think of it, where did that surname come from? And those whisker marks. That's a strange birthmark indeed. And the small passage from the book, it kept bugging him. Some of the phrases crossing his mind now and then. Hitaki Kakashi, that silver-haired weird jounin who played Jan Kenpon with Guy-sensei, Sharingan no Kakashi. Did he have it some way? The eye he covered? How then? The massacre? Not possible. The book said he acquired it after the fight at the bridge. And the Uchiha had died. Maybe it's his eye? And the Yondaime? No information regarding his family can be disclosed, so Naruto really was his daughter. And if people knew, they would panic. The civilians that hate her and adore the fourth. A snort escaped him as he lay on the bed, hand over his eyes. If IWA knew she existed, there would be assassination attempts. Plus the Kyuubi, surely there will be people who would want such power? She need to be stronger. This is getting more complicated. Uzumaki Naruto, just why do you, of all people, have to be in such danger? He tried to squish the worry in his heart as he slowly drifted off to sleep. The blonde whiskered girl seemed to have followed him into the world of dreams again. Running as fast as she could, and nearly knocking down Konohamaru along the way. Gomenasai, Tebeo. I'm late to bus. I shall dash. Hey, she ran away. She pelted through the rooftops towards the academy. She arrived to be greeted with a lot of noise. Exhaling loudly, she slowly made her way to the second row, where she always sat. Her path was blocked by a tall, lean pineapple-haired boy. Naruto? What are you doing here? This place it for the ones who graduated. He stifled a yawn. Naruto grinned widely and started boasting. See this, Shika, her thumb touched her hit 8. I graduated, that's why I'm here, Tebeo? Troublesome. Ignoring him and his curious gaze, she quickly sat on her seat, not noticing the Uchiha beside her. Naruto was in such a hurry not to be late that she left the apartment disheveled. And now, while she had time, she decided it was okay to fix some stuff. Uchiha Sasuke was annoyed. Everyone was making so much noise. He closed his eyes and rested his head on his hands, thinking of his brother. His thoughts were cut halfway when he heard a very familiar voice. Turned. It was Naruto, and she was showing off her high 8 to Shikamaru Nara. Who would have thought that the dobe will graduate? He felt a pang of annoyance when she didn't even notice him. He was an Uchiha, all girls threw themselves on him except her. What was wrong with her? His anger subdued as he watched her smooth out the wrinkles on her jacket, grumbling something about stupid alarm clocks that never work. He felt a blush spreading across his face when he watched her untie her hair. The dobe has long hair? Naruto quickly tied her hair in a loose knot. She had promised not to hide her hair to Neji, but he never said not to gather it in buns, Tebeo. Hearing a grunt, she turned her head. Team, you were here? For the first time in all the years they studied together, Uchiha Sasuke didn't insult her back. He was just staring at her, his pale cheeks tingled with pink, and eyes showing complete disbelief. There was a loud bang. Everyone's attention went to the door. I made it first. No, my foot is closer than yours, Inobuta. Billboard brow. It was then that they noticed their Sasuke-kun. The daily chaos began. Naruto tuned it out and focused on her hair. The small, low ponytail she had made and twisted around reached her shoulder, and half of her hair covered her face when she turned. This would take some getting used to. She failed to notice that 4 people were staring at her. Uchiha Sasuke, who was still blushing, tried to make himself look away. Didn't work. His eyes unintentionally found the blonde girl again and again. He had no idea she was so cute. A smirk appeared on his face. Maybe, after he had dealt with Itachi, he would get Naruto to be the mother of his future children? He didn't know that a feral smirk had appeared on his face, or that his eyes had glowed red for a second. The eye hidden behind a painting, however, noticed. I will have to keep a close eye on him. Aburame Shino was always quiet. He never liked talking much, and when he did, he stated only the facts. He knew many didn't like him and even feared him because of his bloodline, but he never cared. He always watched from the sidelines. He observed. In that sense, he could rival the Nara boy, who always gave off a lazy facade, but in reality was very smart. And Shino noticed things. He even made his bugs do some reconnaissance. He knew why the Uzumaki girl was feared, and he never held it against her. She was just a baby at that time. When he had seen her with baggy clothes and hair tied like a boy's, he thought if she had intentionally done that, out of fear. But how would she know of the dangers? Maybe it was gut instinct then. But he knew that the day she got out of her protective shell, she will have many suitors. And this was what was happening now. She had only let her hair down and tied it. Uchiha was already entranced. Shino could see that he was already planning to use the Giller as breeding stock. He knew he wouldn't let that happen, even if he wasn't close to the blonde. Shikamaru Nara was always curious about the whiskered girl. He noticed things, and when he mentioned them to his father, he would shrug them off, but always say that he should be friends with her. He, Chuji, Naruto and Kiba were a special gang. At least, skiving off lessons was one of the main things they did. And now, knowing that she had somehow graduated made him smile. This was the Naruto they always knew and wanted to see. He nudged Chuji, who was eating chips beside him. They both stared at the girl. She was fumbling with her hair, oblivious to everything. Look at Sasuke, muttered the Nara boy. Chuji stared at him. His eyes hardened. His gaze met his best friend's. No words were needed. They both agreed then and there to protect their blonde friend from the Uchiha. At least, until the time when he will understand that love can't be forced, and he couldn't force Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata smiled widely, a light blush covering her face. Her idol was very beautiful. She learned from her, and she was happy that finally Naruto was showing some of what was hidden. She eyed Kiba. The boy was already drooling openly. And Sasuke. She didn't like that look on his face. She frowned. Ino and Sakura were yelling as usual. Naruto covered her ears. Will you guys just shut up? They quieted down. I don't even get what you guys see in him. She jumped on her desk, facing the Uchiha boy. To her slight surprise, he wasn't glaring. He was blushing? What the hell? She felt someone hit her from the back. Losing her balance, she fell forward. Something was off. Sasuke was right in front of her. If she was falling forward, she should have. Oh heck no. Tebeo. But she was currently sprawled on the floor. Her head hurt. Itai. She turned her head. There was Sasuke, glaring daggers at her, as though accusing that the kiss didn't happen. A hand helped her up. She turned her head to see it was Shikamaru, eyes narrowed at the Uchiha, and Chuji standing beside him, hands balled into fists. Mendokus, Naruto, do you have any idea how troublesome this is? Said girl rolled her eyes, and playfully hit his arm, flashing them both a grateful smile. They had saved her first kiss from being stolen. Tebeo. What would Neji say if, wait. Why am I thinking of that Hyuga BSTRD again? Naruto laid her bruised forehead on the cold desk, eyes closed. Who knew those fangirls, especially Sakura-chan, could hit so hard? Tebeo. Why did they even think she wanted to steal their precious Sasuke-kun's first kiss? Hell, she would rather kiss Neji than that team. Wait, what? She groaned. There it goes again. I need to stop thinking of Neji like that. He is just a friend who has no interest in girls. Heck, even Tenten. But didn't he say that she no longer had a crush on him? That they were just friends? Wait, why am I even bothered by this? The blonde girl raised her head, starting at the Chuunin, who, apparently, had finished the monologue about becoming ninja and the responsibilities. No one ever listened anyway. No matter how they loved Iruka, he was just so boring when he told things. Now when Neji was telling me about his mission, it was much more interesting. Currently Iruka-sensei was reading their names from a list. It seemed they were going to be paired in teams of 3. Naruto, of course, already knew this. Neji had Tenten and Lee on his team, after all. Shikamaru had muttered a Mendokus, which had earned him a slap from Ino. Naruto had snickered. Those 3 were surely going to be on one team. They were the heirs of the infamous Ino Shikacho trio. Sasuke, however, had growled, hearing the team's part. Naruto watched him glare at Iruka. Sakura had a weird passion firing up all around her. Naruto had sweat dropped, already eating her mind. She must have been saying something like, I will be paired with my Sasuke-kun, Shinaro. Her punchline was so much like hers. Except, Databeo was cooler than Shinaro. Team 7. Naruto's eyes rounded on the scarred man, wide with anticipation. All the Team 7s in the history of Konoha were legendary. There was Gigi with his teammates. Weren't they those 2 old goons that always looked at her weirdly? Then there was Gigi's team. They became the legendary Densetsu no Sannin. Jiraiya, the Gamma Sannin, trained his own Team 7. It included the Yondaime as far as she knew. Then Minato Namikaze's Team 7, the heroic Team Minato, with only one living survivor. She shivered, despite the warm weather. Uchiha Sasuke. A grunt from the boy. Haruno Sakura. A squeal from the Pinkette. And Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura yelled in indignation. Sasuke showed no sign that he heard. Naruto, however, was bouncing on her seat, all the small wounds forgotten. Yada. No, wait. Iruka-sensei. I understand Sakura, 'cause she is very clever and top kunoichi and all, but why the hell am I paired with this BSTRD? She had stood up somewhere in the middle of her rant and was currently pointing an accusing finger at Sasuke. Iruka rubbed his forehead. Sasuke has the top grades in everything. You, however, are the dead last of the group. It is common to pair up the best and the worst in class. Now sit down, Naruto. The girl was gaping at him. Don't get in my way, Uzuratanki, sneered the raven-haired boy. Naruto glared at him, but she was placed in a team 7 after all. All of them were cool. This meant it. It's fated to Bayo, she screamed on top of her voice. This earned her weird glances. Hinata was reminded of her cousin, who for some unknown reason had changed for the past year. Not that she wasn't glad, but it was weird. Naruto's eyes widened as she clasped a hand over her mouth. I am starting to think like him. Kami help me to Bayo. Yada? She laughed nervously, rubbing the back of her head as she settled down. Why is she so happy? Sweat dropped Irika, eyeing his youngest student. Shikamaru sweat dropped. Women were so weird. And troublesome, extremely troublesome. Especially blondes. He hoped with all his heart that he won't meet another troublesome blonde in the nearest 20 years. In Sunagakure no Sato, a dirty blonde-haired girl sneezed. The word, troublesome, seemed to slip in her mind unconsciously. Team Aburame Shino Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba. Naruto gave the shy girl a thumbs up. She blushed and squeaked, hiding behind Kiba, who momentarily dazed, mouthed a thanks to the blonde Jinchuriki, much to her confusion. Nobody saw the Aburame heir roll his eyes at the extremely childish behavior. And of course, the fact that he was smiling was hidden by his collar. I know what's coming, muttered Shikamaru, resting his head on the desk. Team 9 is still in circulation. Yup, that's Neji's team. Ga, stop this Uzumaki Naruto. Why can't you? No, why can't he leave you alone in your thoughts? It's enough that he already took the space for your drams. Team Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji. Ino slumped. Chuji just continued to eat his chips. Your senseis will come after lunch. Good luck, everyone. With that, the gathered preteens departed from the classroom. Naruto had a plan. Her prey was currently calmly eating his onigiri with tomatoes. The idiot had left the window open. So-called genius. You are so getting what you deserve, Tabeyo. With a gust of wind, she jumped through the open window right onto the unsuspecting boy. Looking down at the tied-up Uchiha, Naruto laughed evilly. The boy glared at her. Silix, team, I just want to know something. Henge. The Sasuke copy just winked at him and disappeared with a last wave of her hand. Haruno Sakura was walking along the alley, 2 bentos in her hand. She had planned to ask Sasuke-kun on a date, and since they were on the same team, they should get to know each other better, right? And then he would fall in love with her. Who was she kidding? She knew that the boy didn't even look at her like that. But she didn't want to admit it. It was so much easier to pretend that he returned her affections. She sat on a bench, placing the bentos on her lap, thinking. She had finally become a kunoichi. One step closer to Sasuke and her father. Her mother was a civilian, a widow with only one child. When she had heard that Sakura wanted to be a ninja, she had panicked. The Pinkette understood it somewhat. Her father had died the day of the Kyuubi attack. Her mother just didn't want her dying. She heard shuffling and raised her head. Was Sasuke-kun, and he was staring at her with the most caring eyes she had ever seen on him. Hey, Sasuke-kun, she stuttered. Sakura. The boy had his hands in his pockets, staring at her. So cool. Her heart skipped when he slowly moved forward and sat on the other side of the bench, facing her. Say, Sakura, what do you think of Naruto? She is annoying, a loudmouth, and she wants to take you away from me. I only want to be with you, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke? Where are you going? The boy had stood up, not looking at her. Sakura, why did you become a shinobi? To run after me? I'm not going to play your prince. This is military. If you want me to ever look at you that way, then stop being so pathetic and train like a kunoichi tet. Right? I only want a strong woman beside me, not a weakling fawning over me. With that, the boy strode away, leaving the Pinkette deep in thought. Weakling? But why? Am I really weak? He only wants a strong woman. Shina. Well, then I will prove to him that I am no weakling. Still, something felt off, like it wasn't Sasuke-kun. Naruto let out a breath she was holding. That was close. What would have Sakura thought if her precious Sasuke sprouted to Bayo out of the blue? At least she tried to get the girl see. She could only hope it would work. Her stomach hurt. Cramps. Damn it, what's wrong? Did I eat something bad today? It seemed she had forgotten that the milk she drank in the morning had expired. Hugging her stomach, she turned around. A very angry Uchiha was in her way. Dobe. How did you get out of the ropes? Nanuk no Jutsu, Yuzurtanki. It's one of the basic jutsu taught in the academy. Then again, doubt you even paid attention. She grumbled, massaging her stomach. Let's go get Sakura. It's time to see our sensei, stated Sasuke, before dragging the whiskered girl back to the bench. Sakura was surprised to see her love and Naruto coming her way. Narrowing her eyes, she opened her mouth to yell at the blonde for stealing her Sasuke-kun, when to her surprise, said blonde was unceremoniously dropped on the ground. And you can tell her why you hinged into me, smirked the boy. Naruto gulped and slowly turned to the pink-haired girl. So that was Naruto. Sanaro. Wait. So Sasuke didn't hear me saying those things, and the advice was from Naruto? She just gaped at the girl. Ano, I think we are late, Tebeo, uttered Naruto in a small voice. It was no secret to her that Sakura's punch hurt. Right, let's go then. Sakura stood up and both teens waited for the Jinchuriki to raise from her position. She just stayed there, still gaping. Sakura didn't hit her? Was this the end of the world? Get up, Dobe, we don't have all day. Team, who got the stick even deeper in your butt anyway? Sakura punched her. The team ignored. Yup, things are finally the way they should be, thought the blonde while rubbing the bump. Oi met. Wait for me, she yelled and ran after. The figure, hidden in the nearby bushes, rubbed his head, opening a peculiar orange book. Things certainly were interesting. A perverted giggle escaped him. Those brats can wait a bit. I want to read about Miyake-chan and Akito-kun some more. Where is he, Tebeo? Shut up, Naruto baka. But Sakura-chan, everyone else's senseis already came. Even Irika-sensei left. Sakura just sighed and sat down beside Sasuke, much to his annoyance. Naruto was pacing in the room, a hand on her hip, the other training on her lower lip, thinking. Sasuke felt his eyes lock on the girl again. Sakura glared. Her love rival was already amking moves on her Sasuke-kun. Shinaro. To the Uchiha, she was such an annoyance, a dobe, talentless, loud, and yet he wanted to look at her. She really would make a good mother for his children. He rolled his eyes when she screamed at hell. Seems like Naruto has a plan, suggested Sakura, unsure, her anger momentarily forgotten. You bet Sakura-chan. That Chuunin won't know what hit him. They both watched her take the blackboard brush, that was chalk white from all the cleaning, and pull out a small rectangular piece of paper. Sasuke watched in interest. What was the dobe planning? Sakura was amazed. Naruto, the dead last of the group, no Fuinjutsu? The most difficult ninja art? Was this a joke? The joke turned into reality when they saw her pull out a brush and ink from another scroll and start carefully sketching. After a few minutes, she was done. Yash. She presented the complete seal to the other two. And what's a stupid paper going to do? Sasuke-kun, I think that's a Fuin, right Naruto? The girl beamed and with a simple ram sign, sealed the brush into the paper. Sasuke's eyebrows rose. So the dope knew wasn't completely useless. He looked sideways at the pinkette. She knew it was a seal, unlike him. He glared at her. Meanwhile, Naruto had finished sticking the seal on the wall, right above the door. Now we wait. He is a Chuunin, dope, he won't fall for that. Sasuke-kun is right. Thought he really deserves it, Shinaro. We are here for almost 3 hours. Seems she didn't intend to say it out loud. She grinned nervously. Naruto laughed. Sasuke ignored it. They heard footsteps. A hand slid first, opening the sliding doors. A mob of gravity-defying silver hair followed. Naruto smirked. Kai! A strange feeling of foreboding ran through him. He shivered. This was so much like when Kushina had pranked him, Rin, and Obito. He closed his visible eye, standing still in front of the closed door. What would Obito say if he knew he was getting another team to test? He had a slight feeling that this time, he would pass the team. After all, his sensei's daughter was in it. His best friend's nephew was in it. A sigh escaped him as he ran a hand through his silver hair. He always watched those two. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Rivals who took every chance to jump at each other's throats, who insulted each other. Not really realizing those were more endearing and friendly than hostile. So much like him and Obito. It pained him. He always watched the boy walk alone after the academy, train till exhaustion, eyes filled with crazy malice. This wasn't good. The boy was drowning in revenge, and if something wasn't done with it, he would be lost. He knew perfectly well that the three elders, along with that old coot, Danzo, were planning to use Sasuke as a weapon of some sort. They wanted the Sharingan bred. It sickened him. He was even secretly given the task to train only him, effectively ignoring the two other genin. He had given them the cold attitude. He would never do that. He would be far to the kids, like Minato-sensei was fair to him, Obito and Rin. Last night he had been through their files. They were interesting. Sasuke excelled in taijutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu. The boy really was a genius, even he still hadn't unlocked his dijitsu. He would be a force to be reckoned with, if trained. But he lacked very important things. He lacked love, which was forcefully taken from him. What Itachi did wounded the boy deeply, never to be reversed. He sighed. He would try everything to make the boy see. It was just, he wasn't good at such things, he couldn't comfort people, heck he couldn't even be a good teacher to them, like the fourth was to him. Truth is he was afraid. Apart from Sasuke, there was also Naruto, the yellow ball of never-ending sunshine and joy. She was the opposite of the young Uchiha. It was almost ironic how their places could have been switched. She always smiled no matter what. She ignored the glares and the hate thrown openly at her. She was so optimistic, it puzzled him. But still, he could still see the hurt she was keeping cooped up. Her eyes would sometimes have the faraway look when she stared at parents interacting with their children. But the situation had changed. A year ago, when he had gone to secretly check up on her after she had failed her exam the second time, he had arrived to see her smiling a real, genuine smile. And the determination in her eyes as she fell asleep reminded him so much of how Minato looked when he made goals. It shook him to the very core. Thus he followed her. He couldn't hide his surprise when he saw her interacting with the Hyuga genius, who had already graduated. He remembered that day perfectly well. After all, Guy had joined him in the stalking. No, Kakashi my rival. Stalking is such an unyouthful word. This is just following and checking up on our students' welfare and brightly burning power of youth. She isn't my student, Guy. Minor facts are unimportant. This was when Guy had told him about the changes in Neji, and how it seemed Naruto was the one to egg him on. Both Chuunin were smiling, and made a silent agreement not to talk of it. The stalking session never happened. Purity. A snort escaped him. Naruto was a handful for sure. Well, they were sure angry by now. 3 hours was a record even for him. He should get going already. His hand rested on the door. The strange feeling returned. I hope I am not going to die here. With that, Heikate Kakashi opened the door and stuck his head in. A blackboard eraser filled with chalk powder fled at his head and hit the target with a thump. Naruto burst out laughing. Sakura started apologizing. Sasuke just snorted. Kakashi, however, had a bored look in his eye as he dusted himself. My first impression, you are all idiots. Meet me on the roof. With a puff of smoke, he was gone. Silence. I have to learn how to do that, Tibeo. The trio was seated on the stone steps on the roof, looking expectantly at the Chuunin, who was leaning on the metal pipe at the edge, hands in his dark blue pants pockets. Introduce yourselves. Your likes, disliked, hobbies, dreams, he stated. Naruto and Sakura shared a look. Sensei, why don't you go first so we know what to say, suggested the pinkette, unsure. Me? My name is Hatake Kakashi. Naruto's eyes widened. She was seeing the man in a whole new light. This was Yandame's student after all. Sharingan no Kakashi, with a bunch of jutsu. He's going to be my sensei. He must be cool, Tebeo. Hope he isn't weird as Neji-sensei though. After all the stories he told me, Madogai made it to the very bottom of my awesome ninja list. Ignoring the fact that he was extremely strong and a Tainjutsu master, he was a weirdo. She just hoped in all her heart that Kakashi wouldn't be like that too. The fact that he was 3 hours late seemed to have slipped her mind. Eyes wide, she stared at him, slightly unnerving the Jounin. Why is she staring like that? Minato-sensei, she is weird. I have a lot of likes and a lot of disliked dreams. I have lots of hobbies. Sasuke and Sakura stared. Naruto's eye twitched. Now, Pinky, your turn. My name is Haruno Sakura. I like. She paused and looked sideways at her teammates, pondering. Kakashi raised a sliver eyebrow. Did she think of what Naruto told her seriously? I like a person. I don't like Inobuta. My hobbies, I guess reading, and my dream is to make a certain person notice me, she finished with an audible exhale. Well, that was different. She reminds me of Rin a bit. His gaze turned to the only boy in front of him. Duck, but over there, your turn. He received a fleeting glare from said duck, but Naruto snorted, shuffling her laughter with her sleeve. I like nothing in particular. Kakshi's single eye didn't lose the sideways look the boy gave to the blonde. I dislike a lot of things. Hobbies, training. Dream, no, I call it ambition is to kill a certain man, and to resurrect my clan. Itachi, you may not have realized it, but you as good as killed your little brother that night. He is an avenger. This might be a problem. And I will have to keep Naruto away from him while he has this mindset. His single eye focused on the blonde. Blondie, go ahead. My nickname is cool. Anyway, I am Uzumaki Naruto, Tebeo. I like ramen with all its flavors, my best friend Inu Nizan too. And Gigi, well, all the people who like me. I dislike people who judge others without knowing them and stereotypes. I hate clan-obsessed people too, Tebeo. My hobby is training and Fuinjutsu. Oh, and pranking. My dream is to become Hokage, so that everyone will acknowledge me. And well, it would also be good to have a family of my own too. The last part was mumbled, but all the other occupants heard it. Kakashi I smiled at her. Minato-sensei, Kushina-sama, she has turned out great. Sasuke and Sakura gave sideways looks at their blonde companion. Stop staring, Tebeo, she huffed. Sakura laughed. Sasuke, however, glared. He watched them interact. They really reminded him of his team, and the Densetsu no Sannin too. Was history repeating itself? He hoped not. He didn't want those three to have the same fate as his team. He wouldn't let that happen. The council had made him pass the team, because Uchiha Sasuke was in it. He had refused. If those three didn't pass his test, set from the times of Hashirama Senju, they wouldn't become shinobi. Something told him they would be the first to pass. He had the feeling yesterday when he was looking through their files. A groan was heard. His eyes snapped back to attention. He sweat dropped. Sakura was running after Naruto in circles around Sasuke, screaming something that sounded like, Baka, and, stop calling my Sasuke-kun a team. The Uchiha was ignoring both of them, an annoyed expression on his face. Why is he glaring at me? Anyway, time for the fun to begin. He chuckled evilly, earning the attention of the three. Why are you laughing, sensei? Asked the Pinkette, rather bravely, seeing the insane laughter, which made the other two back away. The laugher stopped. One single eye stared them down. Well, I have news for you three. You guys aren't genin yet. Every year the reactions were epic, and Hatake Kakashi enjoyed them. Oh yes, this was going to be fun, he thought, surveying their gobsmacked expressions. Naruto paced around her apartment, tracing an interactive design with her feet. Her brow was furrowed, and her hand was around her stomach, the other trailing from her temple to her bottom lip. Her typical thinking pose. The man had told them that out of the 29 who graduated, only 9 would make it to genin. And they had to pass another test. A survival exam, which meant fighting that team of a sensei. And he even told them not to eat. Naruto couldn't do that. Plus Neji had sat her on a normal, healthy diet. She was already used to it. And he had said that shinobi have to eat before every mission. It was essential. What was Hatake Kakashi playing at then? She turned around, avoiding bumping into the bed, and completed another circle. Well, at least they were going to meet at training ground. She was very familiar with it. Maybe that was why she felt so confident? She smiled, still poking at her lower lip. Right, first things first, find more information on the man. Clapping her hands together, she ran to the small shelf in the corner, where she kept some of the books and scrolls. There you are. She quickly took out the bingo book and flipped through the pages. It was slightly outdated, but that was understandable. At least what Neji explained was understandable. The very recent bingo books are given personally to the most elite shinobi. Mostly the ANBU and select few jounin. Nara Shikaka has it, Hayashi-sama has it too. When they become outdated or when new data is added, those books go to the ANBU library section, which is simply for safekeeping. For us, those outdated versions are very valuable. The information there might one day save your life in a mission. But when Neji said things like that, she was left with basically nothing to counter with. She really didn't like losing to him. She gripped the book tighter, then realizing what she was doing, laughed. I wonder what he is doing now. I haven't seen him for 2 days. Wait, I really need to stop this. I need to focus on the bingo book, Tebeo. Plus, it's not like he will ever like me, and both he and I won't have time for such stupid things, right? Her chest hurt just thinking about it. But she ignored the pain. She had work to do. Hatake Kakashi. Father, Hatake Tsukumo, Konoha's white fang. Mother, unknown. Important data, has graduated the academy at the age of 5, became a Chuunin at nicknames. Copy Ninja Kakashi, Sharingan no Kakashi. Signature Jutsu, Chidori Raikiri. The only living student of Konoha no Kuroi Senku, Namikaze Minato. Over a 1,000 elemental and non-elemental jutsu in his arsenal. Has the feared Uchiha Dijutsu, the Sharingan. 2 million Ryuo on his head. Killed on sight. Naruto turned the book over, staring at the cover. This was Iwagakure no Sato's bingo book. And her sensei had a kill on sight order. How the hell are we going to survive against him? We are just Genin, Tebeo. Something really isn't right here. She plopped on the floor, burying her hands in her arms. I miss Neji. It was the crack of dawn. The reddish rays of sunlight were just starting to peek from the horizon. The nature was slowly waking up. The singing of the birds could be heard throughout the village, hidden in the forest. Konohagakure no Sato was still sleeping, and everything a silent serenity to it. However, if one looked closer, he would see 3 figures, sluggishly walking from 3 different directions towards the same goal. With a closer look, one could easily identify the tree. They were Uchiha Sasuke, with bags under his eyes, which were half closed, Haruno Sakura, all in her pink glory, even if it was a bit dull today, and Uzumaki Naruto, seemingly sleepwalking, as she somehow managed to walk straight with her eyes closed. They met in the middle of what was called training ground. The reason, you might ask? Simple. Sensei had told them to turn up at 6 a.m. He isn't here, is he? Stated Naruto in a raspy voice. Sakura nodded and sat on the ground, leaning on her elbows. The blonde followed suit, hugging her bag in the process. Sasuke just stood there, watching the horizon, with his hands in his pockets. 15 minutes passed. Naruto dozed off. Another hour passed. Sasuke leaned on a rock, closing his eyes. 2 hours passed. All 3 teens, well, technically, 2 teens and 1 preteen, were sound asleep, curled up on the grass. 1 more hour later there was a yo. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Those 3 had clearly made themselves comfortable. He wouldn't allow such careless behavior on missions. If they passed, that is, time to make them see the harsh reality. His hands flashed through hand seals. Suiton, Nami Shibuki. A small wave rose from the lake nearby and flying through the air, splashed the 3 unsuspecting kids. They instantly woke up, splattering and coughing water. He coughed, catching their attention. Now that we are all here. What do you mean, Tebeo? You were 6 hours late. Well, a black cat crossed my path and I had to turn back and find another way to come. Cue 3 identical eye twitches. Liar! Screamed Naruto and Sakura. The crows on the trees took out in fright. You didn't really have to drown us, sensei, grumbled the blonde, glaring at her dripping clothes and hair. Sasuke and Sakura were in the same predicament. Currently they were facing the Chuunin, who had a playful eye smile on. He is pissing me off, Tebeo. Why did I have to get a weirdo for a sensei? And I thought Neji had it bad. They watched him pull out an alarm clock from seemingly nowhere and place it on the memorial stone, which they were currently facing. It was then that they noticed 3 bentos on it. Kakashi took out 2 bells, tied with a string, and dingled them in front of his noses. You have to get a bell from me till midday. It was already. Sakura growled. The one who doesn't get a bell will be tied to a post and won't be allowed to eat, the silver-haired man continued with that annoying eye smile of his. So that's why he made us skip breakfast. Ha, in your face, Hatake Kakashi team. I followed Neji's advice and ate. She smirked. As if on K, 2 stomachs growled beside her. The others stared at her. Seems she was the only one to actually think. Seems she really got something of your brains, sensei. After a few minutes, Sakura gasped, hand going to her mouth in horror. But there are only 2 bells, sensei. Naruto's eyes widened. What the hell was going on? The one who doesn't get a bell will return to the academy and never become a shinobi. He watched 2 of his students pale and 1 growl. Which is why I suggest you coming at me with the intent to kill me, he finished. Huh? You couldn't even dodge an eraser, Tebeo, Naruto boasted, inwardly wanting to check the reaction she would get. She wasn't disappointed. Ignore the dead last. Loudmouths like you, who are only talk, are finished rather early. Naruto gulped. But if we come at you with the intent to kill, you might get hurt, sensei. Sakura-chan. He is a Chuunin for a reason, Tebeo. All the strong ninja in Konoha are weird. The blonde sweat dropped at her own thought. You have 1 hour. Naruto watched him tie the bells to his waist belt. Just to check. Grabbing a kunai from her holster in a flash, she ran to the Chuunin. A second later her hand was twisted behind her back and her own kunai was pointed at her own head. Fast, Tebeo. He really is a Chuunin. The same thought seemed to have struck Sasuke as well. I'm staring to like you guys. Keep up the intent to kill. But not before I say, go, Blondie. Said Blondie fumed and returned to her position in between the other 2. Now ready? Go, he barked. The tree's soon-to-be Genin disappeared. Kakashi smirked. Let the hunt begin. Naruto was hiding in the bushes, crouched on the ground, eyes focused on the figure in the clearing. She knew Sasuke and Sakura were hidden too. Sakura-chan would probably look for the team though. Something really wasn't right with the test. Neji's team were 4 people, the sensei and 3 Genin. So were all the other Team 7s, and in fact all the famous teams she read about. So why was Hatake Kakashi putting such a test? She narrowed her eyes. Time for action, Tebeo. I'll think of this weird thing later. She jumped into the clearing, a few feet away from the older man. He turned around, surprised. Naruto pointed a finger at him. You and me fight right here, right now, Tebeo. Well, aren't you a weird one? Fine, let me show you the first shinobi lesson, taijutsu. Your hair is weird, Tebeo, she screamed and darted forward with a battle cry. She stopped dead in her tracks when she realized he was pulling something from his pocket. But taijutsu is hand-to-hand combat. No weapons allowed. What is he? Her eyes nearly bulged out when he pulled out a very familiar orange book. Hinata-sensei, Tebeo. You are so gonna get it. In the distance, Sasuke's sweat dropped. They were both idiots. Sakura just observed. I don't need both hands to defeat you. Plus I want to know what happens next. Naruto growled. Resuming her running, she swung her fist at Kakashi's head, but he dodged almost lazily, eyes still fixed on the book. Raising her leg, she brought it down crashing, but the Chuunin dodged again, flipping the girl upside down in the process. Gotcha! Naruto smirked, her hand swinging forward to strike at his unprotected stomach. A hand blocked it. Seems I won't be able to read without interruptions. He threw her away from him and placed the book back in the paunch. Naruto, using her hand as a backbone, flipped back into the air and landed on her feet. Seems her taijutsu beatings from Neji were giving their results. Kakashi frowned. She was a lot stronger than he expected, but still not enough. When she ran at him again, he disappeared, making her eyes widen. Reappearing behind her, he formed the tiger seal. In the trees, Sasuke's eyes widened and he screamed, "Naruto, get out of there. That's the seal for Katan Jutsu." But it was too late. Naruto looked back just in time to see the scene that would haunt her nightmares many, many days and years later. No Hagakure Hiden Taijutsu Oji, Senin Goroshi. K facepalm from the last Uchiha and an eye twitch from the pink-haired girl. Before even flying a few meters in the air, she gave a soft "ow" and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke stared. What the so I was fighting a Kagebunshin all this time? Where is the real one then? He looked around, surveying his surroundings. Sakura is 30 meters away, west. Sasuke is up on the trees, 10 meters, south. Naruto and her clones, waiting near the lake. At that moment, a dozen Narutos appeared, engaging him in a taijutsu fight. Kakashi was panting. The girl could dodge and evade attacks very well. And she even managed to hit him a few times. Diamond her speed. When her fingers nearly touched the bells, he knew it was time to get more serious. Thus Naruto found herself thrown face first into the lake. Her hands felt heavy. She grabbed the rocks on the shore and heaved herself up. The water was freezing. Diamond, that perverted sensei. 2 blue sandals appeared on her line of vision. She flicked her hair out of her eyes and glared. "I will have to admit, you have skills, but seems they aren't enough now, are they?" With an ice smile, he was gone, leaving Naruto to punch the closest tree in rage. From the noises she heard, it seemed that Sasuke and Sakura both had failed to get the bells. Figures. Even the genius Uchiha wouldn't be able to defeat the student of the 4th. At least, not when he was just a genin. She was hungry again. And it was nearly time, according to the alarm clock anyway. So she had made a small plan. Go and eat the bentos. She was caught, of course. This was why she found herself tied to the middle wooden post. Sasuke and Sakura were just coming to their senses beside her, both leaning on the other 2 posts. The one-eyed Jounin was leaning on the memorial stone, eyeing them with distaste. "Why I am the only one tied anyway?" screamed Naruto in frustration, wriggling around the tight knots. "Because you tried to eat the bentos without permission. I am extremely disappointed in the 3 of you. None of you understood the true meaning of the test." "True meaning?" uttered Sakura, rubbing her bruised elbow. Sasuke just glared, his eyes shadowed. "Yes, true meaning. You will not go back to the academy. None of you deserve to be shinobi. You should all be dropped out of the ninja program altogether." Sasuke lashed out on the man, when he had his back turned, a kunai ready to stab him. A few seconds later the Jounin was sitting on his back, the kunai pressed to Sasuke's throat. "You are just children, who don't understand. Look underneath the underneath." Let go of the boy, who staggered back to the post. Sakura had tears in her eyes, staring horrified. Naruto, however, was frowning deeply. Underneath the underneath? Teams of 3 genin. Konohagakure shinobi were strong, because of their bonds. So the bells were only just a way to make us work against each other. Then the whole point of the stupid test was teamwork. Sakura and Sasuke looked at her. Kakashi inwardly smiled. "She really did get your brains, sensei." "Indeed, teamwork. All the genin teams consist of 3 members. Did you really think you could defeat a Jounin just by yourselves? Naruto, you rushed into the battle, not even thinking things through. Sakura, you ignored the fact that Naruto needed your help and ran off to find Sasuke, and you, Sasuke, thought that those 2 are useless and will only be in your way. All of you have individual good skills, and if you had combined them, I am sure you would have been able to get the bells." "But the bells?" "Sakura, that was just a way to see who would sacrifice themselves for the sake of getting the bells. Who would be willing to put his ninja career online, in order for the mission to be accomplished. I am very disappointed. Only Naruto figured it out, and it was late already. The three lowered their heads in shame. Naruto had tears in her eyes. Kakashi sighed. There will be lots of difficult missions, where you would be forced to make decisions. For example, he appeared beside Naruto, a kunai at her throat. Her eyes widened as her breath hitched. Sasuke, kill Sakura or else I will kill Naruto. The boy just stared at him, eyes clearing showing that he was at a loss of what to do. Sakura screamed. He lowered the kunai and turned to the memorial stone. But, you guys have potential. I will give you one last chance. Eat, then we will have a round 2. Mark my words, there will be no other second chances. And one more thing. He turned around, his one eye was glaring at them, almost piercing through with cold hatred. Do not feed Naruto. I am your commander. What I say is law, you hear me? With that he disappeared. Sakura cleared away the tears, and slowly opened her bento. Sasuke was already eating. Naruto tried not to stare at the food. Her stomach betrayed her. Don't mind me guys, I'm not hungry at all, plus I had eaten in the morning so. She found a bento shoved in her face. You need your strength. If we ever want to defeat him and get those bells, we need you in your best shape. You can't go collapsing in the middle of a fight. You will just hold us back. He wasn't looking at her, but the pink tingle in his cheeks was visible. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Maybe it was a normal reaction? Neji did that around her a lot too. And Hinata. However, her heart swelled in gratitude. But Sasuke-kun, Sensei said. I don't sense him anywhere near. A few minutes later, the second bento was held out to her by a smiling Sakura. Naruto felt tears start to roll down her cheeks. Salura-chan. I am on a diet anyway, so eat up, Shinaro. I can't use my hands. Reluctantly and with an eye twitch, the pink-ket fed the blonde. Thanks, Fakafa, said the blonde through her mouthful. Don't talk with you Mo-. Her accusing voice died off as the skies darkened and lightning struck right before them, revealing their sensei. He was angry, very angry. All three shivered. I told you not to feed her. You disobeyed me, he thundered, head looming over them. We are teammates. All for one and one for all, screamed the blonde. That's right, backed up Sakura, raising her fist to make a point, like we would let our teammates starve. No matter what, we stick together, it's either all three starve or all three eat. Kakashi, growled Sasuke, lifting himself from the ground. You guys, pass? Was all that passed through their heads. An unintelligent, what, escaped Naruto. Kakashi just smiled. I am proud. You guys acted like a real team would. Long ago, a friend of mine told me, those who break the rules and regulations are trash. He paused for the effect. But those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. Kakashi-sensei is so cool, Tebeo. Look at this. Do you know whose names are carved here? He waved a hand at the memorial stone. Sasuke's eyes darkened, Naruto's lowered. Kia, whispered Sakura. Killed in action. They are all heroes of Konoha. They are a prime example of what I just told you. A silence followed. Well, starting from tomorrow, Team 7 is officially in circulation. Congratulations on passing. The thumbs up and the eye smile they received made all three of them smile. Let's go then. Sasuke-kun, go out on a date with me? No, Sakura. Kakashi had already disappeared. A few minutes later it hit her. What? You left me here, Databeo? Untie me. Sasuke team, Sakura-chan. Kakashiero-sensei team. Her teeth started chattering. I'm gonna catch a cold here. Stupid sensei throwing his students in ice-cold water. She sneezed, making her hair fly around her in waves, then plaster to her cheeks. Naruto, came a surprised voice. Her heart started beating fast. Oh no. Of all the times for him to see, it has to be now. Fate sure is a beach. Really? I thought you didn't agree to fate at all. He appeared right in front of her, the ever-present smirk adoring his face. Her face flushed as she stared up at those amused lavender eyes. Cammy, I said that out loud, didn't I? Yes, you did. Her eyes widened. He laughed. So, what happened? You seem to be in. He eyed her up and down, raising a curious eyebrow. Distress? Why else would you want me to see you? That sounded weird, extremely weird, but Naruto liked it. She knew she shouldn't, but she really couldn't help it, Tebeo. Neji watched her face contract in anger. Well, of course I would be in distress. Stupid sensei doing a weird test. Look underneath the underneath. Not counting the fact that my first kiss was nearly stolen away, and that perverted sensei of mine poked me in the butt. Well, my clone, but I still felt it. It hurt, damn it. And then I had to take a shower in the freezing water of this lake. To top it all, they left me tied up here. She was breathing hard now from all the energy she used to shout that out loud. Neji felt anger boil up in him. Who is your sensei? He asked, gritting his teeth. Hatake Kakashi. But he is cool once you get past the perverse thing. He is insanely strong too. That pervert. Why did she even get him anyway? He gets Guy and she gets his rival. Well, then again, she was the daughter of his sensei, plus there was Sasuke Uchiha too, the nephew of Obito Uchiha. And who tried to steal away your first kiss? He watched her cheeks flame up. It was so endearing. He felt the sudden urge to slide her birthmarks again. Damn it, the disease has caught up again. I was glaring at Sasuke team, and then someone bumped into me from the back and I was sort of falling on him, but Shika had moved team away with his shadow jutsu, you know, when he sprouts a shadow from his feet, and I ended up saved. Uchiha Sasuke, why does the mere thought of you being close to Naruto make me want to kill you? He was growling. Oi, Neji, you okay? He focused on her again. Hi. Let's get you out of those then, shall we? Yeah, I am frozen here. Achoo. Neji just smirked and with a simple wave of his hand, released some chakra from his fingers. In mere minutes, the ropes were cut. Naruto massaged her arm. Neji, however, stared. Hey, what are you looking at? HM? Nothing. Seemingly in a trance, he moved closer, pinning the girl to the wooden post. His hand seemed to have gained a conscience of its own, as it moved slowly to her cheek, where the tear stains were frozen to her cheeks. His thump gently cleared it. The girl shivered under the touch. His hand moved to her hair, combing it with his fingers along its length, making the girl close her eyes. His touch was lulling her to sleep. You really have beautiful hair, Naruto, he murmured. The girl looked down. Neji frowned. What was he doing anyway? This was so wrong, and right. I really need to consult someone. When the whiskered girl raised her head, there was a mischievous smile playing on her pink lips. But the effect was lost somewhat due to her eyes. They showed nothing but slight hurt and confusion. Yes, I know, Mr. Winner of the best-kept hair in all Konoha. The trance broke. The now slightly annoyed Hyuga stepped away from her and turned around, leaving the training ground. Get moving, Uzumaki, or you will really catch a cold, he called in his cold, uncaring voice. It sent shivers down her spine. This wasn't her Neji. The girl obliged and ran to catch up to the boy. Why was he acting like that? He really needed to stop it, he was scaring her. She shivered when he touched her. And the fear in her eyes, she was afraid of. That fact felt like a stab in his chest. Damn it! What had made him do it? He only knew that his mind had gone black when he saw her, venerable, so beautiful with her blonde locks cascading down her back. He had noticed she had cried. There were stains on her face. Not the right place for them. And he had decided it was up to him to correct that mistake. He knew he was just making up reasons. In reality, he wanted to touch her, to feel her warm skin, to caress those whisker marks. He wanted that. And it scared him. What was she doing to him? He remembered how silky and fluffy her hair felt under his touch. It smelled of wet grass and raspberries. He wanted to bury his nose in it and never let go. And it frustrated him. Neji never felt like this before meeting her. Why did she affect him like that? In a way, he was glad she didn't notice those things and disregarded them. Winner of all Konoha best-kept hair. Or was it? He snorted, pushing the food into his mouth. The occupants of the room eyed him strangely. It also angered him. Part of him wanted her to realize. Wait, realize what? He himself didn't know. He groaned, rubbing his chin with the chopsticks, and looked down at his chest, specifically where the heart was. A little more and it would jump out of his chest. He glared at it. Stop acting like that, will you? Neji, who are you talking to? His eyes snapped to reality. Currently, he was dining with Hayashi-sama, Hinata, and Hanabi. This was a small celebration on Hinata's graduation and passing the test set by her Chuunin sensei. The head of the main branch was drinking from his bowl, eyes closed, still waiting for an answer. Neji's eyes widened. He had said that out loud. Dimenyu Uzumaki Naruto. Nothing, uncle, just thinking of some things, he replied vaguely, willing Hayashi to buy it. The man eyed him for a second, then seemingly deeming the answer appropriate, nodded. Neji knew one day he was going to be interrogated. He was just glad his uncle didn't bring it up now, especially in front of his cousins. Nason, tell me about your test. And your teammates too? Plus yesterday you came late and, chirped Hanabi, only to be interrupted by a small glare from her father. Gomenasai. Hinata sneaked a peek at her Shikyu, and seeing him in a good mood, decided it was okay to tell. An encouraging nod from Neji helped as well. WL. She poked her pointer fingers together. Kurenai-sensei hid in a jinjutsu, and we had to find her. From the very start, Shino-san had suggested working together, and me and Kiba-kun agreed. Nijo noticed her blush pink when mentioning the name of the Inuzuka. She likes him? It was ironic he didn't realize that Naruto was acting the same way around him as Hinata around Kiba. He altogether forgot that he himself acted like that too. So you guys found her? I remember that Konohamaru idiot telling us about your sensei. Isn't she a super cool genjutsu mistress? Whispered the young girl, staring at her big sister and occasionally eyeing her strict father. Neji was surprised. Usually Hayashi wouldn't let Hanabi talk like that. Hinata turned to smile at her sister. Hi. We make a great reconnaissance team. Kurenai-sensei had requested the three of us personally. Sugoi, I want to be a ninja too. In a few years, Hanabi, came the calm voice of Hayashi Hyuga. The girl smiled and, not forgetting her manners, carefully grabbed a chunk of rice with her chopsticks. Hinata, as your sister pointed out, you came back rather late yesterday and didn't say anything. Hayashi eyed his eldest. She squirmed under his gaze but held her ground. Hi, Oda-sama. After meeting Kurenai-sensei, Emi and my teammates went out to eat and talk about ourselves. Kiba-kun and Shino-kun are my god friends. Neji sighed. Sure, she was doing much better now, but seems her own father still scared her. She needed to get over that fear. And if Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino helped her, he would only be thankful. Well, the inauguration itself was quite interesting. Neji's interest peaked. Naruto-chan had changed a bit, and that didn't go unnoticed by the B-boys. What? The Hyuga boy's eyes narrowed into slits. Shino-kun later told me to watch out for Uchiha Sasuke. Why? Inquired Hayashi, curious. What would Fugaku's son want? I noticed it too. He was looking at Naruto-chan weirdly, like he wanted to eat her. When I asked Shino-kun about it, he said that Naruto was most likely on his to become wife list. But from what Shino-kun gathered, Shimamaru-kun and Chuji-kun wouldn't let that happen. And that's why he warned me. He and Kiba-kun seem to think that when he realizes Naruto-chan wouldn't want to be with him, he might go after Emi. Her voice died down. A snap was heard. The three Hyuga whirled their heads around to see Neji, who was standing up. His broken chopsticks clenched in one hand. His eyes were overshadowed. He was leaking killing intent. Hayashi-sama, may I be excused? I am not hungry anymore. His voice was shaking. Without waiting for an answer, he strode away. Neji, Nizan? Shikyu, what's wrong with Neji and I? Asked Hanabi. Hayashi allowed a small smile appear on his face. He just has things to think over. Do not worry, Hanabi. The girl nodded and went back to eating. Hinata edged closer to her father, silently asking the question. Do not worry. I will never let you marry without love, Hinata. Her eyes widened and she blushed. As for Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke won't be able to even touch a single hair on her head. Naruto herself won't let that happen. And Neji won't let that happen. He put his hand on her head, smiling at her confused face. He really was glad she no longer feared him. Hisana, your eldest daughter will turn into a beauty, just like you. Neji slammed the door behind him, making the whole building shake. His Byakugan was appearing without hand seals. He was angry. No. He was beyond sad. His hands were itching to clasp around a certain raven-haired boy's throat. If he dares touch her, I will kill him. But what if Naruto likes him? He gripped his chest, sinking to the floor. Why? Does it feel like I am on fire? Why do I even care who that idiot ends up with? He rubbed his forehead, eyes closed in agony. They are teammates now, he will be with her constantly. For the second time in his whole life, something died in him. Except this time it was different. He couldn't explain it. He had no idea. That was the first time he had a nightmare. The blonde girl had visited him in his dreams again, but her back was turned to him, and she was leaving, following a dark figure ahead. He had screamed her name. Hey, Blondie here. Target sighted. Ready to capture at your command. Point B, Pinky here. I'm ready too. Point C, Raven here. Target slowly moving to point D. Why does Team get to change his nickname anyway? Point D, Silver Wolf here. Naruto, shut up and get that cat. 3 figures jumped from their hiding spots on one unsuspecting cat. It had been a few weeks already. And they did nothing but D-ranks. When Naruto had realized that D-ranking missions were basically chores, they had wanted to kill the stupid BSTRD of a Hyuga. Said Hyuga had violently sneezed, making Guy sprout something about power of youth again. Nevertheless, she and a reluctant Sasuke and Sakura did the missions. They knew that they had to have at least some amount of those stupid missions listed in their files. But after 2 whole weeks of weeding gardens, walking dogs, cleaning apartments, babysitting, cleaning dog crap, the river, the streets, they were sick of it. Naruto glared heatedly at the cat in her arms. Her face was scratched. The cat hated her. That feeling was mutual. Tora was the same cat that scared her to death the day she found the hidden room in the library. Naruto knew she had to be thankful, but the cat was real devil in disguise. Mission Capture Tora was avoided by most genin. Why did Team 7 had to do it all the time? The feline ran away twice a day, to Bayo. They really needed something more challenging, which she didn't lose any chance to loudly point out. Sasuke and Sakura, even though not expressing it out loud, agreed with her wholeheartedly. They were really getting sick of chores, and Tora too. Kakashi-sensei, get a normal mission to Bayo, she screamed into the mouthpiece, effectively deafening the Jounin. Team 7 reporting. Mission, capture the lost cat Tora, complete, stated Kakashi. They were in the Hokage Tower, the genin standing behind their sensei, eyeing the cat maliciously as it was being death-choked by a very fat lady. She was Hai no Kuni Daimyo's wife. Ah, my poor Tora-chan. Did you miss mommy? Don't leave me again. Naruto's sweat dropped. No wonder the cat ran away. She was even feeling sorry for it. Good job, now, your next mission will be. Sarutobi looked through his files. Clean the Inuzuka dogs. Babysit a merchant's children. Hell no, Gigi. Give us a real mission, screamed Naruto. Kakashi put a hand over her mouth and chuckled nervously. He was going to get it. Naruto, yelled Irika from the Hokage's right. You are just a newbie genin with no experience. Hiruzen raised a hand to silence the Chuunin. Naruto, do you know how the missions are distributed? Of course I do, Gigi. D ranks for genin, C ranks for High Genin and Chuunin, B ranks from High Chuunin, Jounin and Tokubus Jounin, A ranks for Jounin and Anbu, S ranks for the Hokage, and Shinobi with equal power. I know this. But I am sick of D ranks. Give us a normal challenging mission. We can handle it, we are no longer children, Dadabayo. Sarutobi raised his eyebrows. She really could surprise an old man. He looked at the other genin. Sasuke had a determined and somewhat arrogant expression and Sakura was nodding. Kakashi, can Team 7 handle a C rank? Before Irika could open his mouth to protest, the copy ninja answered. Hi, Hokage-sama. Well, then I have the perfect mission for you. Send Tazuna in. Naruto beamed. Sasuke smirked. Sakura, however, frowned. She was unsure if they could hand a C rank. But seeing how her two teammates reacted, and secretly not wanting to appear weak to Sasuke, she smiled as well. We can do this, Shinaro. The door opened. The smell of sake and cigars filled the room. Naruto blanched and turned around. Her fantasies of rescuing a princess were crushed. Who are those brats? Are they really gonna protect me? The blonde chirp looks weak. Naruto snapped. Oi, Bichihasen. She lunged for him, but was held back by her collar. Naruto, we don't attack our clients. That made her settle down. Echem, I am the awesome bridge builder Tazuna. And you are going to escort me to Nami no Kuni and protect me till I finish building my super awesome bridge. Nami no Kuni. Finally I will see some other places, and then get to tell Neji about it. Her chest contracted. She barely heard her sensei say, Don't worry, I am a Jounin. If anything happens, I will protect you, and dismiss the team. Since that day in the training grounds, she hadn't seen him. Cammy knew how much she missed him. But he must have been very busy, and she was too. With all those missions and the team trainings, she hardly had time off. And now, she was going away on a long C rank. It would probably last a few weeks too. She wanted to see him badly, so much that she was prepared to run to the Hyuga compound and burst into his room. Who cares if she doesn't even know where it is? She just wanted to see Hyuga Neji, at least before she left on her mission. Kakashi had told them to go pack the essentials and wait for him at the main gate of Kanahigakure at 10 a.m. After putting some clothes and minor important stuff in her bag, Naruto sealed some Fuinjutsu scrolls and the notebook in a spare scroll. She put it on her bed, next to her other scroll, which contained some ink and a brush. This way, she wouldn't forget anything. It was 9 p.m. Kakashi had told them to go sleep early, but she couldn't. Thoughts still on a certain Hyuga, she made her way to the training ground. To her disappointment, he wasn't there. Her heart sank. What if he didn't want to be her friend anymore? Her heart flipped at the friend, but she ignored it. After aimlessly staring into space, she finally realized she was being an idiot. He had lots of things to do. Why would he be with her? He had his team, his missions, his family. Who was she to him anyway? Snuggling into her jacket, she turned around. Her heart skipped. Her hand, which were gripping the collar of her jacket, stilled. He was there, casually leaning on a tree, just like he did a year ago. Naruto. Neji, what are you doing here? He didn't look at her. Instead, he looked at something in his hand. Guy-sensei told me that Kakashi's team was leaving for a long mission. Your first C rank. She nodded. Hi. Well, I will wait for a full report of your first C rank mission then. And we will discuss it over ramen. He smiled. Naruto returned the grin full force, skipping to him. You bet. My mission will be more epic than yours, Tebeo. He took her hand. What's that? He was tying something on her wrist. It was a white leather bracelet, with the kanji for kaze engraved in the middle and spiraling ornaments around it. This is filled with my chakra. It's my own precaution. I will know if something happens to you. Naruto brought her hand up to her eyes, staring at the bracelet. Neji, arigato, but nays? He just smirked at her. Isn't it your birthday in a week? Consider it an early birthday present. Oh, that remind me here. He shoved a small notebook in her hand. I noticed that you tried to create your own variations of seals and all of them were out of order, scattered here and there on random scrolls. Just put your ideas here. Like, the yandere? Yes. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. She hugged him tightly, surprising the boy. He hugged her back. You be careful too, Nijibaka. Go. You need to get a decent sleep. She nodded and with another quick hug, disappeared. He just smirked as he watched her run off. It turned into a painful grimace. Naruto, be careful, I have very bad feeling. Finally, out of the village. This is going to be so cool, Databeo. Naruto skipped, grinning hugely, clapping her hands together. Are you sure this squirt is a real ninja? Wondered Tazuna with a eerie disbelief. Yes, Tazuna-san, she is just excited, reassured the one-eyed Jounin, putting a hand on his shoulder. Of course she would, thought Kakashi. This is her first time out of Konoha, anyone would be curious. Sasuke, who was walking at the front, along with the client and Sakura, just HN'd. The dobe really was getting on his nerves with her constant happy denominator, and her jumping up and down, and her endless chattering. She should be more serious. This was a mission, not a playground. Unknowingly, Naruto was thinking along the same lines, but she still couldn't help it. She just loved being outside. It was her first time, after all. She wanted to know and see everything. But even so, she kept her senses in alert. It wouldn't be good if something happened while she was daydreaming, to Bayo. But her cheerfulness hid something. And only Kakashi noticed, having watched over her when she was little. He knew all her quirks. He knew which smile was genuine from her herd, and which was a simple mask to hide behind. Today's act had its purpose. She was extremely nervous. Maybe the girl didn't realize it yet, but Hatake Kakashi did. She was a sensory type, and could always tell if there was danger or some foul chakra around. He had witnessed it himself a few times when she was just a toddler and had a few assassination attempts from Kyumo. She would call it gut instinct. He would call it something weird that probably has to do with Kyuubi's chakra. Kushina could feel danger too. If Naruto was nervous, this meant one thing. Something was going to go wrong. His eyes roamed the surroundings. He would have to be careful. If this mission was more dangerous than it was first presented as. His eyes narrowed at the bridge builder, who was looking around, shivering slightly. He would never let anything happen to his students. They were his new family now. And he would be dead if any one of them died on their first C rank. Naruto whirled the bracelet around her wrist in anxiety. Something was off, but she couldn't place her finger at what exactly. She shook her head. Maybe she was just paranoid. Her eyes rested on the white leather again. She smiled softly. Tazuna-san, what is Nam no Kuni like? Asked Sakura, hands behind her back, grinning. Naruto looked over to them in interest. The old man smiled proudly and waving his arms around, declared that Nami no Kuni was a very beautiful place. As the name says, it's hidden in waves. Some of the elders say it rivals the beauty of former Uzushiogakure no Sato. Kakashi paled and looked sideways at his youngest student. She was listening intently with mild interest. Seems she didn't realize that Uzumaki and Uzushiogakure can have something in common. She can be rather bright at situations, but she is also very dense. He sweat dropped and buried his nose in his aika-aika. No, Kakashi-sensei, are there any ninja in Nami? Sakura was full of questions. Seems like Naruto wasn't the only one who was out of Konoha for the first time in her life. She smirked. No. It's a small village, only civilians. That's why they order missions from the closest hidden villages. As you know, there are 5 big shinobi nations that have the biggest 5 hidden villages. Hai no Kuni, Kaze no Kuni. Naruto started listing, earning an eye smile from her sensei, Mizu no Kuni, Tsuchi no Kuni and Kaminari no Kuni, right sensei? Yes. And each of them have their own hidden villages. Kanahagakure no Sato, Sunagakure no Sato, Kirigakure no Sato, Iwagakure no Sato and Kyumogakure no Sato in the order Naruto just listed. Now, there are a lot of other minor shinobi villages, but the 5 biggest are these. They are ruled by the 5 Kage, who being the strongest shinobi in their own countries grouped together. They decide fates of shinobi. Sugoi, who would have thought Gigi was so strong? You guys didn't just doubt the Hokage, did you? 3 synchronic shaking of heads followed that statement. Kakashi's sweat dropped. His one eye, focused on a passage in his book, narrowed. It was a very warm day. He guessed there were some idiots who thought the disguise could work on him. His genin are one thing, but he, on the other hand, was another. 2, judging from their chakra, Chuunin most probably, armed with weapons. Something smells wrong. Poison? This could be dangerous, but it seems that for some reason, the demon brothers are here. Now, to find out why exactly. Kakashi-sensei, screamed Sakura in panic, her green eyes wide. Two figures dressed in black just jumped on them seemingly from nowhere and cut down Kakashi. Now, your turn, Blondie, sneered one of them, lunging at the girl. She had frozen. The bracelet was pulsing on her hand. A sudden wave of chakra from it brought her to reality and she dodged in time, but the chain knife got her hand. Quickly pulling it off, she took a kunai from her leg holster and jumped at the attacker, her foot crushing into his stomach. But he has armor? He raised his weapon, aiming at her again. She jumped, kicking off his head in the process and bringing her fist down to smash at his head. With the corner of her eye she saw Sasuke dealing with the other, with some shinobi strings and taijutsu. Sakura was standing protectively in front of their charge, kunai ready. Naruto saw her shaking, but her grip didn't loosen. "I'm gonna kill ya, brat," roared the one she was fighting with. Naruto scolded herself for the lapse of attention and landing on the ground, took a stance. She didn't get the chance to fight him. "Ma, you guys did well." Her sensei was somehow holding both attackers in a chokehold. Both passed out. While Naruto and Sasuke silently watched their sensei tie up the two to a tree, Sakura fumed, weird dark pink energy around her. He used Kawarimi, Shinaro. "Ma, calm down, Sakura. I am proud of you." All three did well. Although, Naruto, you had frozen up at first. It's good that you overcame it, don't let it happen again. It could bring you to death. She nodded, gripping her hand. Only now did she register that it was bleeding and actually hurt. "Ow. Tazuna, would you mind explaining why they were after you?" "Huh," muttered a confused Sakura. The blonde herself didn't get it as well. How did Kakashi-sensei know they were after him? "That was the reason I did a Kawarimi. To see who was their target. You are my team. My theory proved when they tried to attack you." "Talk. The man looked down. "The economy of Nami no Kuni is going downhill. It's basically non-existent since the Third Shinobi War. We are on an island, and there are only a select few boats. There is not trade, the people are starving. That was why I had decided to build a bridge that would lead us to the villages around the isle. But it's not going as smoothly as we planned. There is a very bad man, who is the reason of starvation. He raises the taxes daily, and takes food, children, anything if we don't pay. That was why I had come to Konoha. I desperately needed help. I knew Gato would try to stop me, kill me and my family. I have a small 5-year-old grandson. I want him to see Nami no Kuni in her glory, and not in ruins like it is now." "Gato? You mean the shipping magnate that deal with illegal businesses?" Kakashi interrupted. "Yes, after the Third Shinobi War, Nami wasn't in the best state, but still we could do trade and live. But then, that man came, he took control of everything. There was nothing we could do. He isolated us, closing all the other routes and connections we had to the shore. There is no free import or export in the country now. So, this as a high B rank mission that has the possibility of turning into an A rank. Yet you requested only a simple escort mission and protection from thugs, not ex-shinobi. I just didn't have the money. We can't continue the mission. This is beyond what we can do." "Kakashi-sensei." It was Naruto. She was shaking. "I saw we continue this mission. I am sure me, Sasuke team, and Sakura-chan can handle it. Besides, we requested a harder mission ourselves. We can't just abandon it, Tebeo." Sasuke was nodding, a smirk on his face. The idea of a B rank made him excited. Finally he could test his strength against stronger opponents. Then he could face him. Sakura was afraid. She couldn't hide it. A B rank was more than she had bargained for. She knew she wasn't strong enough. But she didn't want to face her mother with a failed mission. She would just tell her to quit being a ninja. Haruno Sakura was her father's daughter. She wouldn't quit. Never. And she would never give her mother the satisfaction of her failure. Besides, the auras radiating from Naruto and Sasuke made her more determined. If they were going to do it, so was she, Shinaro. "I agree, sensei," she stated calmly and smiled at Naruto, who was staring at her with big eyes. We have to take Naruto to the hospital. Those chains had poison in them. Nannies. She started to hyperventilate, paling. She was gonna die. And Neji wouldn't be there with her in her deathbed. Well, I think that is a plausible enough explanation why we can no longer dash. Chato. Her posture was straight, and there was fire in her eyes. Without warning, she took out her own kunai and stabbed herself in the wound, leaking the infected blood. It was my own fault for getting injured. I promise, not to be a burden again. We aren't dropping the mission cause of me, Databeo. Won't go back on my word. The others were left impressed. Kakashi was proud. She really was their daughter. He could almost see both of them behind the girl. Ma, you are going to bleed to death now, Naruto. What? She started running around in circles, with an energy of a dying person, before the Chuunin caught her by the arm and quickly bandaged her hand. The wound was already half healed. For once, Kakashi was thankful for the Kyuubi. That's a very nice bracelet you have there, he whispered. Naruto sputtered, yanking her hand away and pulling her sleeve down all the way to the tips of her fingers. The Chuunin chuckled and with a last wink, straightened up. Well, we have no choice, I guess. Team 7 officially continues this mission. The blonde gave a yada. Sakura smiled. Sasuke was wearing his usual Uchiha smirk. This was going to be interesting. Sugoi, Tazuna Gigi. The bridge is magnificent. Even if it's not finished yet. And Nami no Kuni seems very beautiful too, exclaimed the blonde, who was leaning off the edge of the small boat they hired, staring awed at the front. Keep your voice down, no. Tazuna, is the fog usually this thick here? Inquired Kakashi, nose in his book as usual. Yes, but not this thick. Here fog is natural. I see. Kakashi, do you think we will be attacked again? Grunted the Uchiha, hands folded under his chin. Naruto glared half-heartedly at him. He never called Kakashi-sensei by his title. It was so disrespecting to Bayo, not that she was one to talk, seeming that she called the Hokage Sarajiji or just Gigi, but still, saying Kakashi-sensei had a ring to it. Well, those two we encountered were the demon brothers. Former Chuunin. Chuunin level. I have a suspicion our next opponent will be stronger. Probably a Chuunin. If that happens, I want you three to stay away from the fight. The last sentence was spoken in a dead serious tone that made all the Jinnin gulp. Hi, they chorused, neither of them really liking that idea. Tazuna just stayed quiet, silently praying for a miracle. They were silently walking along an alley, all of them anxious. Tazuna's house, according to him, was near. Naruto's eyes were focused on the ground, one hand on her bag strap, another, fingering the strings on the bracelet. Something feels very wrong. The fog makes it hard to breathe. Her eyes snapped to the nearby bushes and in a flash, her kunai was already flying in that direction. Ignoring the outraged cry of Nurabaka, from the pinkette, she ran to the bushes. A snow-white bunny was cowering under the blade that nearly missed its head. Naruto's heart ached as she scooped up the small creature and hugged it to her chest, cooing. Gee, Gomenasai. I nearly killed you, Usagi-kun, she whimpered. Sakura hit her on the head and told her off for fooling around. Sasuke just HN'd as usual. Kakashi, however, frowned. The bunny was white. Kawarimi then. His sensitive ears picked up a barely audible slashing sound. Duck. He pulled down Naruto and Sakura with him. Sasuke pulled Tazuna. A huge blade soared over their heads and implanted in a tree. A figure landed on it, his back facing them. His pants reached half of his stomach and were held up by twin straps. Other than that and the few bandages here and there, he was naked. The figure tilted his head towards them. A slightly crazy, dark gray eye observed them. Sharingan no Kakashi, it's no wonder those idiots failed. When he turned his head, Naruto gasped. Kirigakure no Kijin, Momochi Zabuza. Heh, seems like one of your brats knows me, Kakashi. Team 7, Formation C now. The Genin leaped immediately, standing in front of Tazuna in a perfect triangle, kunais raised and ready. Give me the bridge builder. Seems like you will have to fight us first to get him. Easy, roared the missing Nin, leaking out killing intent. The trio froze. Sakura was shaking, tears in her eyes. Sasuke had a maniac look in his eyes and was slowly raising his kunai. Naruto was trembling. Never had she felt something so potent, so evil, wanting her dead. No, she was ready to kill herself, she was afraid. A foreign but at the same time familiar chakra pulsed through her again, warming her up from the inside. She exhaled and calmed down, her eyes narrowing and focusing on the situation. She looked sideways. Sakura was on the verge of collapsing. Sasuke, what the hell was he doing? Team, she whispered urgently, willing to pull him out of the stupor. It worked to some extent. Don't worry, Sasuke, I will never let my comrades die, came the soothing voice of Hatake Kakashi. The boy relaxed, the pinkette cleared the sweat from her brow. All three felt themselves lighter after those words. If there was some tension and fear left in her after Neji's chakra pulsed, it was all gone now. To Naruto, the feeling of it felt very familiar. But now, she wouldn't dwell on it. She will think of how her sensei seemed familiar to her later. Now they had a battle going on. Unknowingly, she leaked some of her own chakra, confident and strong, into the bracelet. For a moment, they just stood there, anticipating, waiting. Then, seemingly from nowhere, Zabuza appeared, right in the middle of the formation, his giant Zamapto slashing down on the poor, terrified old man. Not that it worked. Kakashi was there, blocking it with a simple kunai, his single eye glaring at the man. Your opponent is me. Zabuza jumped away, smirking. Kakashi stood a few feet away from his students and their client, hand over his headband. Ha! So I get to see the famous Sharingan. I feel honored, copy Ninja Kakashi. A few feet away, Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief and anger. Sharingan? But he isn't an Uchiha. Team, calm down. He had the eye transplanted most likely. Plus it was said that he got the nickname after the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, when the war ended. His teammate, and Yukiya had died there. Maybe he gave him his eye. Or something. The blonde was trying to reason with the boy. The last thing they needed was for him to have a fight with Kakashi. Or he stole it. Naruto wanted to slap him then and there. Eyes blazing in anger, she rounded on him, a finger stabbing his chest with every word she uttered. Kakashi-sensei is an honorable man, he wouldn't do that. He and Uchiha Obito were taught by the Yondaime. Do you really think that man would have low-life people who stole others' eyes in his team? Wait, Uchiha Obito? Yeah, that was written in the book. He, Sensei and a girl named Rin were in the Genin team of Minato Namikaze. He was my uncle. My mother said that he died a hero's death, and even gave a gift to his friend, in order to protect their teammate or something. There you go, Tebeo. We can ask Sensei about it later, aren't we supposed to protect Tazuna Oyaji here? He nodded. They turned their attention to the fight. Sakura felt a little jealous of the blonde, but ignored it. This wasn't the time to fawn over her Sasuke. She needed to be serious. Gripping her kunai tighter, she focused on the battle as well. It was heated. The fog, that had somehow doubled, was making it extremely difficult to see. They could only make outlines. They saw Kakashi stab Zabuza. The man dissolved into water. A second later, the man was behind their sensei, stabbing him. To their surprise, he turned into water as well. Kakashi is using the Sharingan. He copied his jutsu in seconds, muttered Sasuke in awe. The man really was amazing, especially considering the fact that the eye wasn't his. Zabuza was surprised as well. They exchanged blows after blows, and somewhere in the middle, Kakashi had to evade, landing neatly on the lake nearby. After that, things started to go downhill. Even Chuunin could make mistakes. Hatake Kakashi's mistake was underestimating the foe and not going seriously on him. This had landed him in his current predicament. He was in a ball of water, controlled by the hand of one Momochi Zabuza. Water prison. He should have realized it. But it was late. He couldn't move. The nuke Nin was laughing like a maniac again. Forming the half-ram seal with his left hand, a dozen water clones appeared. Now, it's time for your brats, Kakashi. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, take Tazuna and run. Zabuza can't move from here, and the further his bunshin are away from him, the weaker they are. The mission is to protect the client, he yelled in desperation. He needed them to get to safety and think of a way to get out of this mess. Now way in hell, Kaka-sensei. Those who follow the rules and regulations are trash, but those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. You taught us that. We aren't leaving, right, Mina? After a nod from both, they took their stances. Naruto was racking her brain for a plan. They needed to free Kakashi. Without him, they were doomed, that much she knew. Luckily, the real Zabuza was busy, and from what she had seen, water clones were much weaker. Sakura, guard Tazuna, Sasuke team, I have a plan. The Pinkette nodded. They knew she was only going to get in their way. Support was her job. Maybe she could expand her ninjutsu that way? After all teams needed support, like Mednin and Genjutsu users. You brats think you are going to defeat me? Laughable. You aren't even real ninja. None of you know what's it like to be ninja in this cruel world. Let me tell you of my graduation exam. Kakashi saw his students pale at the tale the demon of mist was telling them. It grossed him out as well, but those were times of war, and Mizugakure was famous for its cruel ways. But the snort and the smirk from his respective top and dead last students, as well as the confident look from his other female student, made his heart warm up in pride. They were bonding into a family, just like Team Minato was. He was glad they remembered what he had taught them on their first day. Even if he had slight fear that they might get hurt, he was confident in their abilities. Plus, Naruto had some help from Konoha when needed. Neji must really love her for taking such precautions. Naruto must not know the true extent of the bracelet on her wrist. Taking in the full-blown foxish smirk on the blonde's face, he just smiled. He was really going to enjoy the show. And when it ended, Zabuza was going to get it. Putting her fingers in her signature cross sign, and a scream of Katabunshin no Jutsu, she swarmed the water clones. Naturally, with a lot of smoke, all of them dispelled. But this was part of the plan. Taking out a Fuma shuriken out of her bag, she threw it to the boy, who caught it and smirked, catching on the plan. Taking a running head start, Sasuke jumped into the air, twisting the huge shuriken along with him. That's not going to work, brat, yelled a Zabuza Bunshin, while a few others ran at the last Uchiha, Naruto and Sakura. Sasuke just smirked and released it, letting it fly slicing through the air. The Bunshin laughed at the fact that the boy missed. Or so he thought. As the real Zabuza watched the shuriken pelt his way with wide eyes, his clones had swarmed over Naruto, who, with some quick-thrown kunai and taijutsu, was defeating them. One of the clones raised the Zambato, preparing to strike the girl from the back. Naruto, feeling something was off, punched the clone in front of her, and whirling around, ducked fast. As the Zabuza Bunshin was regaining his balance, Naruto, in anger, put her palms on his stomach, unknowingly doing what she usually did to her leaf. The clone was ripped from the inside from the overflow of raw, uncontrolled wind chakra. This made the real Zabuza and Kakashi gape. Quickly coming to his senses, Zabuza bent backwards, letting the shuriken fly over his head. I have to admit, your brats have talent, but the dash. His rant was cut by a swishing sound. Looking back, he saw the Fuma shuriken had doubled. What? In the back, near Sakura, focused on a quick kawarimi. The shuriken promptly burst into smoke, revealing the blonde whiskered girl, who was wearing the same smirk the Uchiha had on his face. Wanting to try it again, Naruto coated her kunai with the same raw, uncontrollable chakra and threw it at the nuke-nin. It sailed through the air very fast, barely visible to the eye. Having only seconds to decide, Zabuza quickly let go of the prison. But the kunai grazed him in the shoulder. The wood was straight and deep, blood flowing freely from it. He grunted and in his rage, turned around to stab the girl, who had fallen with a big splash in the water. A metal glove stopped him. Kakashi had blocked the attack with the back of his hand. Blood was seeping through it, but he didn't notice. His whole attention was focused on the man before him. Good job, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, I'll take it from here. You get back to the shore. Nodding, the girl hastily swam back, carefully going around them in a circle. Sakura and Sasuke ran to her and both helped her up. The three turned around to stare at the battle. After a series of taijutsu, both men flew back and started rapidly making hand seals. Naruto had never seen a jutsu that needed so many hand seals. And the fact that those men were doing it so fast that their hands blurred. "That's why they are Chuunin, we had better stay away," stated Sasuke. They got up and made their way back to Tazuna. The jutsu was amazing. Two huge water dragons roared and, circling in the air, started biting each other, ripping the throats and splashing water all around them. Naruto could see the Misunin ashen-faced, even scared. It seemed Kakashi-sensei had copied that jutsu and even finished it at the same time as Zabuza. After that, Kakashi decided to scare the man a bit more and started continuing his sentences. "Sensei can be really funny when he wants to," Sweat dropped the blonde, scratching her hand. It had a lot of minor straight cuts on it. "When did this happen?" Sasuke and Sakura agreed with her. But they couldn't deny it, the man was strong. "The power of Sharingan," he whispered as they watched their sensei perform another jutsu. They heard Zabuza scream something about, "You copied it even before I did it," before he was literally swarmed by a huge crashing wave. Kakashi was standing over a beaten, bloody Zabuza. "This is your death," he stated, preparing to go through some hand seals. There was a slashing through the air. 3 Sunban had implanted themselves in the neck of the Nin. A boy jumped from the trees, his face hidden behind a wild mask. It had swirly red designs on it. The boy, who looked like he could be a year older than Naruto, slowly walked up to the man and picked him up. "Thank you for taking care of him, but as he is a former shinobi of Kirigakure, it is up to ANBU to finish him off. Regardless, I thank you for your cooperation." "NBU?" asked Sakura. "They are the elite of every village. Hiding their identities behind masks is an obligation. They perform rather dirt tasks and the difficult missions," supplied Kakashi, stumbling slightly. The boy nodded, and with a fleeting glance at Naruto, vanished in a wave of wind and leaves. "I have to learn how to do that, Tibeo." "Oh no, but sensei, he is so young, how can he just come off and finish Zabuza when we struggled and still barely managed?" she ranted, panicky for some unknown reason. When he had looked at her, she had shivered and flinched. "Naruto," Kakashi put a hand on her shoulder, "this is the life of a shinobi. There will be many times when you will see children even younger who are much more powerful." His hand felt more heavy. Naruto stared up at her sensei. His eye fluttered closed. "Guess, I overused the Sharingan again." With that he fainted from exhaustion. Sakura and Sasuke ran to them, Tazuna in awe. "I guess the Sharingan takes a toll on him. He can't turn it off, maybe that's why he closes it and hides behind the Hayate. The constant chakra drain would get to anyone in this situation," explained the Pinkette, checking their sensei's pulse. Sasuke and Naruto just stared. "You would make a great med nin, Sakura-chan. Maybe even like the slug senin, Tibeo." The girl beamed and smiled. "We need to get him somewhere." "Tazuna, where is your house?" asked Sasuke, getting up from his crouching position. "Here," said the old man in a low voice. Grabbing Kakashi, the trio followed the man. The prey was unsuspecting. Devoid of any emotion and trying to control the giddiness, 3 figures crawled towards the victim, silently, stealthily. This was their only chance to know the truth, hidden within. 2 hands slowly sneaked up the face of the man, the attackers meeting each other's eyes, and looking back to see the reassuring nod from their ally, who was right behind them, they moved to hook their fingers in the cloth, each dreading the worst. 2 hands gripped their wrists. "What are my kawaii little genin doing?" came a raspy voice, laced with amusement. Sakura screamed, falling onto Sasuke. Naruto backed away, clutching her heart. "We were checking if you were still alive," Sasuke finished for Naruto, sending her a glare and throwing Sakura off him in annoyance. Kakashi sat up and I smiled at them. They were just too predictable. Having a genin team sure was funny in a way. "How are you feeling, sensei?" asked a worried Sakura as they crowded around him. "I am fine, don't worry," he waved her off. "About Zabuza," started Naruto uncertainly as she and Sasuke shared a look. Yes, prompted the copy Nin, curious. It wouldn't be a surprise if those two had already guessed. Well, from what I know of ANBU, aren't they supposed to kill enemies and nuke Nin on the spot? The blonde stated, her finger back to pulling at her lower lip. Plus, that boy, he used Sunbon, pressed Sasuke, sending an annoyed glare at Naruto. She needed to stop being so DMN cute in those situations. Kakashi nodded and turned his head to his last student. She fidgeted but stated in a firm voice. Sunbon aren't meant to kill, they can't kill. They are used to paralyze the opponents by hitting certain points in the body. The boy hit Zabuza in the neck. I have read one in a medical book that the pressure points there, if triggered, can cause a false death. He smiled. Correct. My kawaii genin are learning. Indeed he is alive. And that pseudo-Anbu is on his style. After all, he whisked Zabuza away right under our noses. How long will it take him to recover? I mean, they are bound to attack again, right, Tebeo? The Jounin nodded. I give about a week. It will take me about that much time to recover as well. When the time comes, I will take on Zabuza, while you three will deal with his partner. But dash. He shushed Sakura with his hand. This means one thing. Training. Climb tress? We know how to climb trees, Databeo, screamed Naruto, her low bun flying behind her. Sasuke silently agreed. What the hell was Kakashi teaching them? This was training? That's where you are wrong. I mean, climbing without using your hands, came the monotone voice of Hatake Kakashi, whose nose was buried in his book. The usual. Huh. Sakura voiced what the other two were thinking. Just watch. And they did, with mouths open wide, seeing him walk up a tree, literally. And he was with his clutches. The man walked upside down, a branch hanging over them, and stood there, defying all the laws of gravity. Naruto was reminded of bats. You three don't know how to use your chakra, he said, jumping back down. What? But we use jutsu, ranted Sasuke. I didn't say you can't use chakra, I said you don't know how to use it. You and Naruto waste a lot of chakra when using your jutsu. Thus, you exhaust yourself faster than a blink of an eye. I am sure all of you know what severe chakra exhaustion results in. They gulped. For example, with the amount you Sasuke used to create that single fireball during the bell test, a shinobi who could control his chakra would create 12 fireballs, all of them much more potent and stronger than the feeble one you used. Sasuke was miffed. Naruto sniggered. There is nothing funny, Naruto. You waste chakra the most. Which brings us here. Tree climbing. This is a chakra control exercise. The soles of your feet are the hardest part to concentrate chakra in, thus making this exercise much more efficient. He threw kunai at their feet. Start climbing and mark your progress on the trees. Naruto eyed the tree in front of her and determined to finish this. Just like she finished the leaf levitating, she grabbed her kunai and ran to her tree, just as Sasuke ran to him. She didn't even make 4 steps up when she started to fall. Bending down, she slashed her kunai and with a backflip, landed on the ground. Huffing, she looked sideways. Sasuke was glaring at his tree. His mark, however, was a bit higher than Naruto's. Her eyes narrowed. Can't lose to him of all people. This is so easy, Shinaro. They looked up, jaws dropping. Sakura was happily sitting on the highest branch. Well, it seems Sakura can go guard the bridge. The famous Uchiha clan isn't that good as it was told now, eh? Or the future Hokage. From what I see, Sakura is more qualified, mused Kakashi. His 2 students boiled in anger. Sakura quietly walked down her tree. Kakashi instructed her to repeat the exercise a few more times, then go guard Tazuna. He himself settled on a nearby rock and opened his beloved book. After a few more unsuccessful tries, Naruto had enough. Shuffling her feet, she moved towards Sakura, who was resting by the tree trunk. Ano, Sakura-chan. Can you give me a few hints? Onegai. She made her best puppy eyes. The girl rolled her eyes and settled more comfortably, beckoning the girl to listen. You are too angry, you need to stop thinking those things. Calm down, your mind mustn't be a war zone. Next, accommodate your chakra. If you put too little, your foot won't stick. If you put too much, you get blasted away. That's what's happening to you and Sasuke-kun. The Giller was listening to her with rapt attention. Funny, she had done the same thing unknowingly when practicing with Neji. Why was being with him making her so calm? She smiled, rubbing the back of her head. Arigato, Sakura-chan. The pinkette returned it. It's nothing, plus I really never thanked you for making me see a few things. Is she talking about the day I hinged into team? Oh, she blushed in embarrassment, rubbing her cheek. Well, what I said there was true. I am really glad you are following my advice. Trust me, if you show him how strong of a kunoichi you are, he will see you for sure, Databeo, she whispered, excited. Sakura just laughed nervously, and they both glanced at Sasuke, who was staring at them with an unreadable expression. I have to go, Johnny Naruto. The girl waved, getting up and positively fled the forest. Naruto turned to her tree, ignoring the glance from the team. Tree-tim, you are so going down. She paused. This brought so many memories, and suddenly, she wished Neji was here too. I really need to stop thinking of him. Gulping, she looked up. The tree was standing there, as though mocking her. She glared and, focusing chakra on her feet, ran. Tsunami and Tazuna watched in awe as the two slurped the soup incredibly fast, demanding second portions at the same time. Sakura face-bombed. Those two were idiots. Yes, she was calling her Sasuke-kun an idiot. She sighed, eyeing them with a wary green eye. They were glaring at each other now, sparks flying from their eyes. A second later, both turned and barfed the food on the floor. Sakura snapped. Naruto baka. You are a girl, act more like it, Shinaro. And you, Sasuke baka, stop being such an immature idiot. This got their attention. Kakashi chuckled and went back to reading his book. Naruto and Sasuke were staring at their teammate as if seeing her for the first time. Since when did she worry over Naruto's rude, unladylike manners? And did the world come to an end? Did Issei just call her precious crush a baka? Did she just scold him and call him an idiot? Sasuke shook his head and poked the girl with one finger, checking if this was real. Naruto, however, started laughing like there was no tomorrow. Gee, good one, Sakura-chan. She wheezed, holding her stomach with one hand and clearing a tear with the other. Said Giller blushed deep red, realizing what she had just said. Sasuke was still staring her. Why are you all so happy? Why are you laughing? Demanded a small voice. Everyone turned to look at the door. A small boy with a bowler hat was staring at them, his coal-black eyes blazing angrily. They were tearful. Inari, breathed Tazuna in relief. Gigi, the boy ran and gave him Grandpa a hug. Tsunami eyed her son worriedly. Well, the boy pressed, voice laced with anger. You are all gonna die. Gato will just kill you. He squirt, we aren't going to die, declared Naruto, smiling. I promise. And no, everyone breaks their promises. You can't fight against him. Why are you even trying? You guys, just sitting here laughing, you have no idea what's it like to suffer. All of you had great lives and now. Shh. His yelling was cut short with a loud bang. Naruto had slammed her fist on the table, making the whole house rattle. So what are you gonna do? Cry. Well, you can just do that, coward. I will prove to you that heroes exist. With that she left, her eyes still shadowed. Sasuke glared at the table, his hands shaking. Sakura watched Inari run off, crying. It was then that she noticed a picture on the wall. Who is that? She asked. Tsunami sighed. Tazuna buried his face in his hands, silently telling them the story of Kaiza, the adopted father of Inari. A few hours later, with a tired sigh, Kakashi walked out. He slowly made his way to the sniffling boy and sat beside him, eyeing the sea spread so magnificently around him. It was twilight, so comforting and serenely beautiful. A calm before the storm. His eye landed on the small boy. Angry tears were still rolling from his swollen red eyes. You know, he started, getting the attention of his little companion, Naruto never had anyone to help her and take care of her. She was always on her own. The words she told you, she was telling that to herself as well. Naruto had stopped crying long time ago. Don't you think it will be the right thing to follow suit? The boy stared at him, eyes wide, still sniffling. She never knew her parents, you, however, do. Kaizo was a hero, you should follow him in his footsteps. His gaze locked to the horizon. She doesn't know that her own father was a hero who sacrificed himself and his family for the sake of everyone. Regardless, she follows into his footsteps. And she doesn't cry. He stood up and pulled his book out. The young boy watched him slowly walk away. The figure that was leaning on the balcony above them frowned deeply. Kakashi, stated Sasuke as the man returned. Don't worry about Naruto, leave her be for today. The look on both teens screamed to disobey, but they listened nonetheless. If the dobe isn't back in the morning, I will go after her, growled out the boy. Sakura nodded. Carefully landing on her both feet, the blonde Jinchuriki growled. She still couldn't reach the very top. But at least she had improved. A smirk appeared on her face. Oh yeah, she was awesome. Breathing deeply and trying to calm down her heartbeat to normal, she sat down cross-legged on the grass. Training only chakra control was efficient, and she felt it increase with the new super way of training she found. Her smirk widened. It all started when she decided to test something. The test showed that she was right. The clones passed down information. She berated herself for not reading the description of the Kagebunshin in the scroll thoroughly. All right, she had been excited and wanted to get to the jutsu learning part fast, but still, dismissing even little things could be crucial. She vowed to pay attention to minor things as well. The clone had gone to the woods. A few minutes later, the real Naruto was rubbing her foot and cursing herself for tripping. This had made her think. She, after all, had remembered the poke in the butt during the bell test. It felt like it was done to her, even if it was just a clone. And she remembered being stabbed by Zabuza's huge sword. So she decided to test it out on chakra as well. If the Kagebunshin passed memories to her, wouldn't chakra control be efficient as well? It wasn't physical after all. So she made a single shadow clone and they both started climbing the tree. After an hour of trying, the poor Bunshin dispelled, sending all the memories to the original. Naruto's eyes nearly bulged out when she felt the usual chaos of her chakra subdue. Frowning, she tried one more time, this time without the aid of her Bunshin. To her surprise, it was much easier. Like she trained for 2 whole hours instead of 1. Then it hit her. She could double the amount of training she got. And all thanks to her Kagebunshins. Sitting up, she created 2 clones and made them continue the chakra control exercise. And I will read some of my scrolls to Bayo. After sending one fleeting look around her, she pulled a small scroll from her orange pants pocket. All the scrolls were sealed in this one. Biting her thumb, she let a single drop of the red liquid land on it. Black markings spiraled around it and the scroll popped open. This was a very weak blood seal and could be easily broken by someone with intermediate knowledge of Fuinjutsu. But still, Naruto was proud. She had been working on this seal since the Genin test. She still had trouble with stronger versions of it, like the ones Tat hid the room in the library. They were extremely difficult and she knew she couldn't do them just yet. Needed to study more. But analyzing it for a few nights, she had found a way to make a more weaker version of it. She smiled. Well, sure, she wanted more protection for her precious notebooks and Fuinjutsu scrolls, but she knew what she had done was amazing as well. This was her first seal that she had created. Well, tweaked. Unsealing the notebook Neji had given her, and a black pen, she started carefully drawing it on the clean white page. Her tongue between her teeth, she moved the pen in patterns. Smiling, she put on a small date at the top and proceeded to giving small explanations of each line and symbol in the seal. Thank you, Neji. She smiled at her bracelet as she closed the notebook. Putting it aside, she picked up another scroll. She hadn't opened it since the whole Mizuki incident. This was the other jutsu copied from the scroll of sealing. Carefully she opened it. Her eyes bulged out. No way. There was an interactive seal drawn in the middle, and just like she had done, each line and brush slide was explained. At least, that was what it seemed at first. Yandame's handwriting. This was his jutsu. The Hiraishin no Jutsu. As she read, her brow furrowed. Space-time jutsu. The use to teleport to the marked place faster than a blink of an eye. originally planned to have several stages. The upper Raya in the seal were based of the Kushius no Jutsu, in other words, dimension traveling. This was used to create the dimension void, where the user appears during the milliseconds of traveling. The Juten Suru characters were made to utilize elemental chakra into the jutsu, and depending on it, controlling the speed. The Kiso elements integrate the connection to the person's chakra and with the conjunction of Jobu Shurji balance the powers of nature, not letting the body of the user disintegrate in the dimension void. The seal itself is the Jutsu Shiki, the formula used to STMLT the jutsu. Naruto let out a low whistle. No wonder no one can recreate it. This was freaking suicidal. Yonadame really was a genius if he managed to create something like this. Elemental chakra? So in order to ever start studying this and trying to learn it, I need to get the hang of my wind chakra first. Damn. And Kaka-sensei told me not to use it too carelessly. She stared at her hand. The cuts she had gotten were from her use of raw wind chakra. If she didn't control it, it would cut her along with the foe. Laughter escaped her. Futon team. You are so going down. Picturing Neji in her mind, training, she bit her lip. She really missed him. The bracelet on her hand seemed to glow in the moonlight. Master Wind, just you wait. With that she created a few more clones, setting them to leaf chakra filling. After a good 15 minutes or so, she slumped. Something wasn't exactly right. She was doing it wrong. 2 poofs of smoke startled her. She stumbled, holding her head as the memories rushed to her. Dimon, this kind of training sure is hard. Tebeo. After adjusting to the memories and slight exhaustion, she unsealed the book on chakra and quickly found the page for elemental manipulation. There wasn't much written. Just some short explanation on what elemental chakra was, its uses and the basic ways to tame it. So, I have to cut a leaf? Wasn't the leaf chakra filling thing? Wait, oh yeah, I'm an idiot. Oh well, I'll try to fill a leaf with wind chakra like Neji does it with his water chakra. Once I get the hand of it, just you wait, Neji. Plucking a few leaves from a nearby tree and creating 5 clones in the process, they finally started the now officially dubbed Prove to Neji I Can Do It training. If someone had passed through the wild forest of Nami no Kuni at that time, he would see 5 identical girls, 3 of which were sitting on the group and holding something in between their hands, and the other 2 climbing trees without using their hands. He stilled, his brown eyes narrowing. Slowly and silently, he crept to the figure, seemingly asleep in the shade on a tree. He gasped. This was the girl who was in Hatake Kakashi's Genin team. What was she doing here? Did she? His hand went up his kimono sleeve, gripping the hidden senbon as his eyes narrowed. He saw her chest slowly rise up and down. His grip relaxed, letting go of the needles. Instead he crouched down, staring at her. His hand went to touch the weird whisker marks on her cheeks. The girl wriggled. His hand backed away, then hurriedly and gently shook her shoulder. Her eyes started to open. If you sleep here, you will catch a cold. Naruto yenned and opened her eyes, staring around her. She has beautiful eyes. So much like the sea. Hello, she said, smiling at her. The boy returned the smile. 2 figures were crunching low on the ground, gathering herbs and putting them in the basket that was in between them. What were you doing here all night? Asked the figure in a pink kimono, looking over at his blonde companion. The girl gave him a wide smile as she placed a herb in the basket. I am training, Databeo. The long-haired boy gave a low chuckle. I see you have a Hitaiadon, you must be a ninja, and a strong one. Why do you train then? Well, I guess I want to prove a point to someone. The girl wondered, a finger on her lower lip. Sei looked so innocent. Naruto, do you have precious people? The question caught the blonde girl off guard. She nodded, a faraway look on her and a small blush on her cheeks. I train to protect them too. I won't even let them get hurt, especially him, she whispered. The boy flinched and looked away, picking up the basket. What about you, Haku-chan? Do you have precious people? Yes. I would do anything to make his dreams come true. He must really love and cherish you then. The boy didn't answer. Instead, he stood up. Naruto, you will become strong. Fighting for your precious people, that's when you will be most powerful, even if you lose all hope. Believe in you." With that, he smiled and turned to leave. "Oh, and by the way," he sniggered, walking back to her and lowering his head, mouth close to her ear. "I am a boy." Seeing her jaw drop, he snickered and with a last wave, left. On his way, he passed her teammate, the black-haired boy. "I wish it could be different. But the next time we will meet will be a battlefield. I don't want to fight you, I don't want you hurt, but it is inevitable. Forgive me." "Oi, dope, get over here," grumbled Sasuke, hands in pockets. Hi, team." Naruto snorted, gathering her scroll, which was already reinforced with the blood seal again, and her jacket. "Don't tell me you trained all night." "Bingo, team. I can climb the tree now," she smirked, running past him in the direction of Tazuna's house. That dope. Growling at the fact that she was getting stronger than him. No wait, this was Uzumaki Naruto, the idiot dead last, so what if she finished tree climbing earlier than him? He will finish it too, and beat that dope. Glaring at the ground, he trotted after her. A few more days passed. During that time, all three genin trained. It was mostly tree climbing, meditating, and planning. Sasuke reached the top of his tree the next day after Naruto did. After that, Kakashi had Sakura continue the exercise in order to increase her chakra, since apparently she had very little of it. This led to a good, long lecture on chakra again. But in the end, Naruto and Sasuke didn't feel that bad. After all, they had much more chakra than the Pinkette, meaning it was harder to control. They took turns guarding the bridge. Naruto secretly practiced her elemental manipulation as well. Well, her secret was easily busted by her sensei, who caught her easily. After a lecture on the dangers of using Kagebunshin and practicing elemental manipulation this early, he let her be, with a few promises of course. In the end, it wasn't that bad. Naruto even got some tips, which helped. A lot. In the evenings, when Tazuna was usually home, Kakashi would make them spar, using taijutsu only. He corrected their mistakes and gave them pointers. For Sakura, this was torture. Kakashi had openly stated that her style was the weak academy one, which even though flawless, lacked power and shape. But Sakura-chan can hit really hard when she is mad. Naruto had pointed out, making the Pinkette raise her fist and hit her. The Bond girl had dodged, and the fist implanted itself on the ground, cracking it and making a small dent. Naruto had scrambled away to hide behind a very surprised Kakashi. Sasuke had been plain bewildered, but it slowly turned to a smirk. Seems the girl wasn't as useless as he thought. To Naruto, it was evident that the Uchiha was seeing their teammate in a whole new light. After that, Kakashi had suggested to add that small fact to her taijutsu. So here Sakura was, punching a tree with chakra-filled knuckles. The dents were leaving the rest of Team 7. Sweat dropping. Nope, none of them was going to anger one Haruno Sakura now. She reminds me of Tsunade-sama. The copy-nin had mumbled, making Naruto raise a curious eyebrow and Sasuke shrug. For the Uchiha, Kakashi had just corrected some of the stances and minor mistakes, but in all, he was pleased. All the boy needed now was to add speed and unlock his Dojutsu. After all, this taijutsu style worked with the conjunction of the Sharingan. He, being teammates with an Uchiha, knew how sloppy the style was without the eyes and speed. That was why a reluctant Sasuke was currently running around the makeshift training field they had made out of the clearing. This was his 10th lap. For Naruto, the man stated that her style was wrong from the very beginning, but she had somehow corrected the mistakes. The blonde had blushed under her sensei's gaze and gripped the bracelet tightly. That was why her form was acceptable, but still, she needed something new to fit her perfectly. And the first and most important factor in that was speed. That was why she was running beside the annoyed Uchiha. Kakashi himself was seated on his very familiar rock, reading the orange book and occasionally giggling in a rather girlish manner. The laps weren't exactly perfect, but they couldn't go running around all Nami no Kuni. That's why they had to deal with this for now on. The copy ninja observed his students from his place. They were full of energy, all three of them wanting to improve. And they were going at an interesting pace too. He had only set them to taijutsu training 2 days ago, and they were already improving. He knew they never had time to fully prepare, but this was at least something. If it helped them survive the upcoming encounter, then so be it. His single gray eye rested on his pink-haired student. The tree was in blisters by now. It was ironic how much she and Naruto acted alike. They both didn't like giving up. Naruto just proclaimed it for the world to hear. He chuckled as his gaze moved on to his other two students. They were already sweating. Maybe he should do a guy and give them weights when they get back? It was a good idea. Besides, it's nearly time for the Chuunin exams. If they finish this mission successfully, his eye curved into an upside-down U. As she ran, her mind went through a million possibilities. She liked the idea of a cool taijutsu style invented by herself or something. She remembered reading about gravity seals in the Fuinjutsu scrolls. Well, seems she had something to do once she got home. Speed was always her forte, but increasing it will be great. Plus it might help her in the Hiraishin too. And then there was her wind chakra. She remembered what she did to that Zabuza clone. If only she could control it. Then she would add it to her taijutsu. She giggled, imagining her with a stance like Neji's, her hands glowing with deadly wind chakra. What if she could change its properties? Like going through the skin and destroying the body from the inside? Or just outer wounds clear sliced? She shivered. Wind was a deadly element for sure. But still it would be so cool. And then, when she learned some of the offensive Fuinjutsu and created some of her own, she could use it too? Momentarily dazed, she tripped on a root and fell face forward. Itai. Dobe. Urusai team. And maybe she could even study Kenjutsu and add it to her taijutsu, a wind blade. Oi Dobe, get out of those fantasies. Naruto rubbed her eye as the sunlight peeking through the window tickled her face. Did I sleep in? Quickly scrambling into her jumpsuit, she rushed down. The woman in mid-20s was washing the dishes. Ah, Naruto-san, exclaimed Tsunami with a small smile. Ano sa, Tsunami-san, where are the others? They left for the bridge. You were sleeping so deeply that your instructor didn't want to wake you up. They left without me? Databane. Arigato obasen, she yelled as she ran through the door. The fog. It's thick again, murmured Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura tensed. Tazuna-sen, get your men away from here. Many of them are scared to work anyway, the man said, disappointment in his villagers apparent in his voice. With a wave, he called of the three people still working. The mist thickened. Sasuke and Sakura stood in front of the bridge builder, both thinking the same thing. Where is Naruto? Seems like it's time for the second round, Kakashi. The mist cleared to show two figures, standing a few feet away at the base of the bridge. Where is the blonde brat? I wanted to give her a piece of my mind, growled the Nuke-nin, gripping his enormous Sanbato. The boy beside him tensed. With a malicious laugh, Zabuza created 5 clones. Heh, Kakashi, your chicken brat is shaking. Go on, Sasuke. Kakashi calmly allowed the boy, who was indeed shaking, but not of fear, but in anticipation. Adrenaline was running through his veins. A few slashes were heard, and all the clones splashed around him in a circle. The boy smirked, still crouching, kunai in his hand. His training was paying off, and most of it was the tree climbing. Seems it wasn't really useless. Heh, your brat has some talent, Haku. He is all yours. The boy nodded and disappeared, appearing in a flurry of wind before the raven-haired boy. Sakura silently stood her ground, protecting Zabuza, her eyes narrowed and ready to aid her teammate anytime. Let us dance then, Kakashi, grinned the man maniacally as their kunai clashed with Sanbato. The fog thickened. Kakashi couldn't see, even with his Sharingan exposed. He closed his eyes, concentrating. He felt his voice appear from every angle, making him choose the point where to strike first. Lungs, kidneys, heart. But Zabuza didn't know that Hatake Kakashi could fight with other tools. He wasn't dependent on the Jujutsu. A blow that was sure going to crush his skull didn't come, as it was firmly blocked by a kunai. A feet away from there, Sasuke was dodging ice needles. Once again, the training paid off as he, gathering chakra at the soles of his feet, jumped at the exact right time to avoid being stabbed. He smirked and engaged the boy in a fierce taijutsu battle. After being kicked harshly in the gut, the boy jumped back and seemingly had enough. In flurry of hand seals, ice mirrors began appearing around Sasuke, trapping him and the boy in a dome. I see Haku is using that jutsu. You boy is done for, Kakashi. Said Ninja avoided being cut and eyed the strange dome, trying to figure it out. Sasuke covered his face and heart. Those needles were coming from every single direction. He couldn't escape them. And he couldn't even get to a mirror to break it. As a new wave of needles came at him, he clasped his eyes tightly, dully noticing the stinging pain where the needles struck. He needed a plan, and now his eyes registered the scream of Sasuke. He looked up. Sakura was throwing a few kunai with deadly occurrence at the dome from the outside. The boy, Haku, appeared right before they could enter through the small gaps between the mirrors. Sakura, get back to Tazuna, yelled the Uchiha, breathing hard. Said girl nodded, terrified, and ran back where she had left the man. Dully, Sasuke noted that Haku was looking the other way. His hand, which was raised, was frozen in midair. Suddenly, a whole side of the dome was blasted. What? Something orange appeared beside him and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Nah, Naruto? He asked, perplexed. And so she was, in all her orange glory, glaring up at the Genbi. I am here to help, Databeo, she exclaimed, flashing him a toe and a huge grin. He resisted facepalming. She really was an idiot. If she stayed outside and attacked the stupid mirrors, and he did the same on the inside. I don't want to fight you, said a mirror reflection, or was it a reflection of the slightly older boy? What? Well, sorry for the inconvenience, but I won't let just stand and watch you hurt my teammates, the girl practically screamed. They saw the boy sigh. Very well. It really was inevitable after all. After that, he turned serious, no more words were uttered. He raised his hand, filled with sunban, and jumped to another mirror. Your brats both are doomed. Haku is serious, stated Zabuza calmly, swinging his blade. I can't copy that Justu. That Haku is no ordinary boy, is he? Wondered Kakashi, jumping back and blocking the blade. The two were acting as though they were having a casual talk during a tea ceremony or something. Oh yes, you got that one right, Copy Ninja. His bloodline is very rare and very deadly. The maniacal grin vanished as soon as he heard the Hatake state. My kids aren't pushovers themselves. The black-haired boy is one of the last living members of the Uchiha clan. I am sure you know what that means, Zabuza. He watched in satisfaction as the man paled. The fog thinned a bit. As for the other, she is our number one. Unpredictable ninja, and the current Jinchuriki, as well as the last living member of her own clan. If it was possible, the man paled even more. Kakashi, not missing the chance, attacked. Naruto and Sasuke were panting, both exhausted. Countless needles were sticking from them. Staggering to her feet shakily, Naruto created her shadow clones again, all jumping in different directions. Sasuke's eyes followed. A few minutes later, the dome was filled with puffs of smoke again. Naruto, urged the boy, can you do it again? I have a plan. Sure thing, Tebeo, I can still keep going, she whispered back and created a horde of clones again. Sasuke, slowly adjusting to the speed the boy was transferring from mirror to mirror, smirked and quickly made the appropriate hand seals. Taking a deep breath and considering the last poof of the clone as a signal, he blew out a huge fireball. Haku barely got away, his foot catching fire. How did you? The older boy's voice trailed away as he gazed into red eyes, each with a spinning black tomo. I see. So you have a Kekkei Genkai as well. But that still won't work. You can see me move, but your body still cannot keep up with the speed. It is over. Faster than ever before, needles flew at them again, and just as the boy predicted, Sasuke saw each of them coming, but he wasn't fast enough to dodge. Now at least he understood the importance of speed. If they ever got out of the mess, he was going to work on it more. Naruto slumped on the ground, unable to stand. Haku frowned, and seeing his chance struck. Sasuke saw those needles, flying in a group right at his blonde teammate. Something in him snapped. His body moved on its own. Naruto couldn't move a muscle, She could only watch as those sunbond flew at her with incredible speed. She closed her eyes and looked away. She wanted Neji there. She didn't want to die without seeing him first, without telling him some things. She had failed him. And herself as well. Obediently she waited for the pain. It didn't come. She opened her eyes to see a dark blue shirt above her. Sasuke was smirking, his eyes narrowed, but gazing softly at her. The relief in them made her choke back a sob. He looked like a human pincushion. Sasuke, Titan nays. Nays, Databeo, she sobbed. My body moved on its own, he grunted, losing balance and falling on stared down at him, tears spilling from her cerulean eyes. Naruto, I didn't get to kill him, but you. Keep your dream, don't ever forget it. With a wince, he closed his eyes. Naruto's eyes widened. Sasuke. Was this the first time you lost a precious person? He gave his life for you, whispered a soft voice. Naruto raised her head, tears still spilling down her cheeks. Her eyes were blazing in anger. What the hell do you know, Tebeo? Sasuke had a dream too, and now he will never be able to realize it. I won't forgive you, she screamed. Something inside her snapped. Two red eyes opened in the darkness. Red energy started coating her, swirling in uncontrollable circles. She felt her anger consume her. She wanted the boy's blood. Her eyes turned silted and red, her whisker marks broadening. Her blonde hair, falling from the usual bun, flew behind her in a hurricane. She growled and faster than Haku could see, kicked him in the face. The blow shattered all the mirrors and sent him flying a few feet away. He stood up, his mask cracking. This chakra. Kakashi's eyes widened. Did the seal? No, it's intact, just some of the chakra is leaking out. Zabuza paled. That Jinchuriki girl? Now, he really regretted ever taking the mission. Time to end this, Zabuza. Kakashi growled out. True, but you will fail, Hatake. This eye of yours won't work against me. Indeed, that was true, Kakashi realized. The man had his eyes closed. The fog thickened around them, making it impossible to see once again. You are a fool, Zabuza of the Mist. Opening one of the pockets of his Chuunin vest, he took out a small scroll. With a swift movement, he opened the scroll, smearing some of the blood from his hand on it. After that, he put it in his closed mouth and formed the appropriate seals needed. Zabuza was going to learn why the Hatake were so feared. Ninpo, Kuchios, Dotun, Tsuga no Jutsu. If your eyes are incapacitated, use your other senses. The man was caught seconds later, held down by 7 dogs, raging from small to huge. It is over, Kakashi muttered, his hand blazing in electricity. You are going to see my original Jutsu before your death. The mask shattered. The red chakra vanished. Naruto's fist was millimeters from the boy's nose. His face was devoid of all emotion. Why did you stop, Naru? I am useless tool now, I have failed. Kill me. Haku? So the precious person you were talking about was Zabuza? But why? She started to cry again. Haku flinched. Her tears affected him greatly, he wanted them to stop. Zabuza-sama saved me. Ha! And the boy told her of his fate, of his bloodline, of his father's actions. Everything. Shinobi aren't tools, Tebeo. Naruto punched him, making the boy fall on the ground. Where did that strength go, did you forget? I killed your friend, the boy glared at her. Naruto looked at the motionless figure of her teammate. Her blood boiled again, but she couldn't bring herself to kill Haku. Don't we have a choice? I don't understand it, she sniffed. Naruto, kill me please. There is no other way. I have failed and have no purpose to live. Fulfilling Zabuza-sama's dream was my own dream. Now, as I lost, I am of no use to him. All right. The blonde raised her fist, ready to strike, tears going down her cheeks all the time. But his hand grabbed her wrist. I am sorry, Naruto, not this time. With that, he vanished. Naruto heard something that sounded like 1,000 birds chirping. She ran to the place where her sensei was fighting with Zabuza. Her eyes widened. One moment Kakashi was going to pierce the man with his Raikiri, The next moment he felt ice around him and his hand through a small boy's. The boy with Zabuza? Ha, seems my little tool has its uses, he laughed, sending chills down his body. He saw it like in slow motion, the man raising his Zambato, prepared to cut through both the boy and him. Like he would let that happen. Pulling his arm off, he hugged the boy to him and jumped back. Placing Haku on the ground. He turned around. You were prepared to kill him along with me. It was a statement. He was a mere T-dash. He gave his life for you, came a hysterical voice. They both turned to see the blonde girl running at them, her eyes red and puffy, still crying. He considered you like a father. He disregarded his own dreams for you, for yours to be accomplished. He did everything, he lived for you. Is this how you treat him? Do you really think of him as a tool? To be used and thrown away when it's useless? Stop it, child, said the man in a small voice. Naruto hiccuped, bringing her hand to her mouth. Demon of the mist? What kind of a demon are you? To lose to SCK kids. I wasn't going to pay you anyway. They looked up. About 50 people stood there, all of them samurai and thugs. In the front, a plump short man with mousy eyes hidden behind sunglasses was tapping his foot. He pointed his walking stick at Haku. I owe this one for breaking my arm. Beat him up. Oh no, you D-dash. Naruto was stopped by Kakashi, who was staring at Zabuza. Say kid, you got a kunai? He asked in a deadly whisper, ripping the bandages around his mouth with his teeth. His hands were unmoving. Naruto wordlessly threw a kunai at him, which he caught with his teeth. An animalistic growl escaped him and he dashed to the armed crowd. They watched him slash and kick all around, being stabbed in the back in the process. Finally, he reached his destination. With one fierce look, he slashed the kunai across the man's neck, killing him on the spot. Naruto, where's Sasuke-kun? It was Sakura. Naruto couldn't even face her. Her gaze lowered. Sakura screamed. Gata's thugs were beating up Zabuza, but the man could care less. He had gotten his revenge. Suddenly, an arrow landed in front of them. All the heads turned to Nri, his mother, and every single member of Nami no Kuni, armed with knives, axes, everything they found acceptable. Leave, screamed the child, gripping his crossbow. Naruto had an idea. Forming her traditional cross sign, she created about 50 shadow clones, all of whom growled. Kakashi decided to add to the bluff, creating 50 simple bunshin, but saying they were kaya bunshin. He and every other cone glanced at the crowd. Was a normal reaction that they fled. Kakashi went to Zabuza. Naruto trotted to where Sakura was crying over Sasuke. Her eyes glazed over. She had failed to protect her precious person. Sasuke was her friend, and in some way, like a brother. And now he isn't dead, came a weak, raspy voice. Naruto turned around. The hole in his chest was bleeding freely and his face was losing color rapidly. Death-like state. The needles. Sakura, hearing this, started carefully removing the needles. After a cough, Sasuke opened his eyes. Kakashi, carrying Zabuza to where the boy was lying, smiled in relief. He was safe. All of his students were safe. He laid the man down beside Haku. Smiling in relief, Naruto crouched beside Haku. You were always soft-hearted, never willing to kill your opponents, Haku. Did I ever say how proud I was? Murmured Zabuza. Haku smiled, a tear falling from one eye. I know now, Zabuza-sama. Haku, don't die, wailed Naruto, gently stroking a stray hair from his face. The boy looked up at her. Naruto-chan, you will be strong. I am envious. What? Envious of the boy, who has stolen your heart. I know that even if I lived we could never be together. I am glad to have met you in my life. Live strong and fulfill your dreams. He closed his eyes. Thank you for letting me feel what friendship is and what love is. Wherever I got now, I will never forget you. Naruto-chan. He felt something warm and wet touch his forehead, just as coldness and the calm darkness claimed him. Silent tears were cascading down on the now cold boy. She felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up and locked her eyes with the single one of her sensei. They were real shinobi, and they both died as heroes. Naruto got up. Sasuke was being helped up by Sakura. The villagers were cheering. Sensei, are we really tools? To be used? Are we killing manshines? We always have a choice. And the choice is what makes us who we are. Sapmi shinobi fight just for the satisfaction of killing, some for their desires. Killing is a sin, Naruto, but if you are doing it to save someone dear to you, then it's justified. It all matters upon your decision. She looked at the lifeless boy, who had a small smile on his face. I will get stronger then, to protect my precious people, my village. It's a promise of a lifetime, and I will never go back on my word, Dadabeo. Kakashi ruffled her hair. A few days later, the bridge was finally finished. The whole village escorted them as they headed back. Naruto eyed the small hill on the LFT. This was where they had buried the two heroes. I will come to visit whenever I can, Haku, Zabuza Gigi. Smiling to herself, and liking her lower lip, she ran after her teammates. Sakura was pestering Sasuke for a date. Kakashi was giggling, nose in the same book. Doesn't he ever get bored? And Naruto was smiling like an idiot, already planning on the epic tale she would tell Neji. Kamizuki Izumo and Hagane Kotetsu sweat-dropped nervously, sending each other glances as they stared at the figure pacing around in circles. He is walking like that for over an hour. You think we should stop him? Suggested the spiky-haired Chuunin offhandedly. Nah, it's always boring out here. At least we are gonna have some action. You mean Kakashi's team? His fellow gatekeeper nodded and they both continued to stare at the young teen. Neji was aware that those two Chuunin were digging a hole through his head with all the staring, but he could care less. True, it wasn't a common sight to see a genin waiting near the gates, but they should really keep their professional facades. They were acting like 5-year-old kids. They were destined to be nothing more than gatekeepers then. He snorted. Where the hell was Team 7 anyway? Guy had somehow received word that they were returning, but it had already been an hour. They should be back already. He ran a hand through his hair, pausing. Walking around in circles was so pointless. He settled to leaning against a wooden pole. He heard the Chuunin whisper again. Idiots, don't they have anything else to do? They remind of those fangirls. Neji clasped his fingers in a fist, annoyed. Maybe it would have been better if he hadn't given that idiot the bracelet. It was for the best, at least he knew he managed to help in a way. But it bothered him. What could have happened to make her chakra pulse in irritation and disappear altogether for a few moments? It was just an ordinary C rank, right? He remembered asking Guy about it, right after he had felt the chakra stiffen, like ice. He felt her fear. Quickly blocking Lee's punch, he had sent a small wave of warm chakra to the small, invisible seal on the kanji. It seemed to have worked. He had stopped the spar and went to have a talk with his sensei. Guy had a thoughtful look on his face that day. He himself knew that something with the mission was off, but he didn't want to trouble his student any more than he already was. But Neji, with his ability to read people like an open book, had caught on the small white lie. Mato Guy had reassured his student. Kakashi, after all, won't let anything happen to his students, especially Naruto. That had calmed him down somewhat, but the worry didn't disappear. He had confidence in her, and he knew the Uchiha was no pushover. Still, that didn't take away the sickening worry he felt, and anger at himself. The very same day he felt her chakra waver in and out. He tried to control it, calm it with his own. Something must be really wrong. They must be facing a strong opponent. But wasn't the mission a simple escort? Team Guy watched their comrade brood all day. For a few days, he didn't feel anything out of ordinary in her chakra, and that was the greatest medicine for him. Maybe the threat was gone. Kakashi Hatake was a jounin after all. But that proved wrong. Neji was in his room that day, getting ready to sleep when he felt it. Something in her chakra had snapped and another was filling its place, something malicious, sickening, disgustingly powerful. He feared something had happened to the seal. No matter what he did, he couldn't stop it. His own chakra was being rejected harshly. Thus he could only wait. It stopped soon after, but now he had it. He was going to the Hokage. Luckily, the green-clad jounin had stopped him right before barging in the establishment. He had news. Team 7 had successfully finished their mission and was coming back. He remembered smiling with unhidden gratitude at his sensei, who just clapped his back and yelled about his flames of youth. Good old guy. He had taken it upon himself to greet them, which was the reason why he was waiting near the gates, much to the slight annoyance of Izumo and Kotetsu. But they were late. They should have been back first thing in the morning, and it was already noon. He had already lost his patience. Is that them? His head snapped to the distance. Sure enough, 4 figures were lazily strolling, somewhere running, in the direction of Konoha. He didn't need to activate his Byakugan to know who they were. He would recognize her chakra signature anywhere. Up. Seems they are finally back, grinned Izumo. Neji closed his eyes, patiently waiting till they arrived. 15 minutes later, during which the tick on the Hyuga's forehead increased twice in size, the quartet finally reached their destination. Sasuke-kun, do you want to go out on a date with me? Came a squeal. No. But why, we can celebrate our first C rank. No. I am hungry, Tebeo, let's go eat ramen, Sakura-chan. No. H and I am going to train. Who shoved the stick up his a-dash? Naruto baka. Kakashi smiled at the sweat-dropping Chuunin as he handed the pass. Naruto, Sakura go home and rest. Especially you, Naruto. I need to report to the Hokage. He shined away. Sakura soon followed in the direction Sasuke left. Izumo and Kotetsu backed away nervously. Naruto. Said girl whirled around, her low ponytail flying behind her. Neji, she exclaimed and started to run to him. His expression froze her in her steps. He was angry. No wait, scratch that. He was beyond said. Neji, she repeated, uncertainly. He was leaking killing intent, and his eyes were downcast, but she could still see the veins on wither side of his head. His Byakugan was activated. Involutedly, she took a step back, nervous. What the? She didn't see him move. But she felt the pain in her arms when he grabbed them, harshly, fingers digging into her jacket. This was going to leave bruises. Her head went back and forth with the force he was shaking her with. What the hell happened? He roared, eyes blazing. Naruto was scared. Neji never cursed, especially out loud. Let me go, Neji, she screamed, looking down as she shook her head. Her arms were already going numb, and she felt dizzy. She saw his eyes widen, as though seeing her for the first time. Momentarily, he released her, looking at his hands in horror, comprehending what exactly he had just done. The pronounced veins vanished. He looked away. The silence that followed was unnerving. It was so uncomfortable, as though all the air was sucked through, leaving nothing. Finally, Naruto spoke. We made a deal, remember? At her with no emotion. So cold. I am hungry and you owe me ramen. And I will tell you all about my awesome C rank, Databeo. And with that, the tension vanished like it had never even been there to begin with. Hyuga Neji smirked, nodding. She hadn't eaten the kami of food ramen for over 2 weeks, which was why she was drooling over it with stars in her eyes. Neji, who was sitting next to her, inwardly wondered if he really was paranoid. She was acting as stupid and idiotic as she always did. Nothing unusual. She inhaled the first bowl in one gulp and sighed in content. Tuchijiji. 2 more, Onagai, Tebeo. Hi, coming right up, came the laughing voice of the chief from the kitchen. Neji patiently waited. ID didn't take her long to start the tale. It was on our second day, I think, I'm not sure. Well, anyway, we were attacked on the way. Kaka-sensei had substituted, making us all think he died. It was to check who those to BSRDS were anyway. So we kicked their buttes. Well, I kind of froze up there, but then this helped me. She shoved the bracelet in his face, smiling. Thanks for that. Anyway, turns out those 2 were former Chuunin. I think Kaka-sensei called them Demon Brothers or something of the sort. Lame name, right? I mean, come on, they could be the Mysterious Duo or Dark Angels. Wait, those 2 were weak, they don't even need a name, Databeo. Naruto, came a low growl. Right, where was I? Well, we interrogated Tsunejiji. Well, Kakashi-sensei did it. Turns out Wave was in a very bad situation, all poor, no money, and the only way to trade blocked by a bad guy. This bad guy, Gata, even killed Inari's foster dad, at least, that's what Sasuke and Sakura told me. Don't look at me like that. Inari is Tezuna's grandson. So this Gata team had sent missing Nin after Tezuna, 'cause he was building a bridge and it was crushing his super evil plans. She slurped the noodles, then turning to the boy, smirked. Then we went to Nami no Kuni. That place is just awesome. All surrounded by water. I would love to train in such a place, Databeo. But the fog was very troublesome. I sound like Shikamaru. Oi, don't look at me like that. She backed away from the fleeting glare. Get a move on with the destroy then, idiot. Tisuch BSRD. Well, we were attacked by Zabuza on the way. Neji very nearly sputtered. His eyes widened. Zabuza? As in, the demon of the mist? No wonder I felt those weird chakra pulses from you. He must have used some of his killing intent on you guys. She nodded, stuffing herself with some more ramen. But Kaka-sensei started fighting him. Somehow, he managed to get in a trap, and Zabuza made clones to come after us. We, of course, kicked their buttes big time and freed Kakashi. It was all my super plan. Hey, what's with the raised eyebrow? Wipe that look of your face right now, Hyuga Neji. The boy raised his hands in a manner that screamed, I didn't do anything. Deeming it appropriate, Naruto continued, no, before popping a reed and white swirly in her mouth. Then Kakashi-sensei kicked Zabuza's butt. The Sharingan was so cool. So he does have it. Yeah, wait, how do you know? Wait, you know what, never mind. I don't want to know how those genius minds work. It's a headache. Then he passed out from chakra exhaustion. We trained for a week, 'cause we knew of the second attack. Stop staring, wait, I guess I forgot to mention, right? Well, before Sensei managed to kill Zabuza and Anbu took him away. So we knew he was a fake and we're gonna fight him too. Fanai fet faku. She said the last word with her mouth full. Neji glared. She swallowed and rubbed the back of her head. Right, Gomen? Geez, you are so pushy since I came back. Who bit you? Right, I was saying that then I met Haku. He turned out to be the fake Anbu. A few days later, the epic battle occurred, Databeo. Stop with the eye twitching, you prick. I was late, 'cause I was busy saving Tsunami, Inari's mother, from additional thugs. When I came to the bridge, Sasuke team was in a weird ice dome, fighting Haku, and Sensei was fighting Zabuza. In a foggy place. Sasuke, he nearly died then. Her voice darkened. Haku used needles to put him in a near-death state. I thought he died. After that, I don't remember much, just being very angry. And there was weird red chakra around me. So that was what I felt. You leaked some of the fox's chakra. Did Kakashi check on the seal later? Yeah, he said it was intact, and from what he could figure, it was meant like that. Guess the Yondaime predicted I might need to be able to use it. How did you stop it then? I felt it vanish afterwards. Well, Haku's mask broke and I recognized him. The wish to kill him, revenge, Sasuke dulled after that. Haku, he had such a cruel childhood. Zabuza was the only one to actually care for him. He wanted me to kill him there. I didn't. I know even if things went differently, I wouldn't be able to do it. Injure him, yes, but not take his life. Sensei was going to kill Zabuza, but Haku jumped in front of him, taking the blow. It was very powerful jutsu, and cool too. Neji lowered his eyes to his untouched ramen. It was cold by now. In the end, it turned out that they were fooled and betrayed by Gatu. Zabuza killed him. We helped get rid of all the thugs, Inari helped too. After that we spent a few days helping complete the bridge. We buried Haku and Zabuza. You know, he taught me something very important. She smiled, her eyes burning with passion. He made me understand why power was needed and why did I train, why did I want to become a Hokage. She looked at him. To protect my precious people. And even if they still don't see me as Uzumaki Naruto, but one day I will gain their trust and love. And I will protect the villagers, everyone, every child, every Gigi in this village. I will protect Konoha. It's a promise, and you never break your promises, he finished for her. Returning the smile. Databeo, chanted Naruto, eyes sparkling. Neji ate his miso ramen in silence. Suddenly the cold food felt warm. He knew he shouldn't have been worried. She was strong. Wherever this Haku was, he thanked him from the very depth of his heart. After drinking the last of the soup, he turned to look at her. His heart felt calm, now that she was back safe and sound, next to him. For the onlookers who knew the boy, it would seem as life returned back to him. She was slurping her 13th bowl of ramen lousily. Wait. Naruto, why are you wearing dark blue pants? Didn't you leave in all orange? The girl froze, nearly choking on her ramen. Her face turned deep red. Does this have anything to do with the fact that you guys were a few hours late? He continued, his eyebrow arched. He watched her redden further, trying to make herself smaller and invisible. Wait. He gave her a once-over with a critical eye. Don't tell me. She covered her head with her hands. Something clicked inside him. Or was it an imaginary light bulb? He would never know. All he knew that seconds later his shoulders shook as uncontrollable laughter escaped him. It slowly turned to snorts. She tried to hit him with an empty bowl. She really is a funny, annoying and simply adorable. He smirked at her, enjoying her expression of pure anger. Flashback. Team 7. 15 miles from Nami no Kuni. The Force. 5:42 a.m. Kakashi-sensei, screamed a voice in his ear, effectively waking him up. He rolled over to peer at his youngest student, who was pale and shaking in fear. Even through his half-asleep state, his nose caught a metallic smell. Blood? His eye widened when he realized Naruto was whimpering. His eye roamed over her and fixed on her orange pants. Blood. Kami hates me. Sensei, I have a lot of things to accomplish. I don't want to die so early. Am I dying? I am dying, right? His mouth opened and closed a few times. No sound came out. Naruto wailed. Shoo. You will wake up Sasuke and Sakura. All right. I think Kurenai gave me something before we left. More like shoved in my hands and threatened to burn all my Ika if I accidentally left it home. He dug into his cream bag, an anxious Naruto watching his every move. Finally taking out the package, he threw it at the girl. Read it, it has instructions and explains stuff. And you will need to change out of those pants. He sweat dropped. The girl ran into the nearby bushes. Kami really hates me. I can almost hear Obito and Minato-sensei laughing at me. Flashback and, no wonder you were moving sluggishly today, Neji commented. She huffed, crossing her arms and glaring at him. He shrugged it off and got up, dusting himself. You really need to do something about that jacket of yours. It's already tearing. I knew it wouldn't survive even a small C rank. Not to mention a C turned high B and close to a rank. She patted her jacket. But it's Sarujiji's gift. He eyed her. Vivid. Other stores wouldn't let me in, she stated. When was that? 3 years ago? That was when Gigi got me the jumpsuits. After that I didn't even bother going to stores. He grunted. She stood up and after thanking Tucci and paying on Neji's part, they left. You know, they started to slowly change their opinions on you. She stared at him wide-eyed. Han too. Hi. But if you are still worried, try Higurashi-san's store. He is Tenten's grandfather, a retired shinoi. His store has all the essentials a ninja needs. All the Hyuga clothes are specially crafted there. You can choose from the supplies, or you can order it to be made. He is not a superstitious man, trust me. Naruto was in deep thought. Okay, I'll give it a try, plus I want to look at other things too, Tebeo. So where is it? Let's go. He looked at her alarmed. I am not going with you. Her hands flared around. Nays, Tebeo. I will not go shopping, it's so... He couldn't quite find the word. You are getting me there. She pointed her finger at him angrily. He swatted it away. No. Please. No. Come on, Neji team. No. He rubbed his forehead. How the hell did she convince him anyway? He looked sideways at her. She was nervous. Sighing, he grabbed her wrist and promptly pulled her in. Sugoi, she whispered, awed. The entrance was in the main section of the shop, which was weaponry. Her eyes bulged at the various projectiles meant to cause pain or death, varying from sunban to kunai to katanas of various length and sizes, from wooden clubs to axes. It was heaven for weapons specialists. That's what I said too, when Ten dragged me and Lee here for the first time, he stated with a smile, also looking around. It's always different. Last time I was here, half of those katanas weren't here. Higurashi-san exports and imports stuff too, that's why he has shinobi equipment from nearly all the hidden continents, he added. Naruto's eyes were nearly bulging. The idea of a katana was stuck in her mind since the mission, since the day she decided to make an awesome wind-based taijutsu. And now, she knew where to buy them. Neji-san, came a surprised voice from their right. Naruto jumped slightly and turned around, nervously wriggling her hand free from Neji's in the process. Higurashi-san, bowed Neji. Ah, I see you brought a friend. He had a kind voice. It matched his look. He was short, plump, had a small mustache, and his long once rich brown hair, which had paled due to the years, was tied in a bun on top of her head. His eyes were sparkling. Is the bun hairstyle traditional, Databeo? Wondered Naruto. Neji face-bombed. So rude, she is going to be the death of me. Why did I agree to this in the first place? The old man, however, chuckled. Yes, it is. Naruto smirked widely. Hajimashite, Higurashi-jiji. I am Uzumaki Naruto, Databeo. The number once most unpredictable Genin, and future Hokage. The man ruffled her hair, much to the indignant look from Neji. Why did I even come? Here, he murmured, rubbing his eyes. It had been a long day and he was tired. Neji-san, why don't you sit and relax while the lady chooses what she needs? That's a great idea, Tabeo. Go rest, Neji. He complied. 5 minutes later he was fast asleep in the cozy armchair. Naruto's sweat dropped. Hei's eyes widened as she touched the three-pronged kunai with her finger. She had no idea they were also custom-made. Maybe, when she finished her elemental manipulation and started on the Hiraishin, she could ask the man to make her some? Hei's eyes flicked over the shelf full of kunai, varying in sizes and shapes, to the wall with katanas. Her mouth watered. Are you interested in kenjutsu, Naruto-san? She nearly jumped off her skin again. The man was like a ghost, Tabeo. Yeah, I was having a weird idea lately, but I don't know if it could work. My kunai didn't last long after I tried it. She muttered in a whisper, not wanting to wake up the Hyuga boy sleeping nearby. And what might that be? She complimented on whether it was safe to tell or not. Neji trusted him. She shouldn't doubt him as well. Well, she started nervously, I had added some wind chakra. It wasn't the best, I still have very little control of it, but the kunai just broke into shreds after I used the attack. And my hand was sliced too. Well, that's just because your kunai is made of simple metal. There is a special type of metal that allows chakra to pass through. Sarutobi-san, a wind user Chuunin, had asked me long ago to make him weapons like that. Whoa, can you make me a katana like that? Of course. Ano, say Gigi, if I tell you the properties I want for the katana. He just smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Arigato. Just write what exactly is needed here. He gave her a blank piece of paper and a pen. And, well, I kind of want custom-made clothes too, and I want this. She turned around, showing him her back and, more importantly, the red spiral on the back of her jacket, and this, as he pointed to the same swirl, clasped to her shoulder, on the clothes. I always had those too, so I think it might be a clan thing, plus Gigi wouldn't let me throw it away when I was 3, so. The man nodded. Just put down what you need and how you want it done. Sei smirked and, grabbing the pen, started drawing her future epic battle costume. She missed the small, sad smile cast in her direction, and the sigh that escaped the old man as he watched her. When she was done, Essie proudly presented the now-filled paper to Higurashi. His eyes roamed it, widening a bit. You are one tricky customer, Uzumaki-san. I will have both the outfit and the katana ready in a month. She grinned widely. She just hoped the time was enough to realize all her plans. Thanks, Gigi. You are awesome. She skipped to the sleeping boy. Wake up, Neji. The poor boy jumped on his feet and ripped on a pear cloth on the floor, landing face first on the floor. Groaning and cursing the blonde to 7 pits of hell, he got up. "You finished?" He winced, rubbing his head. She nodded, smiling mysteriously. The Hyuga decided he didn't want to know. Instead, he silently led the way out, after bowing to the shop owner. Naruto followed his lead, still smiling. "Oi, Neji! Let's have a spar," she shouted. The boy shrugged. "Soon, you will have your chance to kick my butt, as you always say it, and never succeed." "What do you mean?" "Nothing of importance." Clearly this answer didn't suit with the blonde girl, for she stomped her foot and glared at him. Neji looked at her, his smirk vanishing from his face, leaving a solemn, guilty expression. Quickly taking her hand, he pulled the sleeve up, much to the protests and struggling of the blonde. "What are you?" His finger traced the bruised blue spots. He gritted his teeth. Naruto hastily pulled the sleeve down. "I really don't get what was wrong with you that time. You were so scary," she whispered. But he had heard. His eyes widened as he took a step back, his mouth opening slightly. "If something happened to you, I wouldn't be able to live through, Naruto. You have become my eyes, my light. I would be lost without you." But he couldn't say it. Sei already feared him when he lost control. It would only make things worse. Naruto ignoring him, fearing him, looking at him like at a monster. Maybe it would have been better if they never met. His hand lowered, hanging limply at his side. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to explain it to her. He was prepared to strangle the sandaime and go rushing after her. Tenten, Lee, even Hinata. They thought he couldn't hear them when they whispered behind his back about his condition for those 2 weeks. They were saying he had become a shell of the person he used to be, like something was taken away from him. They were worried about the light that had died in his eyes. He had become more antisocial than ever before, shut in his room or training to keep his mind off things. He couldn't tell her that. But he somehow needed to show her how. How glad he was, how happy he was that she came back in one piece. The disease had turned to this, occupying his mind constantly. He even forgot to look for a cure. It didn't matter, he didn't matter. Her well-being was what mattered. She mattered. Without a split-second hesitation, he hugged her, nearly crushing the small, surprised blonde to his chest. He waited till she relaxed in his arms. When she did, he exhaled and buried his face in her hair, murmuring barely audibly, "Don't you dare die on me, Uzumaki. Yo! You're late." Well, there was this little old lady crossing the street and I, like any other gallant shinobi, fled the obligation to, liar. It was a typical morning for Team Kakashi. This had even become some sort of a ritual. They would come early, catch their sleep or converse. A few hours later their sensei would appear with a smile and make up a utterly idiotic excuse. They even had the favorites. Naruto simply loves the lost on the road of life, one. Sometimes, they would entertain themselves with a bet. What excuse will he use? "Ma, no need to make people go deaf this early in the morning," laughed off the one-eyed Chuunin. With a quick motion he pulled his orange book out. "You know, I know it's pawn, but still I'm curious what is written there to make him reread it like 100 times, exclaimed Naruto in a loud whisper to the two. They both nodded, though Sasuke, a bit reluctantly. "My kawaii genin." They gulped. Kakashi had a weird eerie look that creeped them out. "Today, we are going to do some serious training." "So you mean that before that, it wasn't serious?" hissed Sasuke, glaring at the man. He just waved a hand around vaguely. "I need you 3 to be in the best shape." "Nays?" inquired Naruto, suspicious. "You are talking like we would need to fight soon, or something like that?" Why did this remind her of what Neji had told her? Kakashi smiled and ruffled her hair. "Well, if Guy told his students, I had better tell mine as well." "Guy, Neji-sensei." Naruto felt giddy and excited for some reason. She looked at her teammates. Sakura was confused, but Sasuke, he was wearing the exact same expression as her. "The team," she thought fondly. All 3 leaned towards their sensei. As you know, every 6 months, the Chuunin exams take place. He started and carefully observed them. Sasuke's eyes went round, then narrowed as a small smirk appeared. Sakura frowned, deep in thought. Naruto, however, smiled wickedly. So that's what he meant. I am so gonna kick his butt, Dadabayo. Now, this year, Konoha will be hosting the exams. We do not know the exact time yet, but all I know that it's going to be soon. His eye focused back on his book. He didn't have time to read out even a single line when he was knocked backwards as something orange tackled him in a death hug. She was screaming, "Sensei, thank you," and "Sensei, I love you," over and over again. He patted her head. Naruto, I never said I was going to sign you guys up." He watched her smile twist itself in a perfect ew. Seconds later she was gaping at him, horrified. He felt a weak killing intent. Sasuke was said. Lazily, he picked Naruto up and tossed her unceremoniously to the other two. Carefully dusting himself and picking up his fallen book, he stated in a calm, serious voice. "You are still very inexperienced. The death toll is very high in the exams. You need to be ready. That is why I will give you 2 weeks. I will train you, and in the end, if you prove to me that you are strong, I will sign you up." He turned a page and giggled. But those who knew Hatake Kakashi, the real one, not the perverted lazy one, would know that he was carefully watching them, waiting. They didn't disappoint him. Naruto screamed almost instantly that she will do whatever training he threw at her. Next to her, Sasuke smiled and nodded, fire burning in his eyes. He would do it as well. In the exam, he could test himself against powerful opponents. His eye landed on Sakura. She was unsure. It was plain obvious. She was biting her lip, looking away from all 3 of them. He waited. She was like Rin, she wouldn't give up. His prediction came true when she balled her hands into fists and walked over to stand between her teammates. A shout of "Shinaro" and "Dadabayo" nearly cost him his hearing. Rubbing his ears and checking if they still worked properly, he faced them, all traces of laziness gone, along with Ika Paradise, which was safely tucked in his hip paunch. The single gray eye narrowed. This was the former ANBU, Hatake Kakashi, in front of them now. So, the training began. The first thing that he did was attaching 4 inches long and 2 inches wide, light gray straps on their wrists and ankles. Ignoring the questioning gazes, even if some of them clearly screamed, "He has gone senile," he ordered them to run laps around the training ground. It was 5 times bigger than the clearing they trained in while in Wave. His smirk told them this wasn't going to be pleasant. And true to their thoughts, it turned not just unpleasant, but pleasantly sadistic. They hadn't ran 2 feet when they heard him. "Juryo Niju, Fuin." All 3 dropped to the ground like rocks, making dents. Naruto unstuck her head from the ground and glared at the smiling Jounin bitterly. "Chakra weights," she spat, gelling up with difficulty. Those innocent gray straps had chakra weight seals engraved into them. And judging from the incantation Kakashi used, their weight had doubled. She looked at the straps attached to her sandals. Yup. These stupid things distributed the weight equally between the whole body. Her hands shook. She could even heave herself up. But she had to admit, it was ingenious. This way, their speed, which was what they were working on, would increase in leaps. She looked sideways. Pink hair was splattered on the ground. She sweat dropped. Sakura hadn't even tried to get up. She heard a pained grunt from the right. Her eyes widened. Sasuke was nearly back on his feet. Heck no, she wouldn't lose to that team. Yelling at her hands and feet to actually stop burning and hurting all over, she slowly raised herself up, smirking at her rival along the way. "Sakura, you too get up. I want 10 laps around the field. You guys should be thankful I am taking this easy on you." 3 groans were heard. "Ano-sensei." Kakashi looked up from his book. They had long finished the laps and were nearly dead by the end of it. But he could have none of that. Thus, he instructed them on their individual training. He had tossed Sakura a scroll containing simple, the most basic medical jutsu, and a small scroll containing simple genjutsu. The pinkette, after all, needed the most work. That was why she was sitting in a shade of a tree, reading the scrolls. Sasuke was practicing his taijutsu katas. It was extremely difficult, due to the doubled weight, but Kakashi had deemed it efficient. They had also discussed his Sharingan, which had activated at the wave mission. That was why Sasuke was training his eyes as well. He only had one tomo in each eye. He wanted at least 2 for the exam. And even then, he wouldn't be able to do any genjutsu. That required 3 tomos. However, he could already copy jutsu. But Kakashi, wanting him to understand a few simple principles, such as ethics, made the boys swear not to steal from his friends, and copy their jutsu only and only when they were given permission to. Plus, the boy shouldn't be dependent on it. It could cost him his life. Lastly, Naruto. After finishing the laps, she started practicing her taijutsu as well. It still had flaws. It was evident that style wasn't for her. He was surprised when he saw her come near, but schooled his face quickly. Yes, Naruto? Well, I have been thinking lately. My taijutsu, I have a lot of ideas, but I need a start and well, for that, I need your help and advice. She was pulling at her lower lip again. Fire away, I smiled. Well, I want to add my wind chakra, but I can't control it well. I can't even cut a stupid leaf in a clear half. Tebeo, she stomped her foot. And, well, I wanted to try out Kenjutsu too, like, add it to my taijutsu. Can you please teach me? This was unexpected. He stayed silent, watching her for a long time. She stared right back, determined. He sighed and ran a hand through his silver hair. Fine. But I'm not that good at it. I will teach you the basics. Make a few clones and get them to tree walking and leaf cutting, he instructed, looking away from her absolutely delighted face. She hurriedly made a cross sign. 50 clones popped in existence. In the chaos, Kakashi also made a clone. While Sasuke and Sakura were distracted by the sheer number of Narutos, the real Kakashi grabbed her shoulder and in a poof of smoke, they were gone. Oi, Naruto baka. Why did you make so many clones? Before a Bunshin Naruto could answer, or be hit in the head by an enraged Sakura, Kakashi intervened. This is her training exercise. Go back to yours, you two. Then he sat on his rock, reading the book. Naruto stared at her surroundings. She was in a weird house. It was in a deserted district. This was where the clan houses were. She knew that somewhere down the road were the Inuzuka and Aburame compounds. And on the left was Namikaze Minato's house. It was blocked caved in with wooden rods. She eyed the house in front of her and raised a questioning eyebrow at her sensei, who was standing beside her. He ignored it and swiftly walked in, beckoning her to enter as well. She looked around, mouth wide. It was a very beautiful place, and a bit weird. It was in an old Barocco style. The closest wall was full of what looked like wolf fangs. Different sizes. The red, faded carpet creaked as she stepped on it. Dust rose in circles. The light coming from the unique, old window illuminated the dusty fog. Sei could almost feel the ancient time compressed in it. She coughed and turned around silently. Kaka-sensei? He had disappeared in a dark passage to the right. She leaned a bit, trying to get a better look. The pictured on the walls made her feel as if she was being watched. She shivered. The air was cold and the dust in the air tickled her. An old armchair, with silver and gold designs on it, stood at a weird angle away from the enormous stone fireplace. She squinted her eyes, taking a closer look. It had engraved seals around it. The whole shelf above it was filled with books. She took a step towards it, smelling the air. The weird, but deviously pleasant smell of old paper filled her nostrils. There was also a tiny bit of ozone. It smelled like the air after a rain. She loved that smell. But it creeped her out. She was inside a building after all, not outside. Whoa, what is this place? She whispered, afraid of making any noise. Something about this place just scared her. She half expected a transparent, pearly white being with ruby red spring from one of the dark places, like the fireplace, the passage, the gloomy ceiling, even the half-hidden exotic frames of the pictures. A ghost is going to come at me and kill me, and I'll never become Hokage. You read too much manga, Naruto, a croaky, vibrant voice hissed in her ear. She let out an ear-splitting shriek and jumped, backing away. Her eyes were wide and darting here and there. She heard laughter. Kakashi was holding a hand over his masked mouth, shaking. Tears came from his single eye. Sensei team, that's not funny. Come now, you prank people all the time. Plus consider it as a comeback for the chalk-filled brush. They were in the training grounds near the weird ghostly house. Naruto seethed, brushing the whitish dust from her golden locks. Stupid sensei, stupid prank, she muttered murderously, yanking at her hair and making the copy Nin chuckle. Why did we even go there? What was the place anyway? Did you do it just to scare me, Datebeo? Ma. That was just the old Hataki compound. It's been deserted for over 20 years or so. I just went there to get the bakken for your training. Naruto rubbed the back of her head sheepishly, a soft escaping her. But you still didn't need to scare me like that, sensei, she whined, pulling a long face. You just need to learn keeping your thoughts to yourself. So it was your fault to begin with. He got a glare as indication that she heard him. He rolled his visible eye. She was so funny to tease. But it was time to get serious. Now, he threw her a wooden bakken. Let's start. She caught it with her right hand and brought it up to her face. Bring it on, old man. A tick mark appeared on the silver-haired man's jaw. Old man? I am only 26. Your posture is all wrong. He poked her shoulder. She toppled on the ground, head first. Can't I at least take off the chakra? Weights, onegai, she begged, waterfalls of tears going down her whiskered cheeks. Her puppy eyes didn't work. Get up. In order for you to HRNSS Kenjutsu, and Taijutsu as well, you need to learn one of the most basic things. Balance. And this is what we are going to do. Naruto gulped. It had already been 2 weeks. All three were anxious. Kakashi had dismissed all training when he had spotted an eagle flying in the skies. They concluded it was some sort of a warning. So they waited. All three of them had progressed greatly. Sasuke's taijutsu attacks were much more devastating. And he had even invented a few of his own personal combos. His Sharingan now carried 2 tomos in both eyes. He had kept his promise to Kakashi. Copying jutsu from friends and allies was forbidden. Unless he learned it himself without cheating, like everyone else did. Kakashi had also warned him about the dangers of copying and doing jutsu he might be incapable of. This could be caused due to different elemental affinities, the chakra in one's circulatory system and the control one had over said chakra. His speed had increased and his control was much better now. His Gokakyu was twice bigger in size and its power had increased. To say the boy was pleased would be an understatement. Sakura, like all three of them, was much faster now. Her taijutsu was weak, but if left alone she wouldn't be helpless. She had practiced the chakra fist, and the dents she could create with just 2 weeks of training were scaring the other three. Kakashi had mentioned multiple times that she was a mini Tsunade. She even used Naruto and Sasuke as guinea pigs for her medical jutsus. Naruto, get back here, you baka. I need to train on you. Sorry, Sakura, I forgot to water the pigs on my way here. Tebeo, Sasuke-kun. Take your shirt off, I need to see the bruise. I. The pigs need assistance in watering. Now, she could heal small cuts and scratches efficiently. She could even cast simple genjutsu. She had made it her first priority to learn the stupid one Kakashi had cast on her during the bell test. Naruto had improved most out of the three, much to Sasuke's annoyance and anger. Her speed had doubled up already, her chakra control much better. She had even succeeded in cutting the leaf in a clear half. Kakashi was dumbfounded. But he had warned her against trying the second stage, which he had explained to her. It was dangerous, and couldn't be done without supervision, since the possibility of her leaking out Kyuubi chakra was too high. But despite that, Naruto had smiled. She was slowly getting closer to what she had planned. Her kenjutsu was going extremely slow. But she didn't rush it. She wouldn't be able to learn anything perfectly in such a short time anyway. Plus she wanted it to be kept secret till she was ready to reveal it. Until her blade was made. She really wanted to see Neji's face when she did it. If she could complete what had in mind of. And that wasn't easy. Her kenjutsu training had fixed her footing and balance perfectly, thus her taijutsu got better. Other than that, she knew simple stances of the most primitive dance. Kakashi said he wouldn't teach her a style, She would have to find and create one herself. She simply loved that idea, pictures already flashing in her mind. She had it all planned out. But she needed advanced seals for it to work out, and she needed a small guide to making new seals. But the planned visit to the secret library room had to be postponed. She had to focus on the exams and had no spare time. Using 50 clones daily took a toll on her. She rubbed her wrist nervously, looking at her teammates. After all the torture, training they had endured, Kakashi just had to sign them up. If not, she was going to prank the life out of him. Sakura was leaning over the railing, looking at the peaceful water flowing beneath. Naruto was sitting on it, also staring at the water. Her hand gripped the bracelet. The gray strap was attached to it. Sasuke was leaning on the other side of the bridge, his eyes downcast. The team is brooding. Yo! They immediately jumped in front of him, even forgetting their customary "you're late" and the lame excuse. I had to water some suspicious pigs on the way, so... Sakura's eye twitched. Naruto glared at her sensei. That's my line, Tibeo. HN. He just eye-smiled and raised his hands in a giving-up gesture. Right, since you guys were all so persistent, here you go. He handed each of them a form. They were grinning hugely. Ariga, sensei, just you wait, we will become Chuunin, Tibeo. HN. Shinaro. Kakashi just ruffled their hair. Well, I was going to nominate you guys anyway, since me and Guy made a bet right after we came back from the mission, but seeing my kawaii genin so spirited. 3 killing intents filled the small, innocent bridge. One Hatake Kakashi decided it was time to flee. You seem in high spirits. He just stared at his calloused hands, which were clasped together, and the small crook his folded feet made. He was sitting cross-legged, meditating. His closed eyes opened slightly. Lavender peered through to swatch the other 2 figures. Indeed, you seem to be burning with power of youth, my youthful friend. Lee, use that word once, or better yet, don't use it at all, please. But Ten Flower-sen. She just rolled her eyes and turned to her other teammate, a kunai rolling in her thumb. Spill, Neji. He sighed and raised his head, knowing something like this would happen sooner or later. Better get it over with till it was too late. You heard the news as well. The rookie teams are participating this year. The rolling stopped. She gripped her kunai, raising a suspicious brow. And this made you so happy? He blinked owlishly at her. Happy? Why yes, my youthful rival, added Lee, jumping in front of him. The youthful grin of your makes my heart flutter from the power of youth you. Our dash. Ten smacked a gloved hand over his mouth, effectively stopping the green-clad boy from sprouting any more rubbish. Turning her head, she stated bluntly. You have had that idiotic, goofy smile on your face all evening, Neji. The boy stared at her in utter horror. Now that's more like you. I was afraid someone was impersonating you. Neji just scratched his hair, face blank. Inwardly he was in a turmoil. The stupid disease again. Truth was that he couldn't wait to see how much she had improved. They hadn't seen each other since that day they ate ramen. Both were training. And Neji wanted to fight her. He wanted her to show her true power, knowing that there will be an audience. It was a way to show those stupid civilians who she was. Maybe they would even recognize her as Namikaze's heir. She looked like his female carbon copy. Only the shape of her eyes was different. They were simply too blind to realize the truth. He knew this perfectly well because he had been like that too. He sighed unknowingly, the soft smile returning to his face. Ten suddenly gasped and put her hand to her mouth. Lee looked at her weirdly. Ten Flower? Don't tell me you, she rudely pointed at him, disbelief evident in her wide eyes. Neji glared at her, all traces of the smile gone. It's the one who helped you, right? His fingers twitched. Yes, he nodded curtly. I know it. It's a girl, right? The Hyuga coughed and looked determinedly away from her. Next thing he knew was the faces of his 2 teammates inches away from his one, both wearing identical, evil smirks and amusement, which masked the slight astonishment. What? He demanded, irritated at their childish behavior, leaning as far away from them as possible. The sheet-eating, blinding grin from Lee was making his head spin already. His hand hit the wooden training pole. Why did he have to be sitting here again? Who is this youthful girl? I will name her as my rival, equal to you. Who is she? We tried looking for her, but after that incident, Kaya glare at Lee, with Hyuga Ajiki we let it drop. So, will you tell us? Neji stared at them. Wait, they tried to find out? Hyuga Ajiki? He racked his brain, trying to remember. Finally, he clicked. Ah, right, the only son of a very weird family in the branch clan. They have a weird tendency of naming their children backwards. His father's name is Ichigo. All three sweat dropped. Well, you are one to talk, your family names all the kids staring with an itch, stated Tenten. This earned her a glare. Right, sorry, no more jokes on that. So, who is she? He smiled. Those two were his friends, they deserved to know, plus it was time they stopped hiding their friendship. Something in his chest clenched at that word, as though not wanting to accept it. He frowned. After the exam, he would have a talk to Hayashi. This was getting out of hand. Well, they chorused, invading his personal space even more. He smiled. Uzumaki. Naruto. He was met with two blank looks. His eye twitched. She is from Team Kakashi. Tenten smirked and walked a few steps back, brandishing her kunai again. Lee followed suit, bending down and pulling his right hand up horizontally. The poor wooden stump didn't know what was coming at it, or else it would have sprouted legs and ran. A kunai went sailing through the air, right at the white-eyed boy. He didn't move. The blade embedded itself on the dummy hanging right above his head. The place where it had landed would make any man wince. She smirked. Team Kakashi, huh? This is going to be interesting. You want to fight her, am I correct? Her smirk was met with an equal one from the boy, if not bigger. They both turned to their teammate. The kicking stopped. The blisters and dust flying around him settled down, revealing a determined Lee, his enormous eyebrows furrowed. He had a small smirk as well. Uchiha Sasuke is on that team as well. I wish to fight him. Team Guy against Team Kakashi then? Why am I reminded of their rivalry and that Jan Ken pawn? All three sweat dropped and burst out laughing. It really was going to be interesting. Neji ran a hand through his hair, staring at the darkening sky. There was no cloud to be seen. So he was correct. Tenten was over her crush on him. That was good, he really wouldn't want to ruin the friendship they have. Friendship, huh? He was sure that he and his teammates, even Guy, shared that feeling, but with her, Naruto, their friendship was different. He couldn't explain it, but it was something much more, deeper, more confusing. And he couldn't explain it. And it frustrated him. She was the only one that made him have such conflicting thoughts and emotions, swirling around in utter chaos every time he thought of her or saw her. So confusing. Sasuke had left, saying something about more training. Sakura wanted to go after him, but a look from Naruto stopped her. He doesn't like it when you do that, can't you see he despises when his fangirls cling to him like leeches? Plus he should relax, all he thinks about is training. Sakura wanted to hit the blonde, but seeing the truth in her words, restrained herself. They slowly walked together in the direction of the academy. Sakura bit her lip. Naruto knew something was bugging her, but she knew better than to pull the words out of her mouth. The pinkette could be scary when she wanted to. She would say it eventually, if the darting of her eyes and her posture were any indication. Sure enough, a few minutes later, it came. Naruto wanted to pat herself on the back for guessing right. One thing she learned from Neji was reading people. She was nowhere good as him or other Hyuga, of course, but she was decent, and people like Sakura were exceptionally easy to read. Naruto. Her voice was low and there was slight fear in it. The blonde slowed her steps and looked at her teammate. Well, do you like Sasuke? As in, romantically? Her emerald eyes were piercing through her. Her shoulders shook as she closed her hand over her own mouth, trying to stifle the laughter. Needless to say, she didn't manage it and in mere minutes was rolling on the floor, laughing. Sakura's eye twitched rather violently. No, she growled each syllable out, cracking her knuckles. Sensing danger, the blonde quickly got up, her laughter turning to soft snickers. She put a hand on the Pinkette's shoulder and looking straight in her eyes smiled, declaring vehemently that Sasuke team was like a brother to her. Sakura smiled gratefully. Besides, Naruto trailed off uneasily, a light blush adoring her cheeks. This didn't escape Sakura's attention. "Naruto, are you in love?" The blonde yelped and tripped. The rocky ground wasn't the best place to have you head smashed in. "No," she screamed, shaking her head emphatically, hiding her bright red face from her squealing teammate. "Tell me who it is, are you?" She girl's sparkling eyes were digging holes into her head. She grabbed on her arm and wasn't letting go. Sakura-chan, it's no one, PFF, what do you mean love? Till I become Hokage I see dash. Naruto didn't know why she was so loudly and forcefully denying it. Deep inside she knew the truth. And it had to be buried it till it managed to reinforce again with full strength. I can see through that lie na dash. Naruto Nizan. Both girls turned to the voice. Naruto sighed in relief. Thanks Konohamaru. You saved me. Sakura wasn't as pleased with the interruption. The boy ran to them, his long blue scarf flying behind him. 2 other kids were at his toe. The kids reached them, bending down and breathing hard. Naruto raised a blonde eyebrow at the rush. Konohamaru looked up and wiping his nose with his finger, gave her a toothy grin. "Nei-san." A boy with oversized, round glasses raised a hand. "I am Udon, I like numbers." He had a large boogie down his left nostril. Beside her Sakura blenched. A girl with bright orange hair stepped forward, beaming. "I am Moegi, the sexiest preteen kunoichi in training." She had a weird outfit on. Naruto's eyes roamed over 3 multicolor shirts to her rounded skirt and socks. True, she herself wasn't one to talk of fashion sense, but this was too much even for her. Konohamaru was smiling. "Where did the helmet go? Why are you all wearing goggles?" she inquired, staring at the 3 identical lime green projectiles on their foreheads. They looked suspiciously like her old pair back at home. "We are copying you, boss. We are the Konohamaru Corps." "Konohamaru Corps?" Naruto smirked, ruffling the brunette's spiky hair. "Good job, Konohamaru. You already have your team, Tebeo." "So, what are you doing here?" she stated bluntly, staring at them with a bored look. "You promised to play ninja with us. Remember?" The boy was giving her the best puppy eyes he could. Naruto's sweat dropped, not recalling any promise like that in the previous 4 weeks. "A ninja playing ninja?" laughed Sakura, speaking for the first time after the kids arrived. Naruto glared at her. "Who is she, boss? She looks ugly." Sakura's aura turned dark demonic pink in seconds. The young Sarutobi didn't notice, he just kept chirping to the blonde how big and ugly that forehead was. Dash, and also. "Pith, Kanohu," she uttered in a dead whisper, eyeing her teammate, who was leaking out killing intent in waves. "Run." And so the boy did, Naruto right after him, followed closely by Sakura, who had a sharkish smile on that suggested nothing but years of pain. Udon and Moegi had had a few minutes head start while their ignorant friend was busy pointing out each of Sakura's faults. "Oomph," pouted the boy, rubbing his sore nose. In his fear he didn't look where he was running and had bumped into someone on the way. The impact had sent him on the ground. "Konohamaru-chan." "Konohamaru-kun," screamed the 2 preteens as they ran to their friend. Before they reached him, however, a black-clad hand grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. "Watch where you go, brat." Naruto growled. "Let him go, you make-up freak." The term, make-up, was quite accurate. The boy was dressed in what looked up a cat costume, all in black, and his face was painted with white and red lines. Naruto knew it was probably war paint, used to scare off the opponents, but she couldn't resist the little cheek. The small brown eyes found hers. He glared. The girl next to her put a hand on his wrist. "Let him go, Kankuro." She was very beautiful, with sandy blonde hair, seemingly unruly, tied in 4 short ponytails, bangs framing her oval face and making her amber eyes stand out. She was dressed in a traditional kimono-like dress and had fishnet on her. On her back there was something strapped, long and wide. Naruto's attention snapped back to the Kankuro character. He was shaking Konohamaru. No one did that to her Oto. She leaked killing intent in a blast, making the boy and the girl freeze in fear. What Naruto didn't know was that she channeling some of the Kyuubi's killing intent, and in a way, those two were familiar with it. Kankuro landed with a small thump on the ground and ran to hide behind his boss, Udon and Moegi along with him. Naruto cut it off, smirking. She felt a familiar chakra signature in the nearby tree and nearly snorted. "Come out, team." Said boy jumped and landed beside Sakura. Dobe. The black-clad boy was still trembling. "Kankuro, you are an embarrassment to the village," came a cold, low baritone. Everyone's heads turned to look at the tree Sasuke had just jumped from. A red-haired boy was hanging upside down, sand swirling around him. With a whirl of sand, it's got to be a variation of that Shunshin no Jutsu everyone uses. I have got to learn it, Tebeo. He landed beside the sandy-haired girl and glares at them. They both shivered violently. "Gaara?" said Redhead, just ignored them in favor of watching Team Naruto's eyes widened when the pupil-less teal eyes locked with her cerulean ones. They were so cold, like frozen endless pools. And there was absolutely no feeling in them, except cold indifference and bloodlust. His non-existent eyebrows furrowed. Naruto gulped. The boy was giving off a weird feeling. There was something eerie familiar about him, and scary at the same time. His loose clothes hang from his elbows and torso, a white cloth wrapping it up. The most eye-catching thing, beside his murderous expression, was the peanut-shaped enormous guild strapped to his back. It had some markings and cracks on it. Naruto narrowed her eyes. "Jut, who was this Gaara? Who are you? From your Hitayate is as evident you are from Sunagakure no Sato," demanded Sakura, as though reading her blonde teammate's mind. Inwardly, Naruto thanked her. The older dirty blonde laughed. "You don't know?" She tapped their passes. "The Chuunin exam, you are here to participate," stated Sasuke. The girl locked her eyes at the raven. Naruto could see a small blush appearing on her cheeks. Typical. Team always gets the good-looking girls, Tebeo. But I am willing to bet my future katana they won't end up together. She nodded. "Don't mess with Konohamaru or other Konoha shinobi outside of the exam then," exclaimed Naruto, her eyes blazing. "Or do you want an international conflict? You did threaten and try to beat the Hokage's grandson, after all." All eyes locked at her. Who knew the small blonde girl could be so manipulative with words? The Suna girl glared at the cat boy, who cowered. "Excuse my brother's actions." This came from the Gar boy. After a staring contest between the two Jinchuriki, Naruto finally nodded. "What are your names?" asked the redhead, inkling his head towards the Sasuke and Naruto. They shared a silent look and complied. "Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage, Tebeo." This brought some eye rolls from the Konoha shinobi and raised eyebrows from the Suna team. "Wait, tell us your names as well," pressed the blonde, seeing as the other three were about to leave. "Sabaku no Kankuro. Sabaku no Temari. Sabaku no Gar." "See you in the exam then," exclaimed Naruto, smiling. She got a smirk in return, courtesy of Temari. Kankuro just grimaced, remembering the killing intent, and Gaara just started at her emotionlessly, his blood-red spikes flying with the wind. "The exam is going to be really interesting, as Sasuke team, Sakura-chan." The two just grinned. "Just you wait, Neji, I will show just how strong I am. I am going to beat Sasuke team, Gaara, even if he scares me and you. Most of all, I don't want to lose to you. Never. Databeo." She pulled on her lower lip, eyes sparkling. Sasuke shook his head, making the stupid thoughts leave his mind. Sakura squealed again, making the other two jump in surprise. "I knew it. You are thinking of the one you love, right?" she demanded. Sasuke stared from one to other. What was Sakura talking about? I have to water the cows. Johnny." Seconds later she was gone. "She was supposed to water pigs, not cows," muttered Sasuke, rubbing a throbbing temple. Sakura screeched, "Uzumaki Naruto, Shinaro, I will get the truth out of you, just you wait." Sasuke fled while he could. But the incident had given him something to think about, other than fighting strong opponents in tomorrow's exam or killing Itachi. He rubbed his abused ears, deep in thought. Naruto. What are you to me?